Yes, yes, welcome in. Here we go. It's Monday, first stream of the week. How are you all doing, chat? It's good to see you. We got so many amazing people in already. Who we got? We have got Aiden, Val, Aslan. Thank you so much for the 27 months with Prime as well. Thank you so much, Aslan. Appreciate the support. Morgana, RTE Clearance, Ninny. We got Sally. We got Network. We got Sorka. We got Flaccid Piccolo, one of my favorite names in the chat. We got Hippie. What's up? How's your weekend been, everybody? Network says, I'm often struck by the high production value in these streams. It's really nice. That means the world to me because I spent a long time trying to get it right. And also, my sort of professional capacity is sound and vision, right? So, yes. Very, very, very much appreciate that compliment. Hello, Morton. How are you? Doing great. Finally start school tomorrow. A bit terrified how early I need to wake up. Holy shit, Ninny. Yeah. It's very, very exciting, that's for sure. Good stuff. How's your weekend been? My weekend has been very fucking good. Got my new bed frame, not the mattress, on Saturday. And I put that all together on Sunday, yesterday. It is remarkable how much of a difference it's made already. Even though I've got the same mattress, the slats being what they are, you know, the fact that it's a slatted bed and not just like a sort of a flat box, it's made the world of good. I can't even, it's made the world of difference. It's done me the world of good. I can't begin to tell you how unbelievably good of a night's sleep that I had. And I only slept for like 6 hours. So I can tell that there's been like a massive difference. And also the fact that it's not like a box anymore, like, you know, like straight down to the floor kind of thing. It means that I can actually get under the bed and sweep all of his hair out and dust and shit. And so I did all that yesterday. And I think that that had a massive effect on my life, just in general. So that was really good. What else have I done the weekend? Friday, what did I do? We're going to on Friday. Friday, I went to see my dad, which was nice. Went over to Warrington, got one of the buses there. They've got like new Andy Burnham style Manchester buses. So I thought, oh, I'll check this out and see what it's like. And it's like, yeah, it's just as easy, just as simple as getting the Burnham buses around Manchester and stuff. So that was very exciting. A W for Warrington. Extremely rare Warrington W. Went up to see my dad, like I said, and cooked him and my stepmom a big batch of the chicken karai sauce, you know, that I was telling you that I started to make sort of at the tail end last year. And yeah, honestly, it is, yeah, it's really nice to be able to cook me dad a lot of scran that they have now like put into little boxes and frozen, and yeah, it's very cute. Very, very, very cute. So that felt really nice. And then we went out for a Chinese, exceptionally good Chinese restaurant. And I brought home a bunch of stuff. And then I came home and played Battle for Middle-earth 2. And it was great. It was just brilliant. It was just absolutely brilliant. Just a really, really good Friday. Saturday, I was tired as fuck. So I didn't really do much. I went and picked up the bed with my mum. Me and my fucking poor 55-year-old mum, or however old she is. How old's my mum now? If I'm 36, she had me when she was like 23. So she'd be 59. So my poor nearly 60-year-old mum and me carrying this big fucking IKEA box up the lift in my building. Nightmare, but we did all right. And then I just chilled out and I watched Rambo. Has anyone seen Rambo? Rambo's crazy. Not like the second one, but the first one. I didn't think it was going to be like that. I really didn't think that it was going to be like that at all. It was so wild. Like, it basically just... I thought it was all about a guy in Vietnam killing Vietnamese people, and I was like, I'm not about that. I don't want to watch any of that. But I thought, I'll give Rambo a go, because everybody talks about it being like such a good film. Like, you've got to watch it. You've got to at least just watch Rambo First Blood. And I didn't know it's just about killing cops. He just like kills a bunch of cops. It's so good. Like, there's two little cringe bits in the movie that I didn't like, right? There's two little cringe bits that I really didn't like. One was at the start when it was kind of implied that, like, I can't quite put my finger on it, but like, they should have just made it so the cop just didn't like Vietnam vets because he thought that they were cowards, kind of thing. I know that's kind of implied, right? But I think it should be more explicit. That's the bit that I didn't like. But it doesn't matter because you can kind of suspend your disbelief, and it's pretty good. You could enjoy it like that. It's like, it's obvious that that's kind of what it's supposed to be, like, because a lot of like cops and infrastructure kind of like public service goons, you know, state thugs and shit like that in the, you know, like the National Guard and all that kind of stuff. They all just thought that Vietnam vets were just like horrible cowards. They should have got it done and this, that, and the other. They didn't realize that the communist Vietnamese could never be beaten and this, that, and the other. I forgot what I was going to say, but it was good. It was good. Oh yeah, no, because yeah, you know, you kind of know that that's what's going on, right? If I remember correctly, it had a big influence over the perception of veterans in the USA. That's very interesting, yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, and the second bit that I didn't like is what is possibly the worst monologue I've ever heard in a film, and it's at the end. It's when Sylvester Stallone breaks down, John Rambo, he breaks down in front of his corporal daddy guy, and he's going, They just couldn't have picked a worse guy. Like, I don't know why he sounds like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's obviously some kind of speech impediment, and I feel really bad for him. But like, he just wasn't able to deliver that kind of a. And the content of the monologue is also bad. Like, the content of the monologue, it includes stuff like people calling us baby killers and spitting on us and this, that, and the other. And it's like, it just really kind of fell flat because it's like, that kind of stuff was overplayed and it didn't really happen as much as those people made it out, right? And he's just not good at the monologue. He just isn't that good. And it's kind of schneid, right? Because it would have been great. But tell me about the book's ending, because you said that the book has a different ending, Sorka. And I'm interested to hear what that is. But anyway, there's more people in the chat now. Who have I missed? Who we got? High production value. That was a nice compliment. Thank you very much. Connor, how are you doing? It's good to see you. Nappers, what's up? Good to see you. Also, everybody should go follow Aslan, by the way. Go and show some love to Aslan Silver. B-Rat's here. How are you doing? B-Rat, I don't think you get enough recognition as being a phenomenal mod in the Red Planet chat, by the way. You're an absolutely amazing mod. I just wanted to put that out there. You do a really good job. You collected all the links for all the nerds in the Discord yesterday. That was very good. Middle-earth Marxist, how are you doing? Welcome in. Sawyer Enjoyer. Mr. Dank, what's up? How was your weekend? I've also had a really good day today. Like I said, really great night's sleep on the new bed. So I got a lot of stuff done. Meditated. Went to the gym. I have gotten to the stage now. This is going to sound a little weird to chatters who are new here, who don't know me that much, because I used to talk about this a lot, but I don't talk about it too much anymore. First thing before I say this, I haven't done drugs in a long time, particularly hallucinogenic drugs. I would never do them because they're illegal and wrong, but when I have done them in the past, because I had a very bad lapse in judgment, and I will never do them again, John Twitch, just so you know. And I would never encourage my chat to do them. It was a long time ago when I last had it. Like, I want to say 2023 or something. And so it's been a really long time since I've had hallucinogenic drugs. I don't really smoke weed anymore. Like, if someone's got a spliff at a party, I'll have a bit, you know, but that's it. I've got to the stage now where during meditation, I'm starting to get like cool hallucinations, which is really exciting. And this is a thing that has happened to me in the past. And supposedly, it's because when you meditate, if you do it in the right way, there's several different ways that you can do this, several different techniques you can do it. I believe that transcendental meditation is one. I believe that Kundalini, which is one I do, is one. And there's also... oh my God, I can't remember the other one. There's various different ways that you can do it. But essentially, supposedly, what's supposed to happen is it's supposed to activate the DMT in your brain, which is the chemical that is released in vast amounts when you're born, vast amounts when you sleep, vast amounts when you die. It's not really released in vast amounts when you meditate, but you can kind of eke it out a bit, and it does like very, very much have an effect. I had some mad visuals today, chat. It was crazy. Just kind of like, I couldn't even really describe it except for like a bunch of eyes, which is a very common thing when you meditate. Super, super common to see like lots of different kinds of eyes, right? I don't know how to describe it. It's like lots of different species of animals' eyes. And I had this, it was so weird. It was like I heard it clear as day. I can't even begin to explain it, chat. And I know it's just going to sound like I'm a freak and maybe I need to go to the hospital or something. I promise you, I'm feeling the best and the healthiest I've ever felt. But I heard it very, very clear as day. Eyes wide open. That's all it said. I don't know what that means. But maybe it just means now you're starting to see things again. Your eyes are wide open. Your third eye is open. I don't know. Yeah, it was metal. Yeah, it was dope. It was dope. Yo, what's going on? We got the Dave raid as well. Yo, Dave, how is it going? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing, King? Welcome in everybody from Dave's stream. If you don't know Dave, what are you doing with your life? Please go and show him some love. He's a fantastic British commie, streaming like a legend, like an utter legend. Here on Twitch, doing the good work. Please go and show him some love. Hope your stream was okay. I hope you've been excited as I am today. We are going to get into that in a minute. Welcome in. If you're coming in from Dave's stream and you don't know me, my name is djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer from the UK. I'm an anarchist communist. I'm a pragmatist. I've got a history of organising. I used to be the chair of a tenants union here in Manchester. I've also done a lot of eviction resistances. I've also done a lot of, helping people with their landlord problems and stuff. Loads of stuff like that, anti-fascist organising, all that kind of business. That's who I am. I cover the news and geopolitics here on my stream from a anti-imperialist perspective. So I hope you are all good. And thanks so much for the follow. We got JFK Ryan, we got Street Cat Love, we got Levantine, how's it going? We got One Who Reads, welcome in. We got Karnaz, what's up? Planet Mushy, how are you? Raven Payne, what's up? Dave himself, yes, it's door time. Yeah, it's door watch. It's door watch. Welcome in everyone. I was just telling my chat about how I have been engaging in meditation practice. I practice Kundalini meditation. You've got a link for some visionary meditation stuff. I'll shoot it in your DMs once the stream is over. Hell yeah, let's go. Thank you, Sorka. Appreciate that. Yeah, I've been practicing Kundalini meditation. I used to do it a lot about 10, 12 years ago, and then I kind of fell off. Started smoking a load of weed. But I picked it up again recently. I've heard that it's really good for just like remaining very baseline against the horrors, you know? So I've been doing that, and yeah, I've got to a stage where it's just really good. It's really giving me a lot of benefits, and I'm feeling very good about it. So that's just great. So that's been my day. Also bought some new pillars today. £8 from Aldi for a pair of 2. £8. So I got 2 sets of 2. Got 4 new pillars. Extremely fucking based. It's the most based shit I've done this week. Get myself some new pillows. I've done that kind of meditation too, and it's just wonderful. I've heard that people can have some really like intense out of body experiences with Kundalini. I've kind of nearly been there in the past, like I say, when I was doing it 12 or 14 years ago, whenever it was. Yeah, it must have been 14 years ago. Yeah. I definitely had way more intense experiences, but the thing is that I was doing a lot of fucking drugs back then. So it feels much better now that I don't do drugs anymore, and I'm able to like recall that thing. It's very good. Very, very good. It feels very good. It feels very positive and spiritual and nice and fulfilling, you know? So anyway, that's been my day. I've had fajitas for tea. I'm ready to get into some very exciting humiliation of the Labour Party. Extremely, extremely excited. We got some fun stuff to look at first, though. We've just started the stream. Raiders who just come in. So, I'm going to take a look at some really interesting stuff. The first thing that I want us to look at is this came out the other day. This is apparently a visual representation of all of the cliques. All of the cliques on Blue Sky. There's some extremely funny telling stuff on here, and I'm going to get into that, but I'm just going to show you where I am. So what you can do is you can put your username in here, and it will tell you where you lie. It'll tell you where you lie on the little visualization here, right? So where I am, apparently, if you zoom right in, I am right... I am right smack bang in the... I am like right smack bang in the center of queer creative workers. That is true, I do that. And weird internet left. Yeah? But I'm way closer to queer leftist artists and shit posters. Like, what is this site? Can I get a link? Yeah, if you want to check it out, you can check out the tool yourself. It's absolutely battering my my frames on the stream, so I do apologize if it's getting a little like crusty. I can see it getting crusty. So yeah, that's where I am. I just wanted to point this out. I just wanted to point this bit out. If you look over to the right of where I am, there is a large, strangely... I don't know if the shape means anything. I don't know if the shape means anything in terms of interpreting the data. But what we've got here is progressive American Democrats, right? Now, that's really fucking interesting. Because if you think about how Blue Sky is deathly lib-pilled, like upsettingly liberal. It's completely libbed up, isn't it? Also, hi Dan, welcome in. How you doing? And it just kind of like makes a bit of sense. I wonder if the shape of this thing, yeah, it is brunch sky, isn't it? Right? Like that's the thing. And I wonder if this shape, like it kind of looks a bit like a pear. Yeah. I wonder if that's because of the bots, because we do know that there has been like an interest in the Democratic Party in paying for Blue Sky accounts. We do know it, right? It's like a legit thing. It's just such a strangely uniform shape in the data. I don't understand why it looks like that. Because if you look at all the other shapes are just kind of like, it looks like a Petri dish. Like someone was saying, it's a Petri dish. It's just crazy. It's just absolutely mad. And with all the trans ladies that play Magic, hell yeah, that's the place to be. That's the place to be. So yeah, I just kind of wanted to point that out. I wanted to point that out. It's so aesthetically pleasing and kind of vertiginous. It's so many people. Yeah, it really is. It really, really is. That's why the frames are getting chunky as fuck. So Blue Sky puts me under diverse international community builders. That's so weird. It's It says I sit between diverse international community builders and progressive European creatives. I don't know what that means. No one knows what that means. No one knows what any of this means. It could be something to do with the bots. It could be that making good data visualizations is hard and flattening graph relationships to a 2D plane is going to have a lot of arbitrary structures. True. Correct. Maybe it's because I almost never post on it. Yeah, maybe. You're between queer leftist, TTRPG, and video game prof. Interesting, yeah. Hey, Soph, how's it going? Welcome in, everybody. Please go follow my good friend and co-host of Red Planet, Sophie from Mars. How you doing, Queen? It's good to see you. I'm not on there because my profile isn't public to non-users, but I also never post. Yeah, fair enough. If there's a Reddit version of this, I can only imagine what sort of monster it makes me out to be. You're kind of telling on yourself there. Hey, Antifa Secretariat, how you doing? Welcome in. The big problem with this is it's flattening at least 10-dimensional data into 2 dimensions. Yeah, that's what B-Rat said, yeah. Okay, so a little bit of fun there. You can have a look and see where you sit on Blue Sky. It's very interesting. One thing that is quite funny, if you look, I'm not going to put my mouse on the map again because it fucking murks my frames. But if you look at where it says video game industry professionals and then look to the left of that, where it says TTRPG creators and community, and then down, as if you're going like 8 o'clock, yeah? 8 o'clock on a clock, 7 o'clock on a clock. You can see there that it says Liverpool FC community, and I think that that's so crazy. Scrolling over people's bios in the queer and leftist section, I'm dying. Yes, yeah, it's good, isn't it? It's good stuff. Also, I don't know if I said hi to you, Steez. How you doing? Hello, Monkey Sputum. What's up? Do anyone else reckon Starmer has done an Extinction Rebellion and superglued himself to a table in number 10? Oh, yeah, that would be so funny. There's a setting in the bottom left to make the text more visible. Nah, it's alright. I'm moving on from this now. Some other cool stuff. I didn't know this. This is new stuff that I learned about one of my favorite bands, Alice in Chains. Apparently at a show, when Lane Staley was still alive, Lane Staley unfortunately died, took his own life in the 90s. He had a bad heroin problem. He was an absolutely fantastic vocalist and an artist. But apparently at a gig, before Lane Staley died, there were some people in the crowd doing a Sieg Heil. And I think this is footage of what happened next. I can't remember. It was in Tacoma? I don't know. So apparently he was like saying to the guy, come up on stage. And he just like immediately, and what you've got to remember, chat, as well, what you've got to remember is like, bless him, yeah? Bless him, like this guy was shooting up like 3 times a day, probably more at this stage in his life, probably way more than that. Like he's really skinny, you can see it. And he still manages to dome this guy. It's fucking funny as fuck. Yeah, no, he would have been off his fucking face here. Yeah, 1000%. Yeah, he would have been really fucking high. Like really fucking high. Bless him. Anyway. Oh, it was in Stockholm, right? There you go. Yeah, I don't know where it was. I just know that it's that this guy was throwing Sieg Heils in the crowd, and Lane Staley was slapped down. Okay. What else we got? We got something else interesting here. I wanted to show this because I think that this is really good. I think this is absolutely phenomenal shit. I'm a big Lord of the Rings guy. Really, really like Lord of the Rings. And I guess the algorithm had been hearing me talk about Lord of the Rings. And it showed me this the other day. I'm also a massive fan of Ian McKellen. He's a really, really nice guy. You know, done a lot of activism for queer rights in the 90s and stuff, because he's obviously queer. I just wanted to show this performance. This was from the, where is it? I don't know. I don't know what show it is. It's some American late night talk show or something, but yeah, I just wanted to share this with everyone.
It's all happening 400 years ago, and in London there's a riot happening. There's a mob out in the streets, and they're complaining about the presence of strangers in London, by which they mean the recent immigrants who've arrived there. And they're shouting the odds and complaining and saying that the immigrants should be sent back home, wherever they came from.
And by the way, just to clarify, this is like last week. The guy is 84 years old. I think. He might even be older than that. He's 84 years old.
And the authorities send out this young lawyer, Thomas More, to put down the riot, which he does in two ways. One, by saying that you can't riot like this, it's against the law, so shut up, be quiet. And also, being by Shakespeare, with an appeal to their humanity. So in order to set it up, we really need somebody to shout that the strangers should be removed. Could someone do that? The strangers removed! Grant them removed! And grant that this your noise hath chid down all the majesty of England. Imagine that you see the wretched strangers, their babies at their backs, with their poor luggage, plodding to the ports and coasts for transportation. And that you sit as kings in your desires, authority quite silenced by your brawl, and you in wrath.
Oh, that's funny as fuck, Steve.
Clothed. What had you got? I'll tell you. You had taught how insolence and strong hand should prevail, how order should be quelled. And by this pattern, not one of you should live an aged man, for other ruffians, as their fancies wrought, with self-same hand, self-reason, and self-right, would shark on you, and men like ravenous fishes feed on one another. You'll put down strangers, kill them, cut their throats, possess their houses. Oh, desperate as you are, wash your foul minds with tears. And those same hands that you, like rebels, lift against the peace, lift up for peace. And your unreverent knees, make them your feet to kneel to be forgiven. And say now the king, as he is clement, if the offender mourn, should so much come too short of your great trespasses, but to banish you. Whither would you go? What country, by the nature of your error, should give you harbour? Go you to France, or Flanders, to any German province, Spain or Portugal, nay, anywhere that not adheres to England? Why? You must needs be strangers. Would you be pleased to find a nation of such barbarous temper that breaking out in hideous violence would not afford you an abode on earth? Whet their detested knives against your throats, spurn you like dogs, and like as if that God owned not, nor made not you, nor that the elements were not all appropriate to your comforts, but chartered unto them. What would you think to be thus used? This is the stranger's case. And this, your mountainish inhumanity. William Shakespeare, 400 years ago.
Pretty good. Pretty good shit. Yeah, so Stephen Colbert, Middle-earth Marxist, thanks for letting me know. Yeah, no, he's a liberal, obviously. I don't doubt that Ian McKellen is a little bit lib pill, but I just think that that's just like, you know, to do Shakespeare at fucking 84 years old and make it topical. Like, to make it topical is fucking mint. It's just really good. Just really enjoyed it, you know? And I thought I'd share it with you because I thought it was very good. But now it's time, chat. Now it's time to have even more fun. Yes, it's rare, isn't it? It's very rare. Very rare that we're having fun so much nowadays. My God. Can you imagine There's more fun to be had. That fun comes in the form of utter, total humiliation of the briefcase wankers that ruined the Labour Party, the hopes and dreams of all of us, what was probably a radicalizing moment for a lot of us in 2019 when Jeremy Corbyn lost the general election, subsequently stepped down. Then the leadership challenge happened in Labour, and we saw it happening before our very eyes. The absolute destruction of the left of the Labour Party, which we now know was led by Peter Mandelson, Morgan McSweeney, his protege, and of course, by extension, all the ghouls that are part of the Epstein lot, all the ruling class, disgusting piece of shits of the ruling class who were involved with Epstein and his disgusting paedophilic, possibly murder and worse island of, doing that shit to kids. It was all fucking that shit that was responsible for it, and Israel and Mossad, the League of Nonces, and now, after 5 years of utter disdain at the way that went, and seeing how the Labour government under Keir Starmer went back on all of its fucking promises, all of its promises of leading the progressive manifesto that was under Corbyn, that they said that they would keep to, and they just didn't. We now finally have a moment of absolute joy as the Labour Party falls apart. Yes, this is the news that Morgan McSweeney resigned yesterday and another cabinet minister resigned this morning. Normally, what that signifies is that a leadership challenge is coming very soon. Keir Starmer is under immense pressure to quit, and it is now up to us, the chat, and me, the streamer, your streamer, to have a little think about what we think is going to happen. What do we think is going to happen? What do we think is going to happen? Because there's a couple of things that could happen. There could be a leadership challenge announced today. He could resign today. In Canada, when a bunch resign, it's because they're about to start their own political party. It's not necessarily that here in the UK. Generally speaking, when people resign, it's because they can see that if they're attached to this particular faction of the Labour Party, what's this? Wes Streeton has published WhatsApp messages with Peter Mandelson. Okay. All right. Yeah, essentially, these two cabinet ministers are basically saying that if they are associated with this faction for a longer period of time, it will absolutely taint their reputation. Their reputations are already tainted, but they're trying to save as much of their own skin as they possibly could. Monkey Sputum is right. It's rats deserting a sinking ship. I think Starmer's going to throw up from stress. Oh, I hope he already has. I hope he already has. Many, many, many times. I wouldn't be surprised if Keir switched sides to Reform once all this is over. They won't have him. They wouldn't have him. There's no way. There's just no way. It would go down like a lead balloon. Yeah, you're correct. Oh, Chisholm Conference. Stalker says he's going to be out in 2 weeks tops, literally, unless the blood sacrifice of Morgan McSweeney works out, in which case he gets four weeks. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing, right? It seems to be quite clear from this point that Starmer asked Sweeney to resign, or asked him to leave, because everybody is well aware of his connections to Mandelson. But the thing is that I don't think Keir Starmer can survive without Morgan McSweeney. I don't think he can, because all he does is glaze Morgan McSweeney all the time, and he just needs him. He just needs him. But he's taken this this mad step to just like get rid of him. I don't think he knows what he's doing. I think this is like desperate measures. How long before McSweeney does a Cummings and starts pointing to where the bodies are buried? Yeah, he doesn't strike me as a Cummings guy. I don't think he likes the limelight. I think that's the difference between him and Dominic Cummings. For those of you that don't know, Dominic Cummings basically, when Boris Johnson resigned, Dominic Cummings was like his Morgan McSweeney. He was his chief of staff, right? Or he was someone in the, you know, in the staff of Number 10 or something. Or he was like his advisor. I think he was just chief of staff. But basically, Cummings was just very much about the limelight. Like, even before he came out and started saying, oh, well, this is what was going on behind the scenes, and this is all this. Here's my juicy interview with the Telegraph or whoever. He was already getting about and doing stuff in it. You know what I mean? He was already on the telly. Chief advisor, there you go. Thanks, Monkey Sputum. Yeah, that's who he was. So I don't know if Morgan McSweeney is like that. He doesn't seem to be a fan of the limelight at all. So I don't know. I'm shocked at McSweeney resigning so early because Keir is not going to survive, but nobody will want to be leader until the by-election at the very least. Yeah, I think that is probably the reality, right? I think that they're going to wait and see what happens at the by-election. But they're going to lose. Like, they don't need to. They don't need to, right? They don't need to wait and see because they know they're going to lose. It's just crazy. I don't think Keir would willingly part with his owner. It had to come from cabinet. Okay. They all told Keir that they back him if he got rid of McSweeney. Have you got a link for that? Turning a big dial that says sackings and looking back at the audience for approval, yeah. Morgan McSweeney is not an MP, he was just the chief of staff. But he was Peter Mandelson's protege in Westminster. Is too deeply implicated himself. He's too deeply implicated himself. He laundered loads of cash to a think tank to back Starmer pre the leadership run. Yeah. Oh, that was a theory that you have. I think that Keir's gotten rid of him. I think he's really in the deep end. I think a lot of people have abandoned him. It's the only way that you see it happening so quickly. No, I think that he's been sat there and speaking with various different people, including McSweeney. He's probably been present in the meetings, and he's gone, you're going to have to go because you're just too, like, you're too close to all the criticism. The criticism is, you are Peter Mandelson's protege. You've been advising me for my entire prime ministership. You need to go, otherwise people will not see me as who I really am. But the problem is that he isn't really anybody, is he? He's just like a nothing. He's a nothing person. He's a tulpa. Sophie will, will tell you. No, he doesn't have the initiative. No. Chief of staff is basically like the guy. He's like the boss of the staff in Number 10. Most senior political appointee in the office of the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, acting as senior aide to the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. The holder of the office retains a highly powerful, non-ministerial position within his Majesty's government. Yeah. Conference, are you out there? It's so dark and lonely. Yeah, there's nothing inside Keir Starmer. There's nothing. So let's take a look. Everyone's having insane takes. It's really funny. I want to point you to, first of all, this is one of my favorites. Yeah, we got a lot of tweets to look at tonight. Here's one of my faves. Bringing him back. It's red-faced, gammon, piece of shit, Labour Friends of Israel fanatic, Luke Akehurst. Yeah, you'll all remember Luke Akehurst being interviewed outside the Labour Party conference in September, being completely belligerent and insane and not really understanding what is happening, probably because his brain is poisoned with gout or some shit. I'm not sure Morgan McSweeney should lose much sleep over the small collection of my PLP colleagues, all policy rebels on various issues, calling for his departure. Roll the tape, he was so red. Yeah. We should just remind everybody just how red he was. Aiden, this guy is one of the worst advocates of the Labour Party for Israel since the genocide in Gaza was going on. I thought you were going to say Mike Gapes for a moment. Does Mike Gape? Does he? Let's take a look here. Owen Jones Labour Party conference. It's this video. It's this fucking video. He was so fucking mad.
Why are you here? You can't stand with Labour Party.
Right. It's like towards the end. Here we go. There he is. That's him. He's such a fucking horrible piece of shit.
I don't accept the G word being used even now.
Even though... Do you know what he's talking about? He's talking about the word genocide, chat. He's saying, I don't accept the genocide word happening even now. This was September 2025. The G word. Hey, DJ. No, this isn't the guy that steals his microphone. That's John Mann. Yes, that's his real name. Aker said that Palestinians wounded in the genocide were crisis actors. Yeah, he's said some of the worst, most disgusting, horrific shit. That's who this guy is. Yeah.
Or does the British government?
Even though a consensus of genocide scholars has said this is genocide.
The opinions of some people, not the opinion of the British government.
Well, who do you think we should defer to more?
The British government. I'm a Labour fucking MP. I'm going to...
over genocide scholars?
Yeah, but we should listen to our own government's legal analysis.
Right. So when Yoav Gallant said we're cutting off all food and water because we're fighting human animals, you didn't think that was genocidal?
No. I disagree with... I think that...
Look at... He's just a craven worm. He's a total craven worm. He has his opinions based on money, and that's it. That's literally it. And he's a tomato. So that's who this guy is. So it's very, very funny to see him be so wrong. It's the same as talking to British cops. It's exactly like what talking to a cop is like. Exactly. It's exactly like what talking to a cop is like. John Mann is now Lord Man. Put some disrespect on his name. I'm never going to call him Lord Man. I'm never going to call him that. Hey Bellatrix, what's up? Let's take a look at the tweet again, because it's so funny just how much he got wrong here. The same names repeatedly take the opportunity to share their hot takes with the media. Brother, when are you not doing that? When are you not doing that? You're like, do you not have any feelings whatsoever? And they're like, nah, mate, I'm fine. I'm laughing, actually. Yeah, it's really good and it's really fun. I love being a piece of shit. That's what Luke Akehurst is like. So let's move on. Let's take a look at this. This is the news report from Channel 4 News. Starmer's Chief of Staff McSweeney resigns over Mandelson scandal. Oh, this is it, chat. This is the only good time to be a political streamer that covers UK politics. This is like it's like an institution. When something like this starts happening, it's like, yes, yes. Oh my god. It's just really beautiful content to watch. Because I was saying with Sophie last night, I think that what's going to happen, because think about the options, right? Let's think about the options of who could replace Keir Starmer. Wes Streeting would be the most unpopular prime minister, even more unpopular than Keir Starmer. How is that possible? How is it possible that someone could be less popular than him? Insane, right? So he'll be gone within a week. Then, other than that, you've got Angela Rayner. Angela Rayner, who had to resign from her cabinet post for like having some kind of like, it was like a rent scandal or like a tax scandal. I can't remember. She had a second property somewhere down south, you know, and she's also completely betrayed all of her working class, pro-working class, and you know, pro-left-wing policies in being in Keir Starmer's cabinet. So she's also incredibly unpopular. And I'm just trying to think of who else could it possibly be? Wes being the Liz Truss of the Labour Party would be amazing. That's what I'm saying. It's going to be the revolving door of the Labour Party. Like, the Conservatives, when they were losing power and, you know, it came to the fucking end of the fucking situation, it was that revolving door of Boris Johnson resigned, then it was Liz Truss, then it was Rishi Sunak. You know, it was just like a really embarrassing revolving door of leaders and stuff. And Rishi Sunak was just terrible even until the end. And that was the end of the Tory party. It could be Lammy, yeah, but I think Lammy would also be completely, deeply unpopular. Like, they're all just going to be completely unpopular. So it is just going to be the revolving door of the dying Labour Party. It was the revolving door of the dying Tory party. Now it's going to be the revolving door of the dying Labour Party, and it's a new era. The new world is struggling to be born, and the door is going. That's what's happening. Let's take a look at this Channel 4 news report on this. It's 20 minutes, so let's get through it, chat.
Summer 2024, and as Keir Starmer celebrated Labour's landslide election victory in the Downing Street crowd,
yeah, but it wasn't really.
The man considered pivotal to that success, Morgan McSweeney. The strategist who previously had led Keir Starmer's bid to become Labour leader, who'd become in Downing Street his chief of staff, but in recent months increasingly a lightning rod for growing party dissent amidst repeated policy U-turns.
Well, yeah.
Calls had grown for McSweeney.
Like, when we've looked at things like the Labour Party doing a U-turn on the two-child benefit cap, it's because they realised that it didn't have broad popular support. And the reason that they wanted to bring in the two-child benefit cap was because of right-wing, apparatchik, piece-of-shit bastards like McSweeney and Mandelson, right? So everyone is, like, mad as hell. Everyone who's still in the Labour Party that has some kind of conscience, which is near impossible, has been like, you are running our party into the ground by trying to bring in these right-wing fucking policies and then turning around at the end and going, oh, well, I guess they're really unpopular, so we're not going to do it now. You're making us look like fucking idiots. And it's a whole waste of time. And, like, they're kind of right. They are kind of right, these people. You know, they will, like, broadly range from, you know, centre-left to a little bit further left than that. The people on the further left than that would be, like, Richard Bergen, Nadia Whittome, Rebecca Long-Bailey, Andy Burnham, these kind of people. But, you know, again, Andy Burnham's a Blairite. There's a lot of people in there who are like, you know, if they really were left-wing, they probably would have resigned from the Labour Party. They probably should resign from the Labour Party. Imagine if Diane Abbott ended up becoming the head of the party. She can't. She's independent now. She's independent. We actually have a Diane Abbott interview, which I'm very excited to look at in a bit. The Queen. The Queen is about to speak. The real Queen's speech is going to happen.
His dismissal over his role in Peter Mandelson's appointment as ambassador to the US, including this morning again from a senior party figure, Lord Blunkett. The cabinet minister, Pat McFadden, was asked if Morgan McSweeney should go.
I see no point in that whatsoever. In fact, you know, I think if the Prime Minister stays there and did that, I don't think that would make any difference at all. And to call for changes of staff, I've seen this before. I don't think it makes a difference.
But within hours, the position...
What does he mean it doesn't make a difference? Does it make a difference of what?
Downing Street had changed. Morgan McSweeney issuing this statement. The decision to appoint Peter Mandelson was wrong, he said.
Look at this fucking picture of this cunt doing the fucking smolder. This is crazy, man. This is absolutely fucking crazy. Like, the evil piece of shit who is connected, literally just one person, 1 degree away from being friends with Jeffrey Epstein, is just doing these kind of like photo shoots. Like, this guy destroyed the Labour Party. He's a horrible bastard. And he's just there like, hell yeah, look at me. I look like fucking Derek Zoolander.
He has damaged our party, our country, and trust in politics itself. When asked, I advised the Prime Minister to make that appointment, and I take full responsibility for that advice. In public life, responsibility must be owned.
Business as usual, regardless of who works where. Yeah, true.
It's most convenient.
Give her the look,
yeah. In the circumstances, the only honourable course is to step aside. He went on to say, "I remain fully supportive of the Prime Minister. He is working every day to rebuild trust, restore standards and serve the country."
So that's exactly why this has happened then. It is definitely a move to try and save Keir's skin. Now that's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. Because I don't know what he's going to do without this guy as chief of staff. He could remain in touch with him. I don't know. He's definitely serving the cunt tree. Oh! There you go.
Before he was appointed ambassador, Mandelson was asked directly about the nature of his relationship with Epstein.
The Prime Minister, having spent a week consumed by the Epstein affair, begins...
Where is he saying this? He's saying this at like the Labour Pride in Place fucking event or whatever. He looks like he's in like a care home. Where the fuck is this happening?
Another similarly. In a statement, he said it had been an honour working with Morgan McSweeney, the aide upon whom he'd leaned so much. And
the Brian Badonde moment, yeah.
Does he have the same full confidence in Morgan McSweeney that he had in Peter Mandelson?
Prime Minister. Morgan McSweeney is an essential part of my team. He helped me...
Oh, I'll never forget this moment, chat. I'll never forget this moment when he stood up. It was the first thing that he said and everybody laughed. It's so good. Oh, it's so good.
Labour Party and win an election.
Morgan McSweeney is an essential member of my staff.
Kemi Baden
Central part of my
said
team.
The Prime Minister himself should take responsibility. His position, one of her shadow cabinet said earlier...
The Prime Minister addressed the break room this afternoon.
It's starting to become a question of when and not if. And if it's going to be when, then the Labour Party should get on and sort it out quickly so that it doesn't create a distraction for months ahead.
Yep.
It was a view echoed this morning by the head of a union affiliated to Labour.
Well, I think everybody's thinking it, and people are just not saying it at the moment. Unfortunately, we're seeing MPs being wheeled out again today to sweep up the mess behind the Prime Minister at the moment, and it seems that the Prime Minister isn't taking advice from elected people within his own government.
As some Labour MPs rallied to the Prime Minister's defence, fresh questions arose around a reported five-figure payoff deal for Peter Mandelson after being sacked as ambassador to Washington.
You what? They want to give him more money? A five-figure payoff deal? Are you taking the piss?
The Foreign Office today said normal processes were followed in his dismissal.
They're going to give him 50 grand to walk away. That's insane. You don't have to do that. You actually just don't have to do that. And he's got enough money. He's a lord. He's in the House of Lords. What are you on about? What are you fucking talking about?
And that a review has now been instigated in light of the latest revelations and criminal investigation. Peter Mandelson has not responded to requests for comment, but his position is understood to be that he's not acted in any way criminally. How much has changed since the moment the Starmers walked into Downing Street? A Prime Minister now bracing himself, no doubt, for whatever might come next in the Epstein affair. More in need now of political allies perhaps than ever before. And this time...
Yeah, but he doesn't have any. Yeah, but he doesn't have any though. What are you on about? Hey, Grill Tagular, how you doing? Trudeau tried this near the N2 in Canada. He eventually resigned. And then Trump threatened to annex us and everything turned back toward the Liberal Party. Yeah, madness. Has the pay of a lord kept in pace with the cost of living? I worry that inflation is eating into the purchasing power of the various lords and ladies of the realm. Yeah, it's a really good thing to be concerned about, yeah. 100%. It's just so mad. It's so absolutely mad. Breaking news, Keith has locked himself in the bathroom and is listening to emo music while shouting at everyone to fuck off! That's exactly what it is.
Without Morgan McSweeney, the aide for so long, so central to his career.
Andy Davis there. So what impact will this have on Sir Keir Starmer's political future? Our political editor...
Sir Keir Starmer.
Gary Gibbon is in Downing Street. Gary, did he jump or...
This motherfucker's called Gary Gibbon. I really like Living in a Brass Eye episode. It's so good. Is that a Biscoff egg? No, it's a cream egg. A fucking Biscoff egg? No.
Was he pushed?
When you hear on the ether that it was jointly decided it was the right time for the advisor to move on, that normally means they were pushed. You don't get the sense that this was a contact instigated by Morgan McSweeney. You get the impression that, yet again, Keir Starmer, as he has done so often in the past, has made a ruthless sacrifice in order, he hopes, to hold on to his job.
What? You've got to be taking the piss. No, I can't start eating them. No, this would be the end of my life. This would be how I die. I can't believe they make them. What you want about? Not only would I not be able to sleep because of all the fucking heartburn, but I would eat so much that I would just die. I would just die. So fucking good. Yeah, I bet they are. I bet they are. I bet they're good. I bet they're good. Ever since I had... They're making Jaffa Cake Oreos. What are they doing to us? What are they doing to us? What are they doing to us? I've stayed away from Lotus Biscoff ever since I discovered it. When I found out you could get it in jars, I was like, I need to pretend that this stuff doesn't exist anymore. Because there's just no way. There's no way. Oh, but what a way to go. Yeah, they're killing us. They're actually just killing us. They're like, here, have your treats. Don't think about how many brown babies had to die for you to eat this. Just don't think about it. Oh, I saw something truly monstrous involving a tub of Philadelphia cream cheese and Lotus Biscoff cookie butter. Willy Wonka Society. Okay. Yeah, stop looking at the news. Eat the Biscoff. Eat the Biscoff slop. More Biscoff slop.
Has Sir Keir saved his own base?
You did a jar once and it wasn't pretty. Yeah, I bet. Hey, it's Spiritus. How you doing? Welcome in.
With this.
You wouldn't think so. Look at the PLP, for instance, the Parliamentary Labour Party. Is this going to make them rally to Keir Starmer? Quite a lot of them are pretty confident he wouldn't know who they were if he met them in a corridor. Quite a lot of them do actually know Morgan McSweeney. Some of them, quite a few of them, don't like him. Quite a few of them do like him. But this doesn't increase the body of support for Keir Starmer. And there's a very interesting phenomenon going on when you talk to people on the soft left of the Parliamentary Labour Party at the moment. They're saying that they feel they just pulled a brick out of the wall of Keir Starmer's government with the removal of Morgan McSweeney.
It's not a wall. You can't call it a wall. It's definitely not made of brick. It's Lego. This has been the most... It's not even Lego, it's Duplo. This has been the most Duplo government I have ever witnessed in my 36 years of being alive on this planet. It's made of sticks and shit, literally. It's just crazy.
Feel that they're on a project, probably heading, in the hopes of many in that group, towards May, after the May local elections, when they think they'll have a candidate.
Wet Streeting's head could be made of Duplo. He looks like one of the Duplo guys. Are they called minifigures like Lego? Yeah. He looks like... Oh, that's true. Look. Yeah, it's the same. Wait, there was a good picture then. Yeah. It's exactly the same. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. Yeah. It's the same photo. Mega Blocks TM government. Yep. Hey, Michael Bay. The other one does kind of look like Liz Truss. Yeah, that's true. All right, there you go.
An alliance ready of plausible figures who could form a government succeeding Keir Starmer. So, yeah, you wouldn't say it looks as though it saved his bacon. It might have fitted into some people's strategies.
And how might this go down with the voters?
Well, I think to...
What voter? What voters? What are you on about? How's it going to go down with the voters? If you could... I've never known a Labour Party this shit. Like, they don't know what they're doing. Nobody thinks that this looks good.
Many voters, this will look
like Kid Trunks, what's up?
Series in the box set of the Tory years, particularly if you move to a coup attempt, if Keir Starmer has to stand down, you have a change of leader, more factionalism, everything that brings. It's worth remembering Morgan McSweeney is a central tenet of his beliefs. And
how's it going to go down with the 2 voters left of the Labour Party?
Campaign was that Labour must always be taken away from its comfort zone, pulled away from its attraction to causes that cost money, and that was its Achilles heel in the eyes of the voters. Morgan McSweeney, licking his wounds away from here tonight, will be looking at what he sees as the future destiny of his party and thinking they're falling into the trap I tried to take them away from.
Gary, thanks very much. Gary Gibbon there. Well, earlier I spoke to the Labour MP, Natalie Fleet, herself a victim of grooming and sexual abuse. I began by asking her whether McSweeney's resignation would be enough to save the Prime Minister.
The Prime Minister has my full support.
So I've never seen this clip. I don't know what this is, but I was just looking for this because what you've got to remember, chat, is for like the last 2 years. The last 5 years. The last 5 years, we have been completely gaslit into believing that the right wing of the Labour Party are the grown-ups in the room. They wear the suits properly, and that means that they could do surgical and forensic politics that is needed to run the country, right? I saw something a couple of months ago that it looks like the Labour it looks like the Labour Party version of Hasbro, right? And what it is it's this statement. Yeah. Now this is a YouTube thumbnail. This is a YouTube thumbnail. Yeah, of someone who titled this video "Masterstroke in Trapping Boris Johnson's somewhere else," right? Remember the independent group? No, maybe I don't know. But this phrase has been around for like a long time now, since Keir Starmer became the leader of the opposition. Starmer has played a blinder, yeah? Keir Starmer has played a blinder. What you can do for a fun game, if you like, is you could type into Twitter, Keir Starmer's played a blinder, and all that comes up is all the worst things that he's done. I'm not lying. This is what comes up. If you type in Keir Starmer's played a blinder into Twitter, it just comes up with the worst things that he's done in his entire career. So at the top here, you've got, this is like the top result from June last year. Keir Starmer's daily embarrassment. Sorry. Keir Starmer's daily embarrassment is that he's been caught using paid-for actors in Labour's social media campaign. Pretending they're members of the public. And then you've got, obviously, all the prescription of Palestine action stuff, right? That Keir Starmer playing a blinder might have come up because this is about a blind man getting arrested. Here's another one. Starmer visibly loses control when pressed on his manifesto lies. And then obviously you've got people who use the phrase in an ironic way. Keir Starmer has played an absolute blinder. This is in This is in reference to the Mandelson stuff. It's so good. Let's watch the Limmy clip.
Armour says, limit any clue what the sound of the summer will be this year. You win an election, big man. How's it going? Here, listen, everybody. Don't worry about Keith Starmer if you're left leaning. Keith's played a blinder. I've thought about it. He's trying to get the Tory voters to get in, then we'll lurch to the left. He's played a blinder. Keir.
That's one for the blooper reel. 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 That's one for the blooper reel.
Sir Keir, sorry, sir. Just like you could get, like, say, the Tories getting in, and then this gradually become more and more right, go more and more to the right. Keir's played a blinder. He's getting in, he's getting the Tory vote, because you need to, that's how you win. Don't know if you know, but these votes don't come from nowhere, then you need to get them for the people who previously voted Tory. That's how it fucking works. You've got to. You can't go, you voted fucking Tory. Don't want people. He's played a blinder. He's played a blinder. Get them in, and then watch.
Yeah, so who was asking in the chat? Network was saying, what is a blinder? Yeah, a dazzlingly good performance. It's often used by 40 to 50-year-old football boys. No, yeah, this is all totally deeply irony pilled. Yeah. He's deeply irony fucking poisoned, Limmy. Hey, Vod. He is doing a bit. He is doing a bit. In case it wasn't obvious. See, this is how I feel when I'm being sarcastic. I feel like chat doesn't know that I'm being sarcastic a lot of the time. And it's because of this really, like, dry way that I do it. And it's not exactly Limmy, but I think it's a bit similar.
I saw that thing, was it yesterday, about we'll clamp down on immigration or something like that. I thought, he's playing a blinder. Very clever. Very, very clever.
Very clever!
Once he gets in, they'll be like that. Right, so about the immigration thing you were saying, you'll be like, I don't remember. Was that? I don't remember that. I don't remember that at all. The second he gets in, he'll be like that. I just want to introduce you to my friend here, who'll be taking over while I'm just going to Jeremy. He's played a blinder. You'll see.
Oh god, it's so good. Keir's played a blinder.
Oh, this whole mess has been absolutely horrendous and detracted from all of the things that the Prime Minister has been determined to deliver for violence against women and girls. Morgan has said that...
No, but this the reason that he was making that joke is because that is genuinely what some people were saying when everybody knew he was gonna be Prime Minister. That is what legitimately some people were actually saying. They were like, you just watch. As soon as he gets in, he's going to go hard left. He's going to be like Keith Starlin. He's going to do minimum wage, £20 an hour. Yeah, my dad. Yeah, your dad was saying that. Yeah. No, it's like it's completely batshit nonsense. It was all older people who were, either part of the Labour Party organising back in the day or whatever, or they've been like maybe a Labour councillor, or they're like the chair of their local branch, you know what I mean? Yeah, Keith Starlin. Yeah, nah. Yeah, it's magical thinking. It's insane wish casting bullshit. They were just holding on to like I guess what it is it's Blairism, right? Because what they were thinking was, well, the hard left failed to defeat Thatcher in the Thatcher years, so we needed to go a little bit right. And then when Blair got in, he went to the left, and it's like, he did like a little bit, but it was still terrible. He's still like a war criminal responsible for the deaths of like 2 million Iraqis or whatever. And all other kinds of terrible neoliberal policies as well. The left-wing stuff that Blair did was pretty minimal stuff. And it was just kind of stuff that laid over from the Thatcher and then subsequently John Major government that didn't quite gut public services. You know what I mean? They just kind of beefed up a little bit of stuff. Yeah, my dad once ran for councillor. Yeah. Yeah, he didn't see the point of nationalizing companies. Well, that was the whole thing. Like, that was his whole bit. He was like, yeah, don't worry. We're going to continue doing good stuff. The good stuff that Thatcher did. It's just so mad. If I bought a private island, I would name it appropriately sized St. James and invite people like Mandelson there to redeem themselves by going to Anti-Pedo Island. And when they got there, I'd leave them with no boats and mic up the island to make a hit new reality podcast. Yeah, it'd be like Survivor, but it's real. That'd be really good. Tony Blair was progressive from the frame of the Crown TV show and no one else. Yeah. But I think that's what it is. Like, those kind of Labour Party old school heads were just remembering a time when they were like, yeah. They were probably saying Tony Blair's played a blinder. They were probably saying shit like that. And it's like, Thatcher left office because the poll tax riots were so intense that they genuinely thought a revolution was going to happen in England. Like, that's what it was. They were terrified. They were like, okay, we have to stop the poll tax. Thatcher's got to go. That's it. That was it. And then anyway, it was John Major after that. And John Major is just like one of the most embarrassing fucking horrible bastards in the world. He was just like a nothing person. John Major really was the Keir Starmer of the Conservative Party, to be fair. Like, he really was. Anyway, let's crack on with this.
Him advice, and that advice was acted on, and he's taken responsibility. We're not going to stop talking about Peter Mandelson for a while.
But the truth is,
that's right, Morrigan.
Mess actually, in the end, surely rests entirely on the final judgment made by the Prime Minister, and he should take responsibility for that.
For me, this mess lies with Peter Mandelson. There were emails that he sent in the last government that were...
But Keir Starmer is Peter Mandelson's boss, and he knew about all of it. It's so weird that people are just like, no, Keir Starmer's got to stay. He's got to stay.
He was friends with the paedophile after the paedophile had been convicted. That is absolutely outrageous. And then he lied, not just once, but repeatedly.
His connection, sorry to interrupt you, but his connection with the paedophile Jeffrey Epstein was well known by the time...
Yeah, everybody knew.
The political establishment were absolutely convinced by the lies that Mandelson told.
That's insane. What an insane thing to say. What an insane thing to say. Like, this is why we don't have consensus reality. You know when you, like, see someone saying something on the internet, like Asmongold, and he watches, like, the Renee Good killing, and he's like, yeah, you can clearly see that she tried to run over the ICE agent. That's what happens. If I'd have done that, I would have wanted to be killed too. Based. That's how it is. Based. And it's like, we don't live in consensus reality. And it's because politicians will often nowadays just be so brazen in their lies. Like, this is completely insane. It's completely insane to say everybody was convinced that we all knew that Mandelson was friends with Jeffrey Epstein. And then he said, no, I'm not. And we all went, oh, that makes sense. Sorry about that. Here's the job. What do you mean? What do you mean? Do you think we are stupid? It is so insulting to everyone's intelligence. Do you know what I mean? It's nuts.
Now know that was wrong. The appointment was wrong. It shouldn't have happened. It was damaging.
Well, you just said everyone's convinced about the lies. What do you mean? What do you mean? Fuck!
It was damaging to the country, but it was damaging to those victims.
But that
it
connection
was, the wrong
was well
appointment.
known. That connection was known by the Prime Minister and others.
Jeffrey Epstein was connected to so many people in so many different ways.
This is fucking nuts. This is absolutely nuts. I can't believe it. Hey, Hunter Biden's bathroom. Hey, Nemesis, what's going on? This is fucking nuts.
Across politics and celebrities that knew him, that doesn't mean that they knew what he was doing. And Peter Mandelson...
Wrong! Everybody knew! It was international news! It was international news!
Very successfully downplayed that connection.
But that speaks to
insane. Very successfully downplayed the connection.
Labour MPs and many
That's crazy.
And survivors. So tell me why their assessment is wrong. The Prime Minister made a political calculation, and in deciding that Peter Mandelson once again was indispensable to government, the victims, by definition, were not really considered.
It was after he was already convicted.
I put myself in the category of victim of a similar crime that was happening in this country at that time, the same time that Virginia Giuffre and all those other brave women were being trafficked, raped, exploited in America. Similar things were happening here in my community. As a victim, I have never known a Prime Minister that is so determined to tackle violence against...
That's disgusting. That's depraved. This woman is one of the most depraved piece of shits I have ever heard speak. You cannot use your victim status as a victim, right? I'm going to use my victim status right now as a victim of fucking child sex abuse. You cannot sit there and be like, well, because I'm a victim, I'm now going to try and wash the fucking reputation of our Prime Minister, who knowingly appointed someone who had connections with a fucking international paedophile. Like, this is insane. This is completely nuts.
It's women and girls.
And you don't think, as some of other Labour MPs think, Keir Starmer...
She should just take the L. She should just take the L. At this point in the interview, she should just go, you know what? I've listened to a bunch of the stuff that I'm saying, and you know what? I don't think it looks that good on me. So I'm gonna take the L. I'm gonna bow out. I can't believe that an MP would be this beholden to someone like Starmer. Like, it's so crazy. It's just so crazy. I would probably argue it's probably not just her. It's probably Starmer has whipped her to say this stuff, which is even worse, right? It's even worse. But I don't know how you could sit there and feel okay about it. It's just absolutely mad. I will hydrate. Thanks, Soph. Yeah.
Responsibility for making the final decision.
The honourable thing now is to show our demonstration to tackling violence against women and girls. We've done so much already. There's obviously so much.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't. Your government has never once used the word femicide to describe the violence against women and girls in this country. We have what could arguably be called a femicide epidemic in this country. Women are killed at an absolutely staggering rate by men. And it is insane that, like, the Labour Party line is now, we need to prove that we can still govern by tackling violence against women and girls. We saw Keir Starmer on Loose Fucking Women, and he got grilled, you know? No, I know, it's fucking crazy that she is in Dennis Skinner's seat. I hold my hands up. I'm just going to get in the fireplace. Yeah, that would be the only reasonable response. It is how they get the job, by bowing to the establishment. No, you're right, absolutely. And to be clear, this lady was probably appointed by Mandelson, right? Probably fucking appointed by Mandelson. Probably, what's her name? I mean, obviously appointed by Keir Starmer, but Mandelson selected a bunch of MPs to be parachuted in all over the country for the Labour Party so-called landslide victory. Natalie Fleet MP. Let's find out if she's a TERF. Yeah, that's a great shout, Val. Is this woman a TERF? Natalie Fleet. All just stuff about fucking... Oh my god, all that they're doing. All that these fucking fuckers are doing. Are trying to wash his fucking reputation right now. This is so mad, dude. This one MP, it looks like, has literally been totally fucking whipped. I mean, there's going to be a bunch like her as well, but it seems like she is just like, she's just on all of the fucking news reports talking about violence against women and girls. Women were raped, trafficked, and exploited. That can't be lost as we focus on the crimes of powerful men. Busy week in Westminster. No PM has ever been determined to fight violence against women and girls as Keir Starmer. Insane. Absolutely insane. Courts, prisons, specialist training matter because they sent the victims. Never had a PM who cares so much about women and girls. It's just the line. She's just repeating the line. I can't tell if she's a turf from all this stuff because it's all just... So, what is this Star Wars shit? Bro, what the fuck? Bro, what the fuck is this? Pat McFadden at Pinewood Studios. Are you joking me? What the fuck is this?
I'm here at Pinewood Studios, home to iconic movies like Star Wars and James Bond. And this is the Futures Festival, which is all about showcasing the wonderful range of careers that exist in the film and television industries.
Right, so why don't you fund the fucking arts? Why does your government not fund the arts? What the fuck are you on about?
Too many young people are not in education, employment or training. And that's why...
Yeah, and you need to fund the arts. It's because it's because the Tories cut the arts budgets of like every single fucking council all over the UK, completely gutting the UK creative industry, which is arguably one of the only fucking industries that we have left, making it totally only accessible to elites. And you are out here being like, there's not enough people. There's not enough people. Yeah, haha, bald guy with a beard. Yeah, we all look like that. Creatives are all looking like that.
So important. Programs like Behind the Screen are a great example of how young people can access industries that might otherwise look out of reach. Tell me how you got into this, because it looks so exciting, all the different jobs you can do.
I actually was a behind the screener. It kind of opened up my world. I never thought that I would be able to get a chance to kind of come in and even be around home because it's so special and magical, and I feel really lucky.
She's a paid actor. Get it? Because they're at Pinewood Studios. She's a paid actor. I mean, it just writes itself. You know what I mean? I don't believe this is a real person who got the job from the behind the screen initiative or anything. It's just literally just someone who already works there, and the Labour Party said, "Would you like £2,000? Would you like £2,000 to say that the Labour Party got you your job at Pinewood Studios?" Nonsense. Anyway, let's get back to this lady. The J.K. Rowling method of protecting women and girls, exclusively lip service while protecting and participating in the abuse. It does feel like that. That's why we were trying to figure out if she's a TERF. So, do you know if this MP is a TERF? Does anyone know? Can anyone do some research?
Further to go. I think the best person to be able to do that is Keir Starmer.
So there are some MPs who are saying in the last hour, this isn't enough, he needs to step down himself. Are you saying he should not step down now, but he will be?
Keir Starmer's concluded his meeting with Labour MPs. It lasted for an hour and 20 minutes. That's surprisingly short, actually.
I want us to have the Prime Minister that is going to prioritise tackling violence against women and girls.
She's called Natalie Fleet.
Anybody else that has the same commitment to do that Keir Starmer does.
Does he have to do more to make up to the many victims of Jeffrey Epstein who will look at decisions that have...
She's a Labour member, surely she's a TERF. It's a safe assumption, this is the thing, because, you know, she's someone who is clearly doing the protect Keir Starmer, I'm going to do what the boss says kind of MP. And, you know, again, it's not just going to be her that's saying this stuff. But if she's someone who just toes the line and does what she's told in the Labour Party, she probably will be a TERF, because that is the Labour line.
We are not at the heart of this. We have never been at the heart of this. Politics has been at the heart of this.
So the victims...
Why is the bottom of her face in shadow? Probably because she's stressed to fuck and wasn't expecting to do this interview and hasn't learned anything from lockdown. No record out of that you can see right now, right? Fair enough.
Jeffrey Epstein, any historical sexual crime, and the 200 women that will be raped in the UK today, I believe they're best served with Keir Starmer as Prime Minister, because...
That's the craziest sentence I've ever heard in my entire life. That's absolutely wacky. This is like a brass eye bit. Again, we've not exited the brass eye dimension. We're still in it. It's so insane.
Crime, and the 200 women that will be raped in the UK today, I believe they're best served with Keir Starmer as Prime Minister, because this isn't just politics, this isn't just words, this is a real, genuine commitment to tackling violence against women and girls. I'd like to see him appoint the best team around him now that there's a vacancy. I'd like to see a woman in that post.
Natalie Fleet.
That'll do it. Labour MP who was groomed asks colleagues to back judge-only trials. Nah. What? Nah, bro. Come on, man. What? Oh, this is so insane. What the fuck? This is dire, dude. This is fucking dire. Oh my god. Yeah, okay. All right. Okay. Hey, Detaway, how you doing? Ghislaine Maxwell should replace Mandelson. I wouldn't be surprised. Make her the new Secretary of Molestation, yeah. Think of the children who are now deranged adults, yeah. I can't find anything about trans people in general from her, which is transphobic for a politician who cares about women, considering trans women are routinely assaulted in every single way. Yeah, she won't see that as a valid reality. You know, this is just an absolutely okay. That's the kind of person she is. Yeah, judge only trials. Yeah, jury's not allowed. No jury's allowed. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. By the way, chat. Melpert is still in his little cave, you know? So if you're getting stressed by some of the stuff that we're watching, don't forget, you can, with your money, your direct money that you can give to me in the stream, you can make the Melpert cam happen, yeah? That's how that works. If you want to have a little Melpert watching over us in the stream, I just need £25 in donations. I have been streaming for an hour and 30 minutes. This is my only job at the moment. It's my full-time work. So please consider subbing off Twitch. If we get to £500 by the end of the month, we'll be unlocking a DJ stream for next month. So that's very exciting. And we've also unlocked already movie night. Oh, have we unlocked movie night? Wait, what the fuck? Where's all my widgets? Where's all my widgets? We're at 24 subs. Okay, we're at 24 subs. So we haven't unlocked movie night yet. But we will be unlocking movie night when we get halfway through the sub goal. And then when we get to the full goal, we'll have a double feature movie night. We're going to be watching Melania and The Apprentice. Donald Trump biopic. The Apprentice, yeah. And also, it's not really a biopic, it's more of like a specific moment in his life. We're also going to be watching the Melania film. Grandpa Simpson with the £5. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. We just need £20 more to unlock the cat cam for the rest of the stream. That's all we're looking for, chat. Just another £20. It's going to be huge. Yeah, it is. The DJ streams are super great. They are good. What's that in kilograms? I don't know. You tell me. So there you go. There's the call to action.
Thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for never talking to me ever again.
Sonia Soda was a senior advisor to Ed Miliband when
Satan. Thanks for the money.
Sorry, Enjoyer.
Small fluff.
Thank you so much for the fucking £6.66. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. That means that we need another £5, £13.40. £13.40. So that's, I don't know, 3 people donating £5 each. And we'll unlock Cat Cam for the rest of the stream. Oh! Hey, Johnny, what's going on? And also, hi, Eric. Natalie Fleet is reform aligned on immigration. See her LBC interview where she said it was not racist to have serious concerns over immigration. Oh, dear. There was a member of staff on The Apprentice with the nickname Wet Wipes because his job was to wipe Trump's ass when he shit himself. Was he already there? Was he already there at that point? That was like, oh, well, I guess he was like 70, right? It's like 15 years ago. I guess he was like 68 or whatever. God, that's bad. How has he made it to 84? That's crazy.
he was leader of the opposition.
Now Marco Rubio has to do it.
Natalie Fleet there, a Labour MP, says as a survivor of abuse herself, she wants Keir Starmer to stay. Are there enough others who agree, do you think?
Well, I think if you speak to Labour MPs off the record, behind the scenes, there's huge anger at Keir Starmer.
Diet and amphetamine addiction,
the
yeah.
judgment call that he made to appoint Peter Mandelson. And that's not something that Morgan McSweeney going will completely dissipate. It might buy Keir Starmer a bit of time, perhaps, on the backbenches, but the fundamentals haven't changed, and it comes back down to the fact that yes, Morgan McSweeney has said he gave Keir Starmer this advice to appoint Peter Mandelson. He takes responsibility for it, but at the end of the day, it is the decision of the Prime Minister. It's a Prime Minister who makes a decision. I think a lot of MPs watch Keir Starmer make speeches, answer Prime Minister's questions last week saying, I'm just as angry as the rest of you. I've been lied to too, sort of portraying himself as a victim. And it didn't really...
Yeah, that's some embarrassing shit. That's why this is like not really worked. And I don't think it's going to really work for him at all.
Wash with the backbenchers. And I'm afraid I just don't think that Morgan McSweeney's resignation changes that.
And in some ways, it seems to have actually added pressure in the last couple of hours. Obviously, you know, the opposition parties have been piling in, but Labour MPs too, making exactly that point that the buck has to stop with Keir Starmer.
Yeah, and I think it's a reasonable perspective. The buck does stop with the Prime Minister. I think there was a lot riding on how the Prime Minister decided to respond to these revelations that came out. He says he was lied to. He says he didn't know. But the fact of the matter is that thanks to the reporting of the Financial Times, we do know that it was in the public domain. We know it was in intelligence that went to Number 10, that there was a JP Morgan due diligence report that Number 10 were aware of that established that there was a close personal friendship between Peter Mandelson and Jeffrey Epstein. So that is something that it's very hard to toss aside. And, you know, I take really seriously what Natalie Fleet was saying. She's a victim of sexual violence herself.
How can you take anything that lady said seriously? That's so insane.
Says she trusts the Prime Minister, but I also think there are lots of people who are victims who don't necessarily trust the Prime Minister.
Yeah.
He did choose to elevate his former comms advisor to the House of Lords, even though that advisor went and campaigned for somebody who had been charged with serious child sex offences, later was convicted. That person still got into House of Lords. Obviously not the person who's been charged with those offences, but somebody who went and campaigned for them, Matthew Doyle. He said he wasn't, you know, that his friend was protesting his innocence at the time, but it was somebody who was charged. I think that shows really questionable judgment around...
Very briefly, I mean, obviously, Sonia, we don't have Matthew Doyle here to speak for himself, but really critically, the loss of Morgan McSweeney, which is clearly huge to Sir Keir Starmer, If there are any more revelations in the paperwork released, there's now no one between Starmer and the door. Very briefly.
No, there isn't. But honestly, I don't think it matters whether there are further revelations or not. I think Keir Starmer's fate is kind of sealed. I don't think he's going to be leading Labour into the next election. I think that was probably already true before the weekend of revelations. That doesn't mean
that's
that
true.
it will go
That's
down
correct.
the next 3 weeks. It might take longer, but I think his fate is sealed when it comes to the next general election.
Sonia, thank you. Sorry to cut across. You're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very
Hold up,
much.
chat. Just give me a minute.
Well, the downfall of Morgan McSweeney all stems from the Epstein files, with lawmakers in America still trying to get answers about how the rich and powerful acted and got away with large-scale child abuse. Tomorrow, Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's accomplice and the only person so far to be convicted of any criminal charges, is due to appear before a US congressional hearing into the scandal. She is, however, expected to plead the Fifth Amendment and stay silent in order not to incriminate herself. Just before we went on air, I spoke to Lisa Phillips, who
Someone just knocked on my door and, wasn't there when I answered.
survived several years of grooming and abuse by Jeffrey Epstein. And I began by asking her what she made of the way the UK has been investigating the scandal.
When you go through the files and you can clearly see what's going on and you guys connect the dots, you take care of it very quickly. Where in the United States, things get dragged out, we get gaslit.
What are you on about? Who's this?
The files and you can clearly see what's going on. And
She's an Epstein survivor. You've been... What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Aren't there victims of Jimmy Savile that are still waiting for some kind of process to happen? That is just not representative of what's going on.
Connect the dots, you take care of it very quickly. Where in the United States, things get dragged out.
No, things get dragged out here too. Sorry.
We get toyed with and we don't get answers.
We're beginning, in a sense, to demand accountability, aren't we? It has, in many ways, on both sides of the Atlantic, been way too slow, hasn't it?
Well, definitely in the US, it's been very slow and very confusing. We still don't have answers and we still kind of don't know how this is going to play out.
Your own experience with Epstein showed what powerful men can get away with, didn't it?
Yeah, well, that's the whole reason why I spoke out in 2019 when Virginia Giuffre spoke out about, what was going on with these powerful men. And I remember back to when I knew Epstein and what I saw, and I want to just support her. And I wanted people to know they need to believe the survivors. They were there, and what they're saying is true. A lot of this information from survivors were well documented for the last 30 years.
And on an individual basis, as a young woman, you were, I think, 21 when he started abusing you. That grooming process is extremely damaging, isn't it?
I think the only way she's right is the length of time to get the Epstein files released versus the Mandelson files. Yeah, that's true.
I read in an interview that you cried when he died, even though you hated him.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's always the part of the grooming process that people really need to understand, is that there's always a love or a giving or support or a mentorship that goes along with abuse. And it was only when he died where that weight was lifted off of my shoulders, where I could be like, okay, he's not here anymore. And I can finally examine what happened to me and think about it, talk to other survivors and start doing something about it.
That's so sad.
When I started speaking out in 2020, I had no idea where we would be today. I had no idea that I would ever be speaking out on Capitol Hill or starting this whole survivor revolution to get accountability and answers.
But so sorry to cut across you, but that accountability, in a sense, you're still not close. Epstein taking his own life robbed you of accountability from him, but there are others that you think must take accountability.
I mean, let's face it, we know he didn't kill himself. It's so obvious at this point. So it was other people who robbed the survivors the opportunity to take to make him take accountability,
Accountability is so important here because it's not just Ghislaine and Jeffrey. This is many other people, that need to be held accountable. And that's why the Congress passed the Transparency Act.
I mean, you mentioned Ghislaine Maxwell, his accomplice there. She is due to appear before the congressional investigation tomorrow, but she is expected to say nothing.
Of course. Of course. I mean, why? I don't know what her angle could be to disclose a whole bunch of names and things that people want to know. And then I feel like she's going to have a target on her back.
But that idea that she won't even give the victims and survivors the truth, how do you feel about that?
No, of course not. She was never for us, and she never will be. She's only about protecting herself and other powerful people, her friends.
Would you like to see a renewed focus on Andrew, formerly known as Prince Andrew? You allege that you made...
That's crazy that they're referring to him like that now, formerly known as Prince Andrew. Get out of town, man. Get out of town. That people would not be saying this if Prince didn't exist. They would not, you know, the artist formerly known as Prince. They would just, I just feel like people would not be using that. The Andrew formerly known as Prince, you know? It's like she's looked at the memes and she's gone, aha, it's like Prince, Raspberry Beret, you know? I'm going to use that in my Channel 4 news report. The pedo formerly known as Prince Andrew, yeah.
With Epstein, you allege that Epstein instructed a woman to have sex with him. Obviously,
yeah, exactly, Jensling. Welcome in.
Has always denied. But should there be more intense focus on him? Of course, there's been no
Prince's squiggle area, yeah.
Despite allegations made about his links to Epstein and potential victims here in the UK.
When Virginia spoke out, it was about him. So I supported what she said because of what I knew. And he should come to the United States and testify because he was there. And according to Jeffrey, he had more of a hunger and desire for, you know, young women than he did, his words.
And as you say, you've spoken about the...
How is that possible? How is that possible, dude? This lady just said that Jeffrey Epstein said that Prince Andrew was more of a pedo than him. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. We've got to abolish the monarchy, man. We can't allow this to happen.
Speed, the slowness of all of this, but that accountability, everything coming into the light, as you say, are you confident in the end it will happen?
No, I'm not confident in the end.
Bless her.
100% of everything will come out and it'll happen now, but I do hope so. And that's what we are working towards.
Lisa Phillips, thank you so much for talking to us.
Oh, mamma mia. Right, okay, next up, what do we got here? We've got a BBC News report on the same thing. Morgan McSweeney resigns as UK PM's Chief of Staff following Mandelson's scandal. It's 30 minutes. This is the BBC, so I don't know, they're commenting on affairs of state. The way that the BBC is nowadays, I think that maybe the only insane thing that could happen here is they could try and imply that Epstein was a Russian plant or some shit. I think that's the only thing that I could foresee happening. But yeah, let's take a look at this.
News here in the UK, in the world of politics, we're getting notification that Number 10 has confirmed that Morgan McSweeney has resigned as the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff. There was a question mark over his position, given that he was supportive.
He also said Trump was the worst person he knew, while H.W. Bush was eating babies. So yeah, but I thought the eating babies stuff was like, there's a lot of other stuff. We looked at that last week, and I'm not sure about the legitimacy of that, to be honest. There's a lot of weird stuff in that one report where this guy is talking about, like, you know, they are fucking, there was a bunch of black guys who were having sex with young white women, and it's like, that just doesn't sound like something that would have been happening. I hope it's not real. I don't think it is real. I don't think that that means that Jeffrey Epstein and all of those ghouls didn't kill any kids. I just think that that one particular one, it was really, you know what I mean? It was really sort of fantastical, and it had elements of racism in there with just the addition of like, oh yeah, there was all this pedo shit going on. And then there was also like a bunch of black guys having sex with white women. And it's like, what? What's that got to do with anything, you know? Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know about that one, but I totally believe that they could have killed people. 100%. I totally believe that they could have. There's that story about Andrew Mountbatten Windsor having 40 prostitutes brought to his hotel in Thailand over 4 days. Yep. Never trust a white guy who goes to Thailand regularly or lives there.
Of the
just don't do it.
Of appointing Lord Mandelson as the UK ambassador to the United States. The number 10 now confirming that Morgan McSweeney has quit as Sir Keir Starmer's chief of staff. Well, our political correspondent Billy Kenber is back with us. And Billy, just a second ago, we were talking about his position, whether it was tenable. Well, it looks like that decision has now been made.
Indeed, and we've got his resignation statement here. He says that the decision to appoint Peter Mandelson was wrong, that he's damaged the Labour Party, our country and trust in politics itself. He said that when asked, I advised the Prime Minister to make that appointment and I take full responsibility for that advice. He said in public life, responsibility must be owned when it matters most, not just when it's most convenient. And he's decided that in the circumstances, the only honourable course is to step aside. He concludes in this statement, rather lengthy statement too, with two further reflections. One, that it was important to remember the women and girls whose lives were ruined by Jeffrey
Oh, it's so cynical. I hate it when they say it. It's extremely fucking cynical. If you cared about the women and girls, you wouldn't have appointed Peter Mandelson as the fucking ambassador to the USA. Oh my God. Hey, cunning linguist, what's up? I was in Thailand for the first time last year and you see all white dudes like that everywhere. Yep. It's fucked.
And whose voices went fucked up for far too long. The second is that the due diligence and vetting process, which he says he didn't oversee, did need to be fundamentally overhauled. It was flawed, and that cannot simply be a gesture, but a safeguard for the future. He says he remains fully supportive of the Prime Minister.
So the breaking news that Morgan McSweeney has resigned as Sir Keir Starmer's chief of staff. We'll go down through the timeline of who knew what when, because that's really critical. But I think it's, Billy, just worth you reminding us the significance of Morgan McSweeney, because he really masterminded Sir Keir Starmer's path to Downing Street. He was critical.
The subtitles are going crazy.
So this is a blow.
Absolutely. It is hugely significant. He is Keir Starmer's and has been Keir Starmer's closest aide. He was there when Keir Starmer became leader of the Labour Party in 2020. He had overseen the reshaping of the Labour Party that has taken place under Keir Starmer, the selection of candidates, the campaign, the successful general election campaign only 18 months ago, which won that resounding majority, and then followed him, of course, into government, working at the heart of Number 10 since he came into power. A hugely significant figure in the Starmer project and in this Labour government, and one who today has resigned.
And I guess the question now is that enough to get the pressure off Sir Keir Starmer? Because we've heard the strength of feeling of Labour MPs. Will it be enough potentially for him to carry on as leader?
Well, historically we have seen Prime Ministers, leaders have to sacrifice key aides, and it rarely ends happily for the leader themselves. Was one of Keir Starmer's close allies in the cabinet was asked on the Laura Kuenssberg programme whether Morgan McSweeney should go. He said no. He saw no point in that there was no point in McSweeney going if Keir Starmer was remaining as Prime Minister. They are integral to the political project, to the government, intertwined.
It just tells you so much about this guy that the only footage that they have of him is like when he's in crowds or in the back of a fucking conference or some shit. I think this is the Labour Party conference. You know, he's just that kind of guy who's like, I was born to be one of the guys who you hear about who does unspeakable crimes while working in Westminster, and you'll never hear of me again. He's going to go to his own island, isn't he?
And another, and that was clearly his position.
Him and Mandelson,
who were calling for Morgan McSweeney to go, and that pressure had clearly been building, particularly in the last 24 hours. David Blunkett, speaking on the radio this morning, said that he felt the Prime Minister was being poorly advised and that a new Chief of Staff was needed, and other figures among Labour MPs who weren't outright calling for Starmer to go were pointing fingers at those around him, calling it a boys' club in one instance.
And the issue here is that Morgan McSweeney was really supportive of Lord Mandelson's appointment as UK ambassador. But at that stage, we already knew that there was a relationship that had been going on for a while between Lord Mandelson and Jeffrey Epstein. And that had been reported by the FT and also in the BBC that that relationship was known because JP Morgan was looking into it. Incredibly complicated, this, but it was known.
At its core, this is a controversy, and more than a controversy really, about the Prime Minister, question marks about the Prime Minister's judgment and why did Peter Mandelson get appointed at a time when...
The answer to these questions is very, very simple. It's very, 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 very simple. Keir Starmer has no brain, has no soul, nothing inside of him. He is a slab of gammon. Just like Wes Streeting. And he got told what to do by Morgan McSweeney and the rest of the Labour insider group, the rest of the staffers, the apparatchik, and he just went, okay, all right, conference. Morgan McSweeney's pet name was Conference. Yeah, that's our canon.
It was in the public domain that he had continued to have an involvement, a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein after his conviction for underage sex in 2008. There was a real moment...
I hate people that call it underage sex because it's just not sex. I hate that so much. What a fucking terrible, terrible bit of vernacular.
In the last week in the Commons on Wednesday, when the Prime Minister admitted at the third time of asking that he had been aware of that ongoing relationship, but it was already out there. It was out there.
Hey, Kairos, what's up?
Those who were paying it.
Everybody go follow Kairos Rev, another amazing lefty streamer. How you doing?
Attention. And so the question really was, why was the Prime Minister not more curious? And was this a calculated risk that they took at the time, that they thought Mandelson was an appointment that would work in the particular circumstances, the particular politics around the Trump administration, and that this issue around his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein was a price worth paying? Now, of course, Number 10 would say they absolutely didn't know the depth of the relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and between Jeffrey Epstein and Lord Mandelson, and what's emerged in the last week.
Yeah, right, so exactly.
Clearly legitimately shocked those at the heart of government, those who've known Lord Mandelson for a long time, the revelations that he passed confidential, potentially confidential information.
Just walking Sebastian Dog? Aww.
While he was in government, while he was business secretary under Gordon Brown, to Jeffrey Epstein, information that it would be potentially possible for someone to make money from, that has clearly caused huge anger, and also the detail of how frequently they were talking, how often.
Don't forget, chat, you could have, if you are suffering in this stream, if you're suffering having to look at Peter Mandelson in his Y-fronts, yeah, whenever they just like decide to show it, don't forget, we've got Melpert. He's right there. We've got the alternate view cat cam. He's chosen to be on top of the cat tree for the time being. So you could get him there. We just need another. How many donos did we have? It's like £6, £66, £5. That's like £11.66. So we need £4.33. Is that right? No, £4.34. And then another. We need £14.34. Tighty Whitey's is pure nonce behavior. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, if you want to turn on cat cam, we just need another £14.34, and then it can happen. So please consider the boy.
Often in a light-hearted and jokey manner. We should say, of course, the police investigation remains ongoing, and Lord Mandelson, we understand, maintains that he has not behaved criminally in his view.
Yeah, but you have, so that's the end of that.
Just on the appointment, just reminding the audience that Sir Keir Starmer was actually... They wanted a political appointment. They realised the seriousness of the changing dynamic with the Trump administration, so they wanted this to be a hard-hitting political appointment. But actually, Sir Keir Starmer was keen on George Osborne, the former UK Conservative Chancellor, rather than Lord Mandelson.
That's right.
That's absolutely crazy. That's absolutely crazy. It just kind of goes to show what Keir Starmer's actual politics are and his understanding of Westminster, just in terms of like, as a politician, as a high-level politician, as someone who got to the office of Prime Minister. He's clearly someone who was a career politician, and when he got into Westminster, his way of thinking wasn't like, who are the people here that align with my values, right? It was, who are the people here who are good, who are known names, known people that I could give a job to? Oh, George Osborne. Yeah, everybody knows him. What are you talking about? He's the architect of austerity. Literally the demon of austerity. Like, what do you mean?
There were a number of names in the frame once the decision was made to make a political appointment. David Miliband was much talked about as well, of course, former Labour MP and brother of Ed Miliband. So there were other options there. We've heard reports, particularly in the last few days, in light of what's now happened and the acknowledgement that this was a huge mistake, that there were members of the cabinet that were advising it against appointing Lord Mandelson, among them the former deputy leader Angela Rayner. So there were
fucking Rayner, fucking Angela Rayner, and she still stayed on. She still stayed on.
Views, but ultimately the decision was made, and ultimately the decision is signed off by the Prime Minister. And so I think the key question...
Angela Rayner was probably going, don't do it, Keir, he's a wrong 'un. And Starmer was like, shut up. Shut up, you cobber.
Now, with Morgan McSweeney going...
That's how it went.
Will this be enough to save the Prime Minister? This is clearly a moment of huge political crisis for the Prime Minister, huge threat to him staying in power, holding on to his job.
This is a mad shot of them two walking down this corridor together.
Because his closest aide goes, we shall see, but history suggests probably not.
This is a really fast-moving development. Just to remind everybody, potentially...
Okay, I don't think we're going to learn anything new. This is a news report from yesterday. Let's take a look at the Sky News report regarding the second resignation. So this is about Tim Allen. No, not that one. Resigning as director of comms. So, you know, this guy wasn't really doing a good job in his post anyway. Director of communications, I believe, handles things within the party and also outside of the party. So communications between party officials and MPs and stuff like that, you know, passing memos on and this, that, and the other. I also believe that he also organized things like social media posts, all that kind of stuff. So all the mad, weird Labour nonsense that we've seen over social media over the last, like, I don't know, 2 years. It's all down to this guy. So it's like, you know, he wasn't doing like a particularly good job. Are we getting a new Santa Claus now? He's retired from politics. Yeah. Starmer's lost Tim the Toolman. Shit is dire. Yeah. Well, actually, that was his dad. Actually, that was his dad, because his dad was a toolmaker, wasn't he? Tim Allen. Tim Allen, the toolmaker, was my father.
There's been another major departure from Downing Street. The Executive Director of Communications, Tim Allen, has quit. He has said it is...
It's crazy the way that this guy says it, because it's like... I don't know, there's something about the way that he says it, and it just makes you think of the fucking Home Improvements Tim Allen guy. You know?
Executive Director of Communications, Tim Allen, has quit. He has said it is now the right time for him.
Your parents loved Home Improvement? That's so funny.
Rebuild. Another senior member of Keir Starmer's team gone in less than 24 hours since he saw the departure of his most senior aide, Morgan McSweeney. Another further depletion of the operation at the heart of Number 10, raising questions about where this will end. Keir Starmer
had a heart-to-heart with Wilson over the fence the night before he quit. Yeah.
In front of the Parliamentary Labour Party early this evening. Yet, senior figures around him appear to have taken this moment.
He has the exact same accent, Hippie Marshmallow. He's got the British media establishment accent that Brass Eye was satirizing with, this is the one thing we didn't want to happen. Like, literally that kind of delivery, you know? Hey, Star Wars Hour, how's it going? The Santa Claus is retiring, yeah.
Tim Allen's departure, a complete surprise. Fair, I think it's fair to be said that he was
Bit
not
of door watch here.
doing what many would consider to be a considerably a good job, or even a mediocre one, according to many inside Labour who questioned his failure to turn around the reputation of the Prime Minister.
Imagine being a fucking Bobby, chat. Look at this fucking Bobby Bellend. It is just it's so embarrassing. It doesn't even look good. It's not even like American cops where, you know, I don't know, they've got different hats. It's just the hat, right? Like the British hat for Bobbies, particularly the fucking helmet, is just so embarrassing. It's just the most embarrassing thing of all time, innit? Like, first of all, you've got the embarrassment of being a state thug. Yeah, you're a complete class traitor. No one likes you. Shut up. Go home. Quit your job. Shut up. And then on top of it, the embarrassment of the hat. Like, they make you wear the hat. And you're just sat there like, yeah, this is my job and I love it. I love being humiliated. And I also love beating up random people.
In September, nevertheless,
like, that's who they are. That's who British Bobbies are.
Has not been on the cards, has not been widely circulated, so it will be a surprise.
This nonce disguised as a politician has been getting away with it for over 12 years, exactly.
Well, the other big name in the frame is Chris Wormold, the cabinet secretary.
It's so funny when they say stuff like this. It's so funny when they say stuff like that. Like, who else could do a strategic resignation? The big name in the frame, Chris Wormold. Sorry, what? Sorry, pardon me? Chris Wormold. The big name in the frame, Chris Wormold. Just a made-up country, completely made-up embarrassment of a country. Hey, Kubashi, what's going on? Yeah, old worm.
Considering his position or potentially being ousted by the PM as part of this reset. But Tim Allen brought in September as a veteran of the communication.
Tolkien really had the British's number. Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Helped Blair to be elected in 1997, who was there to steady the ship, now announcing he is off. What will this mean? Who can Keir Starmer attract? Can he still get big names to come to his aid at this moment of peril in his leadership? What will he do next?
The custodian helmet was brought in to replace the top hats the filth used to wear. Is that right? He used to wear top hats? That's funny as fuck. You can imagine a fucking Bobby chasing someone down the street with a top hat and it just keeps flying off. You know? Just having to hold on to it. Yeah, that's funny.
Questions, but Gareth, there aren't answers.
And give us a sense as to what this will mean in the head and in those surrounding Sir Keir Starmer at the moment. What will they be doing in response to this?
Those around Keir Starmer are fighting for his political life. He has...
What are other people doing around Keir Starmer? They've got him on life support, bro. They're wondering whether to pull the plug or not.
His party, the Labour Party, that departures of like people who you see on the screen at the moment, Tim Allen, are not a sign of rats leaving a sinking ship, but instead part of a process of renewal and refresh. But the surprise that Tim Allen...
No, they are. They're rats leaving a sinking ship. There's various rat fuckery agwan. And hopefully we're going to get into a little bit of that in a minute.
Has gone will not help that effort. Somebody seen as a professional, somebody seen who was brought in to steady the ship, clearly concluding that he cannot do so. But with people like Tim Allen gone, where does this leave Keir Starmer? He's got to convince his...
The thing is about what's going on now is that people are realising that Labour is just over. And the Tories are just over. And the manifestation of socialism and barbarism in the UK is the Green Party, the Independence parties, and your party. That's the manifestation of socialism, and barbarism is reform, and whatever party decides to side with reform, which could be the Tories, it could be the Conservative Party, probably will be. And what's really interesting for the Greens versus Reform is that Reform have all the same politics as the Conservatives, and it will probably bring people's memories back to Corbyn versus Boris Johnson in 2019. And they will subsequently then remember how much worse Boris Johnson was than they thought. You know, they thought Corbyn was going to be bad. You know, the continued austerity, the embarrassing revolving door politics, the cronyism, the Tory sleaze. And I wonder if it will be enough to make people not vote Reform. I do think that that is the case. I think it all hinges on this by-election in Denton. I think that if Reform win that, I think that will be a good indicator as to where the country's going to go. But I think if Green win it, I think that'll also be a good indicator of where the country's going to go. If people can see that the Green Party is a viable alternative in England, then I think it'll be a pretty good start for the Greens. We'll have to see, though. We will just have to see.
That he's the right man to continue, that people can trust him.
2 weeks to go before the election, chat.
He can get his leadership back on track after
Is it 2 weeks?
Appalling few weeks that saw him lose
28th or something
of his own party in Parliament. That the single most damaging thing to happen in the last week to 10 days. Now, with the departure of Tim Allen coming off the back, less than 24 hours after the departure of Morgan McSweeney, raises big questions about who senior is left inside Downing Street to help steady.
No, wait, what source? What source is this? What are they using as a source on this account, Dan? Like, where are they getting this from? Keir Starmer's meeting with Labour MPs tonight. Like, where are they getting this from? This is just like a random account on Twitter, you know what I mean? The home of UK political news, whatever. After having fought so hard for the chance to change our country, I'm not prepared to walk away from my mandate and my responsibility to my country or to plunge us into chaos as others have done. Every fight I've been in, I've won. That's not right. That's not true. I fought to change the Crown Prosecution Service so it better served victims of violence against women and girls. I fought... Brother, we have a femicide crisis in this country. You're telling me that that's your fault? I fought to change the Labour Party to allow us to win an election again. No, it was default. Anyone could have been the head of the fucking Labour Party. You won by default. That's it. People told me I couldn't do it, and when they gradually said you might just get over the line, we won with a landslide majority. No, you just got over the line. It was the lowest voter turnout of all time. What are you on about? I have had my detractors every step along the way, and I've got them now. Is this from a speech? Is this from a speech that he's done outside number 10? Is that what's happening? If I just go on YouTube, will I find this speech?
Hello and welcome.
Hey, by any means necessary. Femicide crisis. Is that the UK offing the white women they pretend to care so much about? It's disproportionately black and brown women and migrants. But yeah, there is also definitely an amount of white women in there as well. Yeah, it's just, you know, it's just very, very likely if you're a woman to get killed by your partner in the UK because of how prevalent patriarchy and misogynistic violence is in our country. Yeah. So, let me take a look and see. YouTube. What's Owen Jones picking up on here? Nothing amazing. Did he come out and say this on the step of Number 10. Keir Starmer. Speech. Where did they get this from? Streamed 14 minutes ago. Starmer clings on as he departs Downing Street for crucial meeting with MPs. Nothing happened in Door Watch at all. Just absolutely nothing. He didn't come out and make a speech with like a box or anything like that. Oh, this is funny as hell. Oh, that's so funny. Keir Starmer delivered a speech in Glasgow? Scottish Labour leader calls on Keir Starmer to resign. Is that what that is? Okay, that's funny as hell. Let's get that Anas Sarwar. Let's get that Anas Sarwar speech up.
Sam?
We'll get that lined up. We'll get that lined the fuck up. Okay, where were we?
The ship. Keir Starmer had been reliant on a small number of senior figures, and the two potentially, arguably the most senior inside number 10 on the political side are now out. Where does that leave him? Keir Starmer has had a habit, a reputation of getting rid of people quite quickly in order to save his own skin. He's left with barely anyone that he's picked up since coming from opposition into number 10. He has no long marchers who understand how he works, that come to his aid, that can help him and have been with him for a long time. So,
all right, let's take a look at this one. We have got Daily Express report here. Starmer locked in number 10 crisis talks as second senior staff quits and Labour revolt grows.
Welcome back to the Palace of Westminster, where things are reaching a fever pitch after the departure of Morgan McSweeney as Keir Starmer's chief of staff. Yesterday, the shadowy...
Fucking Keir Starmer. The subtitles are just going crazy with his name today. Morgan McSweeney. Starmer locked in number 10 shitter. Yeah, hell yeah.
Figure whose fingerprints were all over almost all political decisions of this government has gone because his involvement in the Lord Mandelson affair was simply too great to avoid departure. Keir Starmer will be dearly missing Morgan McSweeney this morning. His main security.
All I did was backstab everyone who ever did me a favour. How is that not leadership you could trust?
Begs the question that Labour MPs and everyone in Westminster is asking.
UK might lose a prime minister because a guy who worked for him knew another guy who hung out with Epstein. No, it's because he appointed him as ambassador to the US when he knew that he had maintained his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein after he was convicted for raping kids in 2009. So Lord Mandelson knew that shit had happened. And from what we're finding out, it just seems like Keir Starmer also knew, and people were advising him and saying things like, "Hey, we shouldn't be fucking around with Mandelson. He's got them Epstein connections." Yeah, and what Sophie's saying is also like, this is really the kicker. It's that Mandelson was basically getting Jeffrey Epstein to like fix shit for him regarding UK policy and stuff. He was like leaking secret government details to Epstein. And also influencing the government on behalf of that ruling class of people who were on the Epstein Island and shit. If I had friends who were friends with Epstein associates and knew I dropped them, I don't have the vocabulary to express how bad this is. Yeah. It's just crazy. He really is surprisingly like Trump in the end, isn't he? Unsurprisingly. Yeah. No, yeah. I think that's what it is. I think that, like, really, he, Anas and his old friend, wait, what? Anas Sarwar proudly stood by his old friend Peter Mandelson despite his dodgy past and links to Jeffrey Epstein. That's crazy. When was this? Oh, that was today. When Anasawa was saying that Keir Starmer should stand down. Oh, the entire Labour Party is done. We already knew that the Labour Party in Scotland was done. We already knew that that was the case. But that's so funny, dude. That's so funny. We've got this fucking speech that we're going to listen to from Scottish Labour saying, Keir Starmer's got to resign. You can't be fucking around with Peter Mandelson. And then you've got that same guy just like, here I am with my old friend Peter Mandelson. Bro, you can't make this up. Madness. Like, why would you even try? Why would you even try? You would just have to call it a day. You would just have to call it a day. It's mad. Anyway, thank you for that, cunning linguist. That's very funny. So mad. If what this tweet Dan gave me is saying is true, and these are the things that he has said, he really is determined to destroy the Labour Party. Like, he really is. Like, he is single-handedly ruining the reputation of the Labour Party way worse than I even ever could have imagined. I knew that Keir Starmer was going to be bad when he won the leadership competition, leadership election, right? The competition just makes it sound like some kind of bizarre ritual, which they probably do anyway, but I knew that he was going to be bad. I didn't think that it was going to be this bad. I did say it's a little bit crazy, actually, because I didn't think it was going to be this. I thought that it was going to be something related to how much Keir Starmer loves money. I genuinely did think that it was going to be like a bribe or something like that, because that was the stuff that was coming out in the first few months of him being Prime Minister. It was like he was getting all these gifts, he was getting free football match tickets, he was getting a dress for his wife, a suit, all this stuff. I thought, he's a deeply unpopular Prime Minister, he's doing austerity, he's not doing anything to reverse austerity, he's ruining the name of Labour. There's going to be a scandal that comes out that I said to my mum was saying, what do you think is going to happen? And I said, I think another scandal is going to come out. This was after the Angela Rayner thing. My mum said, what do you think is going to happen? I said, I think another scandal is going to happen and he's going to have to resign. And then the Peter Mandelson stuff came out in the Epstein files in like November, December or something like that. And I was like, that's crazy. He's going to be gone before Christmas. But he's like staying on. It's crazy that he's staying on. He's clinging on to power. He's just obsessed with power. I'm going down with the ship I crashed, and you all are too. That's exactly what he's doing. He fucking kamikazed the Labour Party. Like, that's what's happened. He's literally flown a plane into the This is him doing a 9/11. He's doing a 9/11 to the Labour Party. That's what's happening right now. He's flying a plane into the towers of the Labour Party, and another one's going to hit the second tower of the Labour Party in like a day or two. It's just mad. It's absolutely mad. Hey, Finger, what's up? Let's carry on with this
morning of what is the point of Keir Starmer now that he is gone. The other big question is, how can Keir Starmer stay when he is the person who appointed Lord Mandelson as US ambassador and has previously gone on the record to say that he would carry the can for the failures of his staff?
If that was really the case, then he wouldn't mind if the ISC had a look. And
what was that, chat? What did you miss just then? Well, that was Melpert being very cute and literally whining and begging me to give him a little pet. You could see that if we get another £14.34 in donos and we unlock the cat cam. You could see it. He's being really cute. But you can't, because you won't give me money. I don't know what to say.
Let's be clear. He says the cabinet secretary makes it non-political, but that doesn't make it independent.
I'm trying to find a source, but there's nothing. Is UK politics speaking out their arse? They're normally good with sourcing. To be honest, Dan, I've never really seen him have any kind of source for the things that they say. And I'm very, very wary of like blue check politics accounts, politics and news accounts on Twitter, because yeah, I think that they just do sensationalism and stuff.
What we want is an independent look.
I haven't watched her speak before. Why are all our politicians freaks?
Is independent. The cabinet secretary works for him. We know that.
Oh, it's that minute. It's that minute. Oh yeah. I'm so glad I got a good pause there. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good. That'll be a new emote. That's going to be a new emote. I've said that loads of times over the last like couple of months, but I'm determined to make that, especially chat. If Keir Starmer steps down, if he resigns, that's going to be a new emote.
Be a cover-up,
you know,
because this implicates the Prime Minister and his Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, a protege of Peter Mandelson.
Looks like he's trying to push out a whole conference. Yeah.
Mandelson's poison into the heart of his government on the advice of Morgan McSweeney. His catastrophic lack of judgment, telling us now that he did know, has harmed the special relationship. It has endangered national security. It's not the humble address, it's him. It's compromised our diplomacy, and it has embarrassed our nation. After all of this, does he have the same full confidence in Morgan McSweeney that he had in Peter Mandelson?
Prime Minister McSweeney is an essential part of my team. He helped me change the...
I love that they keep bringing this clip out. It's so good.
Of course I have confidence.
It's so good. I love that they keep bringing this out. You found a source? Okay. Prime Minister comes out fighting in showdown meeting with Labour MPs. Showdown. Showdown. Okay, well, we'll have a look at that in a bit.
But, Mr. Speaker,
the BBC live coverage saying the name thing? Oh, okay. I'm not prepared to walk away. All right. Keir Starmer tells MPs he's not prepared to walk away from my mandate. It's so insane that he keeps talking about his mandate, and it's like, bro, it's not a mandate. It's like a third of the country voted for you. That's not a mandate. It's not a majority mandate. It's so wild. Starmer, distraught with himself, says Labour's deputy leader, oh, I can't wait to hear what I can't wait to fucking replace you, Lucy Powell. You fucking craven, disgusting, genocidal piece of shit worm. Worst MP in the fucking world. Holy fucking shit. I fucking hate you.
He's so...
Don't believe you. Don't believe you. Already she's lying. Straight away. Straight a fucking way. She's already lying.
Distraught and cross about the whole thing, because it's not who he is, and it's not what
it is who he is.
He is.
It's who you all are.
He said no one's given him a tougher time over the last few days and weeks than himself. That's one of the things he said tonight, because
don't believe you.
It's not what he's about. It's not what this government is about in any way, and that's why he said sorry to the victims.
Right, well that's the other thing, right, Hippie Marshmallow. Yeah, the Prime Minister is not elected by the public. He's elected by people in the Commons having confidence in him, which they don't. That's absolutely spot on. And when he talks about his mandate, if he is talking about the majority that Labour have in the House of Commons at the minute, despite it being a record low voter turnout, if he is talking about that, he's wrong. If he's talking about the mandate that he has from his election results as Prime Minister, like as leader of the party, he's also wrong, because we all know that Mandelson was key in going around and telling MPs, you better fucking vote for Keir Starmer, otherwise your career is over. Yeah, McSweeney did it. Mandelson did it. Mandelson used to go around. They have a thing in Parliament called Excalibur, right? Which is like their intelligence report for members of Parliament and politicians, yeah? Mandelson would print... He's literally just like a fucking head boy at a private school, yeah? Like going around printing off the Excalibur report of MPs and going like, yeah, so looks like we caught you doing crimes in 2019. You better do what we say, otherwise we'll expel you from the party. Shit like that. So, both mandates that Keir Starmer has are fake, just completely like manipulated and by default.
Because that's the most important thing, and it's also why he says he's sorry that he made the appointment in the first place, and he regrets doing so because it was the wrong decision, it was the wrong appointment to make. He did get a huge amount of support tonight.
What?
The Labour Party.
I don't believe that.
More standing ovations and more support than I've seen at any recent parliamentary Labour Party that I can remember.
Okay, if that's true, then the Labour Party needs to be destroyed. There's no coming back from it. It needs to be destroyed. And if he's just going to stay PM, then so be it, because that will destroy the party. It will just continue. If they are not going to do if they're not going to do a leadership challenge, then truly this is the end of the Labour Party. There's only a very, very, very few amount of people that could save the Labour Party at this point. It would still be quite shaky, but if Angela Rayner won the leadership race, she could bring it back with some soft left stuff. But it remains to be seen. I don't know who she would have in a cabinet, and I wonder if she tried to have some kind. This is the problem. They've completely gutted. The only way to save themselves would be if they went a bit more left wing, Blairite stuff, Andy Burnham stuff. This is why I was saying it. Everybody was saying it. Helena was saying it. Kevin was saying it. Probably Dave was saying it. Anyone who knows anything about fucking British electoral politics, who's commenting on this stuff, we were all saying when he blocked Andy Burnham from running the Labour Party, he shot the Labour Party in the foot. He shot himself in the foot. He shot the Labour Party in the foot. There is just no coming back from it. It's just absolutely insane that he really is going down with the ship, but he's also like making new holes in the hull. Blair is to the left of these folks, surprisingly, yes. Like that's how bad Keir Starmer has been in terms of a representative of the working people in this country. It is so insane. It is so unprecedented in terms of like, you know, like I can't begin to tell you how much differently the NHS used to work even under Tony Blair. Like you could phone the doctor and be like, hi, can I have an appointment for tomorrow? And they'd be like, yes. Sorted. Done. You know? Nowadays, it's insane. It's just like, yeah, even Boris Johnson is to the left of Keir Starmer. It's fascinating. Blair is also the common sense guy who managed to have fiscal surplus. Yeah, exactly. It's so completely bizarre. It's completely fucking bizarre. But it all makes sense when you realise that it was all a plot by a fucking sicko group of ruling class paedophiles who were like, right, Peter Mandelson, he's our guy on the inside. How can we make sure that the Labour Party has absolutely no more left-wingers in it that support Palestine, no more left-wingers in it that support any kind of socialist politics or support unions or anything like that. Our guy on the inside, Mandelson, we'll just get him to completely gut the party. He's a lord, he's got lots of power, he's got lots of connections, he was in the previous Labour government, done. That's what's happened. It's fucking genuinely disgusting. It is genuine, actual, like, Israeli Mossad interference in our country's politics. All because Jeremy Corbyn was like, Palestinians are humans. Insane. Completely fucking insane.
Whatever is slung across this dispatch box, I don't think it's right for the Cabinet Secretary to be denigrated in that way and to suggest that he would be involved in a cover-up. There's the politics that comes over the dispatch boxes, but I honestly don't think it's right to impugn the Cabinet Secretary in that way. And I suspect in their heart of hearts, many on those benches would agree. Mr. Speaker, I'm as angry as anyone about what Mandelson has been up to. The disclosures that have been made this week of him passing sensitive information at the height of the response to the 2008 financial crash is utterly shocking and appalling. He's betrayed our country. He's lied repeatedly.
So that was the key bit, the 2008 financial crash, the stuff that happened after that, you know, that's the main reason that everybody in Parliament is up in arms about this stuff. It's yeah, it's pretty insane.
Responsible for a litany of deceit. But this moment demands not just anger, but action. And that's why we've moved quickly, referring material to the police, publishing legislation so we can remove titles from disgraced politicians, and stripping Mandelson of his Privy Councillorship. That is what the public expect, and that is what we will do.
Yeah, but you're going to give him a 50 grand payout or some shit, dude, so come on.
Morgan McSweeney has gone. Keir Starmer is basically in hiding. He's currently in a bunker somewhere, possibly metaphorically drowning his sorrows in whiskey.
Okay, I hate the Express. It's disgusting. I fucking hate the Express so much. They're quite literally one of the most evil news outlets of all time. But that's a pretty fucking funny image. That's a pretty fucking funny image. Keir Starmer just drinking a bunch of whiskey. I went, fucking hell, I can't believe it. All because of that bastard McSweeney. He told me what to do and I listened. Why am I a tulpa? Hey, Ella Hubbard, the entire party has no mandate from the general election. They lied about every policy they stood on. There's that as well, yeah.
He was meant to deliver a speech today. That's been cancelled. All we're getting from the Prime Minister is an address to the Parliamentary Labour Party, who are currently returning from their constituencies and will have no doubt used the weekend to hear firsthand from constituents just how...
No, yeah, could you imagine, Finger? Yeah. Harold Wilson's central planning in the fucking UK. We could have had we could have been a proper country. We could have been a proper country. You know, but I imagine what would have happened if that would have happened is we would have just had, like, I don't know, mad sanctions from the US and all the other fucking McCarthyist countries and shit like that. You know what I mean?
Bad things are. That meeting will happen this evening at about 6:30. I was told by Downing Street yesterday that there will be no lectern moment, that being code for a resignation speech outside number 10 Downing Street. And I thought it was astonishing that number 10 are actively briefing that isn't going to happen.
That is astonishing. He's right about that. Like, fuck the Express, they're a right-wing rag, but that is very astonishing. I think, not just to journalists like this guy, but just anyone who knows anything about British politics. It is so stupid. No, he can't stand up and own his defeat. He literally can't. He doesn't want to hear. It must just be that he's surrounded by sycophants in the Parliamentary Labour Party. It must just be that. It must just be that all the MPs that they randomly selected, that they parachuted into their constituencies, they're all so used to that £90,000 a year now, or whatever the fucking MP's salary is. It's something like 90,000 including benefits or whatever. He's used to the Prime Minister's salary. I think that the insane thing would be if he stays on after the by-election, because we just kind of know that he's not going to win. We just know that Labour aren't going to win the by-election. If Keir Starmer doesn't resign after the by-election, that he will go down as the most embarrassing Prime Minister in history. And that's a pretty big title to beat when it comes to Liz Truss. You know? She ruined the value of the pound overnight because she didn't understand the economy and how it works. To be more embarrassing than that is a feat. It's a genuine feat.
Is how bad things are. And to add to that, Keir Starmer this morning was seemingly unable to find any cabinet ministers to go out onto the morning media round and defend him. And instead, it was left to a junior minister, Baroness Jackie Smith, to do that for him.
Keir Starmer is in a very dangerous position. His MPs are very unhappy. I don't think he has any authority within the party, and in fact hasn't for a long time. We're not being governed at the moment.
I actually don't think that Kemi's right on this. I think that it's probably likely that the majority of the Parliamentary Labour Party are in support of him, because they're not people who are, you know, interested in the Labour Party surviving as a political party. They're just people who were interested in getting the job, getting as much money as possible, and just turning the Labour Party into the most corrupt piece of shit vehicle of all time. So I don't think she's right in saying he doesn't have a lot of support in his own party. I think the only people who are not supporting him are people who are thinking, I could be Prime Minister, but the total rogues gallery of MPs that I'm talking about, all these parachuted in MPs and stuff, not any of them have enough experience to be considered a candidate for the prime ministership, like a candidate for the leadership. Just not even remotely. Like, can you imagine if it was like fucking Luke Akehurst? Everyone would be like, what, this belligerent thug? Like, absolutely not. It's just mad. It's just so crazy.
Absolutely nothing is happening. He's not getting his legislation through. We're going round and round in circles. You know, I'm here at a defense company. They want to do exciting things. They can't get the right regulations through. The government is in stasis.
Yeah, you're right. He's doing this. It's just Keir Starmer. A lot of them were soft left but Fabian leaning, which is bad enough. But they've gone with the move to the right to keep the job, which is unforgivable. Well, no, because what you're talking about are people like Angela Rayner, Shabana Mahmood, Yvette Cooper. You're talking about those people, right? But there were a lot of fucking MPs that were parachuted in that are just like not experienced. It's their first time doing the job. People like fucking what's that woman? She's the Minister for Women and Girls. Is it Alex Rees-Jones or Alex Rees-Davies? She was literally followed by pro-Palestine protesters, and she said, "If you ask me any more questions, I'll have you arrested." You know. So yeah, there's those guys that you're talking about, but then there's a whole host of other. Like Lucy Powell is what you're describing, like soft left, but you know, I don't know what you mean by Fabian leaning, but like, you know, and she is, you know, just gone with whatever Keir Starmer says to, you know, to get her job, to get her fucking deputy leadership and shit.
Real question that we're all asking now is, how long does Keir Starmer have? And that, I think, all comes down to one woman, Angela Rayner. What is she going to do? If she stands up today and says, I think you're done for, I think you've run out of road and this is the end, then it could all come crashing down very quickly. If for whatever reason she doesn't, bear in mind she's still under investigation by HMRC over that tax scandal.
She's still under investigation? Okay, I was saying to Sophie last night, there's not an investigation because she just admitted that she did it. How can she still be under investigation? What is happening? This is crazy, man. This is absolutely crazy. How can there be an investigation? She was like, yeah, I did it. The Fabian Society thinks she can fix capitalism without a revolution by using the existing structures. Right, neoliberal bullshit. Yeah, okay. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. What the fuck is this country at all?
Some months ago, then Keir Starmer may just cling on until the Gorton and Denton by-election at the end of this month, or even the May elections. But either way, I think
if he goes to the May elections, that would be absolutely mad. That would be it would just have to be the biggest L. Well, it wouldn't, because he's just unable to take the L. He's completely unable to take the L.
Here in Westminster now realises that Keir Starmer's time as Prime Minister,
he should have resigned before Christmas.
Is all but over.
If he'd resigned before Christmas, I would have maybe regained a tiny bit of respect for him, possibly. But it is just crazy that he might not resign after May.
And
if this is what it takes. If this is how he responds to something like this, there's a very real chance. It is funny this way. It kind of is, because he just keeps doing this, if he just keeps saying, no, everything's fine, don't look at the fire inside the house, nothing's on fire, it's just the Northern Lights, then yeah, no, it will be funny. There's going to be more and more funny things that keep happening. It's going to be a fucking clown show. I don't know. It's just a bit mad. It's just all a bit surreal, isn't it?
Won't be Prime Minister this time next year. Of course,
Angela Rayner could have pretty much. I think that this loser from the Express is completely correct in his analysis that Angela Rayner could have been the only person who could possibly try and claw back the Labour Party from the brink of destruction, and she just isn't going to be able to do it. Keir Starmer's kooky clown car, yeah.
His rivals will all be gathering in secret today. Angela Rayner, Wes Streeting, Ed Miliband, Shabana Mahmood, some others, Lucy Powell, and some names that...
Yeah, these are the only people that could possibly do a coup. They could... Do you know what? It could be Lucy Powell. Lucy Powell could try and run for the leadership, and she would probably... Oh, no. My MP is going to be Prime Minister. My MP that I hate so much is going to be Prime Minister. No, it won't be Mahmood. I don't think it will be. I think it's way more likely that it's going to be Powell. Or it could be... It could be Ed Miliband. If my MP ends up being Prime Minister, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. She's the worst MP in the world. Oh my... I know everyone says that about their own MP, but it's like, yeah, if we're talking about what L. Ron Hubbard was saying, soft left, Fabian leaning, like, that is it. Yeah, we gotta look at the bookies. You're right, Soph. You're absolutely right. We gotta look at the bookies. Yeah, the bookies are saying Angela Rayner, I think. Okay. Alright, so... Okay. It's Angela Rayner, Wes Streeting, Ed Miliband, Shabana Mahmood. Okay, thank God. Thank fucking God. She's all the way down there. Oh. Oh, please. Please don't let it happen. Please don't let it happen. What does this mean? Quick bet allowance. Okay, whatever. Like, that, just whatever. This is so crazy, man. It's gonna be Angela Rayner, Wes Streeting, or Ed Miliband. Yeah. Angela Eagle is keeping her head down. She blobbed it in 2016 trying to steal Corbyn's lunch. First one to try for the job. She's got no chance now. Oh yeah, no way. Wes Streeting was too close to Mandelson and McSweeney, surely. But you could also say the same about Angela Rayner and Ed Miliband and Shabana Mahmood, because they're all in his cabinet. They're all in his cabinet. You know? If you're in the cabinet, you're gonna be knocking around with McSweeney. They would have been appointed by McSweeney, probably advised to appoint them, you know, by McSweeney. It's crazy that Angela Rayner has the best chance, but I think that does she even have a chance if she's under investigation? Our Prime Minister could be under investigation for tax fraud. But like, I'm not saying that that's never happened before, but it's like it could be that we have a Prime Minister that when she's elected is literally being investigated for tax fraud. It's so insane. What is happening? Is there anything that bookies won't take odds on? Not in this country. BreadTubers used to have a joke about a designated survivor of each friendship group in case something problematic happened at the function, the one person is not implicated. And Corbyn is that, but for Labour and Epstein, and he left already. Yes! Correct. Good God. What's the app that lets you place bets on literally anything? Kalshi? Yeah, fuck Kalshi. Hey Ninja, what's up? Alright, well. This is the funniest thing to me. Hannah made the green policy on gambling and they have her odds to win. Well, yeah, like, it's crazy. That is crazy. Hannah Spencer was like, it's really, really bad that there are so many betting shops in the fucking, in the UK. They really, really give people a bad time. They're predatory, etc., etc. We should, you know, regulate them and get them off the high street. And all the bookies are like, yeah, man, she's gonna win. She's gonna win the election. The by-election for the Greens is so mad. The US president is a literal pedo, so it could be worse. Well, I mean, look, like, if we're talking about the UK and the shambles of what it is right now, yes, you're right. It could be much worse. We could have Donald Trump as president. It could be much worse. We could have Viktor Orban as president. It could be much worse. We could have, you know, insert guy here, right? But, like, you know, I'm just talking from a UK-centric point of view for the time being. It's just flabbergasting, you know? It's just a bit flabbergasting. Yo, Krill, with the £5.
Bookies, I am putting a £5 on our streamer.
£5 on our streamer, fuck the bookies. That's the way to do it, chat. Be like Krill. Be like Krill. Thank you so much for the £5. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. That means that now we need like £9.34. Turn the cat cam on for the rest of the stream, chat. He's currently napping. He looks really cute. I think that you'd really enjoy seeing him just above my head there. So please consider subbing off Twitch. You know? There's the tip link in the chat. You know what to do. Rock Tour, that's a crazy name. I keep seeing Euro politicians resigning because of Epstein. It would never happen in the US. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, the way to remember it is that, like, there's not enough UK politicians. There's not enough UK politicians who are, you know, resigning. They should be resigning more. There should just be more resigning. Keir Starmer hasn't resigned. It looks like he's going to cling on. There's a bunch of other cabinet ministers who haven't resigned. It looks like they're going to, you know, cling on to the sinking ship. So while it may look like good things are happening, I promise you, it is probably going to be another... How long is it to the next general election? 4 years. It's probably going to be another 4.5 years until anything good happens in the UK. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Also, hi Risky Biscuit. Welcome in. How you doing? Good to see you. Okay. Let's carry on. We've had a look at the bookies. Let's carry on with this little report.
Heard of and frankly don't need to hear about. They'll be discussing whether they move West.
Clinging on to dear life like Biden, yeah. That's what he's doing.
He's also quite badly implicated by his very, very close relationship with Mandelson. And obviously we're all fearing what Ed Miliband could be planning. But for now...
We're all fearing what Ed Miliband could be planning? Oh no, he's gonna eat a bacon butty in a funny way. Like, I don't know, man. Like... Ed Miliband is implicated. Like, it's crazy because the only thing that makes Ed Miliband or Angela Rayner or Shabana Mahmood more of a choice than Wes Streeting is that people just aren't that aware of their relationship to Morgan McSweeney. Do you know what I mean? So maybe you're right, Val. I don't know. Miliband is going to show up on a motorbike again. Hey, Technomancy, how you doing? Yeah, you never know. It could be crazy. It could be crazy 2012 times all over again. I can't wait. Or was it 2009? I can't remember.
Of the day, and we wait with bated breath to see just how quickly the tide now turns against Keir Starmer.
Victims of Epstein have lived with trauma that most of us
Streeting is going to cause the AI crash by campaigning on automating the entire government and losing. Oh, I hope so. That would be so good.
Barely comprehend. And they've had to really...
Yo, Rob, what's going on? Rob, my good friend and comrade, thank you so much for the raid. Please, everybody, if you're not already, go follow Rob Rousseau, an amazing comrade from Canada, Quebecia. Great streamer. You like my politics, you'll like his politics. Incredible insight, incredible good takes. And you can see that his chatters also have good takes as well. Risk Averse, how you doing? Resign Starmer, yeah. Me Sheffy, resign Starmer, yeah, I can see why you'd say that. Little Baby Beef, yeah, resign Starmer. I can see why you'd say that. The implication of knowing that Mandelson had a good relationship with Epstein. PGG Genie, resign Starmer. I can see why you'd say that. Yeah, there's a lot of like pressure on him to resign at the minute. Dr. Awesome TBM, resign Starmer. I can see why you'd say that. Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on him. V from TO, resign Starmer. I can see why you'd say that. He's not doing very well, is he? Bon C3PO, resign Starmer. I can see why you'd say that. He's implicated in really ruining the Labour Party, just making everyone's life worse. He's the most unpopular prime minister in recent history, but he's not going to do it. Surprisingly, he's not gonna do it. He's clinging on for dear life. So I don't know if you're just learning this coming in from Rob's stream, but he's not doing it. He's not resigning. He's come out of a big meeting at number 10 with the Parliamentary Labour Party today, and he's decided, I'm not going to resign. I can't be doing it. I have a massive mandate. I'm not prepared to walk away from my mandate. Hours after Scottish Labour leader Anas Sarwar called on him to go. Every fight I've been in and won. He hasn't been in any fights. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Yeah. So there you go. Anyway, so obviously raiders who are coming in from Rob, then you can see I'm British. That's who I am. A lot of you already know me. If you don't know me, my name is djmuel. I'm an anarchist, communist, leftist, political streamer. An organizer from the UK. I look at geopolitics in the news, look at it from an anti-imperialist perspective, and talk about organizing and that kind of stuff as well. But at the minute, we're just having a laugh at the UK politics nightmare scene that we're seeing. So, yeah, it's all very, very interesting. Welcoming everybody from Rob's raid. More Paraf Gosda? I don't know if I'm saying that right. Isn't it better for Kid Starmer to not resign and take the party down with him? Yes! But we were just discussing who could possibly replace him that wouldn't do that as well. And I don't know if there is anyone who could replace him that would not bring the Labour Party down as well. Every single candidate, even the betting shop favourite, Angela Rayner, is just like absolutely engulfed in controversy. And they're all connected to Morgan McSweeney and Peter Mandelson in various ways. Marksy Mark says, can we get a Rob impersonation? Okay. Can count on me, good old friend Rob, to talk you through this. I'm not really quite a Canadian. I don't really have a strong Canadian accent. I'm Rob Rousseau. That's right, Cheddars. That's right. There you go. There you go. Paul Macker. Ringo. What are you on about? Those are Beatles. You're talking about Beatles. Comrade Dexy, raiding from so-called Australia. Welcome in. How you doing? Liv Agar told me he was going to come out as bi finally. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. It's better than his impression of you, to be honest. Yeah, because his impression of me is just going to be like, oh, hello, bruv, my name's djmuel. And I just don't talk like that because I'm not a southerner. You know what I mean? Damn, that was good. Well, that's the thing. This is what Rob doesn't understand is that, you know, I spend a lot of time watching his streams and listening to how he talks. And, you know, that's a really respectful way to treat your friends and get their accents right. Mushy peas were mentioned. Well, he does know that I like mushy peas. He's right about that. I'll let him off. I'll let you off for that one. Not enough Steely Dan and hating on Star Wars The Last Jedi. Yeah, but no, I do hate The Last Jedi. It's bad. Let's not get into this. I don't want to start this. We're looking at British politics news. If Keir Starmer holds on, the party can replace him later before an election and blame him for everything. Yeah, but who are they replacing him with? This is what I'm saying, Marksy Marks. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, like who are they getting to replace him? Like Angela Rayner, Ed Miliband, fucking Shabana Mahmood. Like they're all terrible. They all have the same politics as Keir Starmer. They're all implicated. They all know Morgan McSweeney. They were all involved in the cabinet. These are all people who are in the cabinet. You know what I mean? It's I don't know. I just don't think they're coming back. I think it's the end. It's the total end of the Labour Party. It's going to be between the Greens and Reform in the UK at the next general election. It's just the Labour Party is done. It is completely fucking done. If they wanted to save it, they shouldn't have blocked Andy Burnham for you know. They shouldn't have blocked Andy Burnham from running in the by-election. Hey, Diego, what's up? The Liz Truss cabbage will return in Avengers Doomsday. It will. All right, let's carry on with this. What we were watching, this Express report. Let's take a little look again.
Again and again. They have seen accountability delayed and too often denied. To them, I want to say this. I am sorry. Sorry for what was done to you. Sorry that so many people with power failed you. Sorry for having believed Mandelson's lies and appointed him.
I can't stress enough. I can't stress enough. I genuinely can't stress enough. Yeah, it is completely evil gaslighting bullshit. As I said before, when there was that Labour MP who was literally there saying Peter Mandelson was very convincing when he lied about his relationship to Jeffrey Epstein. And it's like, what happened, man? What are you talking about? You're telling us literally that you all knew he was friends with Jeffrey Epstein and like stayed at his house after he was convicted, and it was coming out about all the connections that he had with various ruling class individuals, politicians, Mossad, etc., etc. You knew about all that, and you still appointed Mandelson PM, but like for some reason, when you were making the decision, some people turned around and said, oh, didn't you know Mandelson was friends with Jeffrey Epstein? That might be a bad look, boss. And then you asked Mandelson to explain himself, and he went, oh no, Jeffrey Epstein just lied to me and told me that he was a funny guy. He was just a party guy. And you all went, oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that, Mandy. Here's your £150,000 a year to be the US ambassador. What do you mean? What do you fucking mean, man? What you want about? How? This evil mastermind, Peter Mandelson, he lied very effectively.
And sorry that even now, you're forced to watch this story unfold in public once again. But I also want to say this.
It would have happened if you hadn't appointed him. You could have stopped it all. And he is right. He should be apologising.
In this country, we will...
Epstein was very convincing to Mandelson. Mandelson was very convincing to Keir. And Keir was very convincing to no one. Exactly.
Look away. We will not shrug our shoulders. And we will not allow the powerful to treat justice as optional.
Hello, Gabriel Hellborn. I'd rather listen to Trump, yeah.
Hold the integrity of public life.
Well, this is the thing, like, you know, the saving grace of listening to Trump is that sometimes he says insane things and it's funny, just because of the sheer, like, comic relief needed that he supplies himself when he's talking about, like, the horrible, evil things that he's planning, and you just know that he's, like, the most corrupt, evil, pedophile, possibly murderer, emperor of the dying empire, and then, you know, he'll say something like, and that's why I want Europe to go good. And it'll just be like, ha, that's a bit funny. It's a nice bit of relief. And then you've got Keir Starmer, and there's none of that. The only fucking times that happens is when he's at, like, the Labour Party conference and he's pretending to be working class and he goes, as you know, my father was a toolmaker. No, he really was. No, he was.
And we will do everything within our power and in the interests of justice,
hey, Dr. Maggot,
to ensure accountability is delivered. That is what the public expects. That is what the victims deserve.
Hey, IRA lump. Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen. You just can't get that same level from Keir Starmer. We got a couple of stuff on Twitter. We have got Zara Sultana here, who's looking like she's going to be an MP for your party. Last September, Keir Starmer told the Commons that he had full confidence in Peter Mandelson. The public has no confidence in him. He must resign. Let's see what she was saying in the House of Commons, I think, today. Oh, no, it was on Friday.
Yes, Peter Mandelson was eventually removed as US ambassador, but he remained in the House of Lords and as a Labour Party member until 3 days ago. So the Labour Party cannot pretend that this was some distant mistake, quietly corrected a long time ago. This was a decision they defended until they were forced to abandon it, and he should never have been appointed in the first place. If this Labour government believes that the appointment was proper, then it should stop stonewalling and prove it. Publish all the documents, the vetting, the advice, the risk assessments, the correspondence, and the contracts, including Palantir.
Yep.
Instead, the Prime Minister tabled an amendment to withhold any papers deemed prejudicial to national security or international relations. We know that when governments fear scrutiny, they wrap themselves up in the flag and hope that the public will look away. If there's nothing to hide, why carve out broad exemptions in advance? And the government's last-minute manuscript amendment is a desperate attempt to control dissent on the Labour backbench.
Yep.
This is not accountability, it is not transparency, it's delay and it's damage control. They are kicking the can down the road in the hope that the outrage will fade and the questions will go away. Well, they won't. And that's why I'm supporting calls for an independent, judge-led public...
Mandy must have photos of Keir up to his ollies in the family dog. Should we call it? Should we make predictions? Should we say that that's what it is? He's a dog nonce. He got a compromise of him being a dog nonce. That's what it's going to be, isn't it?
Inquiry. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not just about Peter Mandelson. It's about a system that protects the powerful and disregards the public. The victims deserved better. The British public deserve better. So the government must publish all...
Dog nonce is an underused insult. It's an underused insult. You know what I mean? Dog nonce caucus started in the Labour Party immediately. The kind of discrimination that me and my fellow dog nonces receive is just another kind of racism, conference.
The documents and the corruption.
That's why I, Keir Starmer, disgraced Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, has started the Dog Nonce Caucus in the House of Commons.
And the cover-up, and stop insulting the public with empty words when what we need is...
Suddenly they have 600 members because every MP is a dog nonce. Sorry. I'm just... Yeah, no, it's probably what would happen.
Transparency. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister said he had full confidence in Peter Mandelson. While the public has no confidence in him, he should do the honourable thing and resign.
Yeah, one of the only good MPs. Oh my God, Zara. You legend. What do we got next? GB Politics here, right? They're a terrible right-wing rag. Well, the right-wing Twitter account, but they're referring here to a terrible right-wing rag, The Times. I couldn't believe that this was real, right? Apparently this is completely real. This is from The Times on Sunday. They've done an entire fucking front page spread with Peter Mandelson, and these are not exactly flattering photos here. They're not exactly flattering photos here of him in his fucking, in his gaff. Yeah, chat, let's do a little bit of an assessment here, right? Obviously, I'm reporting on this very important, you know, this is an attempt to whitewash someone who is a horrible piece of shit. I'm pretty certain that this is real. It could be fake, I don't know. Times, Peter Mandelson, The Times Magazine. I'm pretty sure that my mum said that she got this because she gets The Times. It looks like he's just been caught wanking, yeah. I think it is real. But yeah, Katie Bowles, I think that's Ed Bowles' daughter, right? Isn't it? Am I right about that, chat? I think this is real. So The Times Magazine here, you know, just doing their bit to whitewash the reputation of this evil piece of shit who supplied the ruling class pedophile club with information, confidential information about the UK government and what kind of policies they were going to put in place after the 2008 financial crash. And all kinds of other stuff. Who knows what else they got up to. Let's do a quick dog fear analysis in this picture. Now, you can see, chat, the frame of the dog, right? If we're going off frame analysis, yeah? Right? See that the dog's frame is off. Yeah? You can see that the dog's frame is off. It, you know, away from Mandelson, whose frame is there, right? So this is the wrong frame. Oh shit. This is what the frame, this is where the dog's frame should be. But of course, completely put out of kilter by the presence of, could it be that Mandy is a dog nonce? You decide. Yeah? You decide. So that's very interesting that the Times was doing that. What else we got here? We have got... This is also incredible stuff. In 2019, Labour Deputy Leader Tom Watson and Peter Mandelson formed the Future Britain group to rally Labour MPs against Jeremy Corbyn. After they won, Watson and Mandelson's firm, Global Counsel, both became paid representatives for Palantir. This is what they fought for. It's on the Times' Instagram. Thank you, Baldwin. Yeah, like, it's crazy that they did this. It's so insane. It's so insane. I just can't believe it. Like, I asked my mum if it was real. Like I said, she gets the Times Magazine. Madness. Yeah, cash those fucking Sauron checks. Absolutely mental. All right. What do we got here? We got Sky News Report. This is Sky News Mornings with Sophie Ridge and Frost. I can't remember who Frost is. Let's see what they're saying. Starmer battling for his survival after Chief of Staff resigns. So this is from the morning. Remember, they don't have the news that we have now, which is that Keir Starmer is holding on for dear life. Let's take a look at this.
Good morning. Welcome to the programme. Morgan McSweeney, Keir Starmer's right-hand man.
I'm also going to run to the toilet real quick,
yesterday over his decision to push for Peter Mandelson to get the US ambassador job. And look, it is impossible to overstate how important Morgan McSweeney has been for the Starmer project. And in losing him, really, Keir Starmer has played his last card.
The question now is, will it be enough to save his premiership? Well, Keir Starmer will be hoping that with his lightning rod chief of staff gone, the party can now move on from the Mandelson saga. But of course, his leadership rivals are circling. Let's bring in Mari, who is here with us. Mari, just for those tuning in for the first time, recap kind of the timeline of how this unfolded, because he announced his resignation, Morgan McSweeney, a matter of hours after Pat McFadden was sitting just about here saying, no, he doesn't need to go.
Exactly, yeah. So Pat McFadden on Trevor Phillips on Sky News about 9 o'clock in the morning was saying, all this stuff about Morgan McSweeney is beside the point. This was a prime ministerial decision. It was the PM who made the decision, and therefore the decision is the PM's responsibility. So kind of pushing it back on the PM. And then by 2 o'clock, Morgan McSweeney had resigned. And we understand that the Prime Minister and Morgan McSweeney decided it was the right time, the right moment to move on, as it were. And so that's kind of how we got to where we are. Now, in terms of the reaction from different political parties, now all the opposition parties are, of course, capitalising on this. Tories saying that this is actually the PM pointing fingers at other people, never taking responsibility for himself. The Lib Dems...
It's crazy that the Tories are right about that. They're absolutely fucking correct about that shit. I couldn't believe that he would be that craven to actually fulfill a Tory smear like that. It's the kind of shit that they just say about any fucking, opposition leader. They said it about Jeremy Corbyn all the time. They were like, his party doesn't like him. He doesn't have any support. He's clinging on to power because he loves power and stuff. And it's like, that just wasn't true about Corbyn. And it's absolutely true about Keir Starmer. And it's like, he's made it happen. He's made it really happen. It's just nuts.
Saying they should have...
Thank you for the follows, by the way.
Reform saying this is just continuation of Tory chaos.
Broken clocks, yeah. Well, no, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying like, oh, yeah, the Tories are right about this, that, praising them in any way, or even saying that they're just like a broken clock. I'm just saying that, like, Keir Starmer is such a worm that he has, like, proven the Tories right. He's proven them right. He is the smear that they've been saying about every fucking Labour Party leader for like the last fucking 20 years. It's mad. I remember when I was doing migrant hotel rapid response stuff and that one Scouse lady came and told me she thought someone should explode Parliament with a rocket launcher. That's a bad belief that I do not hold. Yeah, me neither. Me neither. What a terrible lady. She should be in prison, probably.
PM's got to go. So all the opposition...
Yeah, it's just a shame that you don't know who she was. That'll never happen.
Parties are pointing the finger at Labour and saying this is a disaster.
I disavow.
This is a disgrace. Now, in terms of what we're expecting this week...
Very rude.
Is Number 10 and the PM going to try and salvage the situation? Well, first of all, tonight, the Prime Minister is going to be addressing the Parliamentary Labour Party, trying to rally the troops and persuade his MPs to stick with him. He's going to be addressing the Women's Parliamentary Labour Party after PMQs on Wednesday as well, specifically, of course, because the Mandelson affair has been about trafficking women.
I would have called the police, but Richard Tice was there and I was busy protecting the local dogs. That's so good.
Exploiting women. And so female MPs are in despair at what we've seen and how it
was good that you did that
to be brushed aside because of somebody's supposed incredible talents. But also, this week is about Number 10 trying to show what the PM is going to do, taking hard action as a result of what we've seen. So they're going to be focusing on his values. They're going to be focusing on why he's the right person to do some of this repair work to try and salvage the situation.
It's crazy that so this, with hindsight, looking at this analysis that was this morning, this was like 9 o'clock this morning or something. It's crazy in hindsight, knowing now what we know, looking at this. And she's saying, like, yeah, they're going to come out with, like, values that Keir Starmer holds or, like, things that he's done to try and make sure that people know that he's the right guy to cling on to power in this desperate, embarrassing way. And it's not actually cringe. It's not embarrassing. He's right and he's strong and all this. And it's like, and it appears that the line that they've gone with, based on what Natalie Fleet was saying before, based on what he himself was saying at this meeting in the fucking care home the other day or some shit, that he was talking about. They're talking about violence against women and girls and how much work he's done to prevent that, to change how violence against women and girls in Britain happens. And he just hasn't. Like, he provably hasn't. Like, it's so completely bizarre that that's what they went with.
They're going to emphasize on his...
And also, like, they're saying, like, he has a huge mandate, but that's also not true. It's like the things that they've gone for are just lies.
View and his opinion on public service and his commitment to public service. They're going to talk about how he recognises how much public trust has been damaged by this affair. They're going to talk about how he's got a long-standing commitment to high standards in public life, and then they're going to point to all the changes he's already made around those kinds of things. And
it's the same thing Trump has been saying. Yeah, well, he looks at what Daddy Trump is saying and he just goes, "That's how you do it." It just, we would like, I think it was Soph or someone else that was, I think it might have been Sorka that was saying earlier, it's like, yeah, this is, the things that he's saying is just what Trump is saying. You know? I wish he did have a big mandate. I wish he would go on a lovely date with a man and fall in love and elope to Barcelona together and make pottery. That would be the best thing that could happen. You don't want to fight violence against women and girls by surrounding yourself with someone firsthand experiencing doing it. And also, you don't fight it by focusing on things like grooming gangs, which is a racist dog whistle in the UK. And, you know, he's totally leaned in, and his MPs have leaned in to the grooming gang stuff to be like, we are taking seriously the problem of grooming gangs that were tried and convicted 15 years ago. We're taking very, very seriously the problem of grooming gangs in the UK. It's like, because there's literally like none now that are fulfilling the racist narrative of it, because they're all just white. There's just like two prolific, massive like instances in two separate cities in the UK where there was like I don't know, 10 or so grooming gangs that were doing this, and they were like majoritively West Asian men, but like obviously majoritively the most amount of pedophiles in the UK are of course white men, and they're just like focusing on these two things that happened years ago. That's like, you know, all this stuff has just like happened, but like, yeah, no, that's the key, right? Like he made a grooming gang member ambassador to the US. Focusing on, you know, the wrong demographic when talking about violence against women and girls. And then also making someone who was friends with the person who was in charge of the biggest grooming gang in the world an ambassador to the US. Like, it's just crazy.
In the coming days on that work that's being done, going further, looking at the appointments process, looking at lobbying rules. So that's the plan for the week.
I just want to take a moment to kind of really reflect on what a massive moment this is, what a critical moment this is. Morgan McSweeney, right? I mean, we talk about advisors an awful lot, you know, in Westminster it feels like, but it is impossible to overstate how important this guy is for Keir Starmer. I mean, he is Starmerism. He's kind of the whole project in a way. And I guess my question this morning is this a roll of the dice that may mean that he has done enough to draw a line under it all? He's made the biggest sacrifice, the sacrifice that many people are calling on. Or is this actually really the beginning of the end? Is this going to hasten his demise? Because he's got rid of the brains, the heart behind Starmerism, behind the project.
I mean, she's right, Soph. It's like, he is Starmerism. Like, Starmerism is not a thing that existed in the Labour Party, unless you wanted to call it, like, Blairism. But yeah, he's existentially cooked. Like, he doesn't have anything without McSweeney.
As a bit of a human shield. And so I guess that is my question this morning. Where does it leave Keir Starmer?
So Starmer's team will argue that he's the right guy for the job, and this is why we need to stick by him, that actually he's the best person. If you look at some of his rivals, they would make a disaster of this. We can't turn into the Tories. We've got to stick with the leader. That will be their argument. But if you...
that is what's happening. She's right. That's the main reason that he's not resigning, because he knows that if he did resign, it would be the revolving door of the Labour Party, what I was talking about before. But it's just going to be that anyway. I don't know what's more embarrassing, a revolving door of the Labour Party prime ministers, or like a prime minister that is the most unpopular prime minister in British records, in British history, refusing to resign because he just doesn't want to look like the, you know, he just doesn't want to look like the Tories. I don't know what's more embarrassing, honestly.
A lot of Labour MPs, the majority of them are telling me, now maybe I'm speaking to the wrong.
I don't think they're trying to imply Stalinism at all.
It's on borrowed time. At this point, it's a when, not if. And the question will be, how can they pick the timing, whether that's after...
7 prime ministers in 10 years, potentially. That's what me and Sophie were saying last night.
Managing that.
I mean, to your point, Sophie, as well, about whether it speeds things up, a lot of the opposition parties are making the case, which seems to be fairly reasonable to say, well, if we're now admitting that a head needed to roll in and around the appointment of Peter Mandelson, it's not a great
concern with his legacy. Well, that's the thing. His legacy is completely fucked. Like he doesn't. We don't live in consensus reality with these freaks. Angela Rayner or Ed Miliband. I don't agree with the bookies about streeting. People do hate that dude, but it's not about the people. That one thing that we looked at was not like who is most popular. It's who is more likely to replace Keir Starmer, and it's like Angela Rayner, Ed Miliband, or Wes Streeting, right? I think the only reason that Wes Streeting is in there is because it's like, as soon as you get to Wes Streeting, it's like, well, who else is it going to be? Shabana Mahmood, you know, she just doesn't have like the clout. She's not been on telly enough. Whereas Angela Rayner has, and Ed Miliband certainly has, and Wes Streeting definitely has. It's crazy that it kind of comes down to that, right? Susie G says, hi, I think it's great that you guys are holding people accountable. No. That's not happening. No one is holding... There is this really weird idea that, like, there's something being done about this stuff. Like, Peter Mandelson has lost his position in the House of Lords. He is going to be investigated by the police, but that's, you know, the police in this country are corrupt as fuck. They're completely compromised by, like, Freemasons who have connections to the ruling class. The ruling class are people like Peter Mandelson, the king, the queen, you know, etc., etc. He's lost his position. He's not in the Labour Party anymore, but he's getting like a 50 grand or a 60 grand payout. He's already got loads of money. As Monkey Sputum was saying in the chat before, you get £300 a day just for £300, not even a day, £300 per day just for clocking into the House of Lords. You don't have to be there for the fucking like full day. So however many days he's been to the House of Lords, £300 times that. You know, this guy's got loads of dough. He's not gonna get put in prison unless there is a Green Party government that is maybe like, you know, a coalition government with the independence parties of the various countries of the UK and your party. There is going to be no accountability for people like this. 300 quid a day and most of them just sleep. Yeah. So, you know, please don't look at Britain and think you're doing this stuff. You're doing stuff. It's great. It's not happening. None of that's happening. You know, there's been some cabinet ministers resign because, like, what you've got to remember is that the key thing here is about government secrets being leaked between Peter Mandelson and Jeffrey Epstein. That's the big thing. If it was just that Peter Mandelson was like mates with Jeffrey Epstein, they could like probably get away with just keeping him in the Labour Party. Because they knew about this already. They just knew about it already. And it all came out before Christmas anyway, and they tried to fucking sweep it under the rug then, rather successfully, unfortunately. And but it's only with the release of these latest files that more stuff has come out. And the main thing that they've had to hold their hands up and go, shit, we can't make an excuse for this, is the leaking of the government secrets. The entire British political apparatus is holding down a big tarp over 10 trillion scandals at all times. And this one is just too big for them to keep in. That is exactly it. That is exactly it. The House of Commons is a fucking den of scum and villainy. So people call Britain Little America, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. We're the 51st state, you know?
The person who drew up the advice is the one that deserves to go, not the person that made the final decision. And in that sense, it definitely doesn't feel like, line has been drawn under it.
And that was Pat McFadden's point, by the way, as well.
Yeah.
He was saying it was a prime ministerial appointment.
Exactly. And then, the only other thing I'd say is this is unbelievably big moment, as you say, with Morgan McSweeney. I still wonder whether the biggest moment was last week.
Hey, Lesbian Hot Sauce, what's up? Everybody, please go and follow Lesbian Hot Sauce. How are you doing, comrade? It's good to see you.
Parliament that he couldn't win, despite his massive parliamentary majority, on an issue now that wasn't about...
No, it's just a turn of phrase, Gabriel, yeah.
It wasn't about the two-child benefit cap. It was basically the opposition trying to put political pressure on the Prime Minister, and he couldn't win it. Yeah. So he just doesn't have the authority of his own MPs.
That is the trust. It was about trust, and the fact is his MPs do not trust him. And that is a fundamental problem for Keir Starmer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and as you say, if you lose the confidence of your own...
I don't think they're right about that.
All the way back to that welfare vote.
Yeah.
And that is a problem. How can you govern? How can you...
Those votes, those earlier ones, you could just about say, OK, everyone will fall back in line again, because the welfare thing was such an important issue for them individually. Moving on, the Prime Minister's authority. But last week, you can't hide behind that policy issue. It was basically the opposition trying to cause him political pressure, and they didn't stand to the defence of their Prime Minister. Big moments.
Yeah, Mari, going to be a busy week for you, I'm sure. We'll speak to you soon. Busy moment on the programme as well. We're going to be talking to Jackie Smith for the government very soon. Also, the newly acquired MP for Reform UK, Robert Jenrick, as well.
Cool. That's so cool that they're just getting Robert Jenrick on, but no one from Plaid Cymru, no one from the SNP, no one, not even a consideration that Ireland even exists, let alone, the Green Party. Let's just get Robert Jenrick on. He defected to Reform. Let's hear what he's got to say about it.
Right, it's a huge week in Westminster. Morgan McSweeney, the Chief of Staff, the right-hand man of Keir Starmer, the man who really kind of masterminded his landslide election victory, he's gone. He's out over his decision to push for the appointment.
It is good. It is good. I'm glad. Whenever they repeat it, I'm like, that's great. That's good. I'm still glad that he's out. I've never seen a Sinn Féin MP interviewed. Wasn't there that famous one where they interviewed a Sinn Féin MP, and because of the law about Sinn Féin, they couldn't use the guy's voice, and they had to dub it over with just a guy saying exactly what he said or some shit. Sinn Féin BBC interview. But also I think Sinn Féin just reject invitations to the BBC. Is it the Jerry Adams one? It's the Jerry Adams one, right? Sinn Féin is still not welcome in Westminster. It's not that they're not welcome, they refuse to take their seats. That's what it is. If they win seats in the north of Ireland, they go to, It's the brass eye bit with the helium. Well, I think that's what that was about. Sinn Féin BBC, Jerry Adams BBC interview. Voice. It was because of a BBC broadcast ban. Ireland, the road ahead, dubbed Jerry Adams. So insane, bro.
Protestants and Catholics.
It's so insane, dude. This is fucking crazy. If you think things are crazy in the UK nowadays, wait till you see this shit.
Ever live in peace together? Will there always be a Northern Ireland? Could a Paisley and an Adams ever find a middle path? Because of the government's ban, we can't use his own voice, so his words will be spoken simultaneously by an interpreter.
The Unionists are our people. We need them to make peace.
Can you imagine? What the fuck is that? ITN. Fucking ITN, mate. There's a protracted Jerry Adams interview. Why was it banned? Because people said that the Irish Republican Army were the militant wing, the military wing of Sinn Féin. So in the same way that they look at Al-Qassam brigades in Gaza, so Hamas, you will have heard a lot of talk of Hamas over the last couple of years. Hamas are just the ruling party of Gaza. They're like Sinn Féin in Gaza, but Sinn Féin don't rule, obviously, in Northern Ireland. In terms of like, they're just you know, they're elected officials. They're just politicians. It's a political party, and it's like a makeup of various different political factions, right, working together pragmatically for the liberation of Palestine and Gaza, and more broadly Palestine. And Al-Qassam brigades are broadly referred to as Hamas, right? As the military wing of Hamas, but they are literally like a massive combination of different organizations. It's like 10 different organizations of militant resistance fighters. So like in the same way that the Hamas is basically referred to unequivocally as those resistance fighters all over the fucking Imperial Corps, Sinn Féin was essentially seen as the IRA. So they were like, yeah. I could have sworn the BBC has interviewed Hamas members or other so-called terrorists. Yeah, because they, I don't think that they have the broadcasting ban anymore. I think that they realised that was mad. Doesn't the BBC refuse to call Hamas terrorists anyway? No. What? What do you mean? They call Hamas terrorists all the time. The BBC is edited by Rafi Berg, who is an unapologetic, horrific Zionist. You know, he's fully on board with calling Hamas terrorists. He's fully on board. If he could get away with it, he would just call Arabs terrorists. He would flatten the entire ethnicities of the Middle East into all Arabs, and he would call them all terrorists. That's who Rafi Berg is, the editor of the BBC. Let's have a look. I almost had the same response verbatim, yeah. Hey, Alejandro. Do they have like another bit with Jerry Adams here? Where's the interview with Jerry Adams? This is such a long episode of fucking ITN. What the fuck are they doing? Did they just have like that one? Oh, here we go. It's at the end. It's like right at the end.
Again today, Sir Patrick Mayhew reiterating the point that as far as he's concerned, the clock on talks has not started ticking because they haven't heard some formulation of the words which amount to permanent to them. Now, Mr. Major says he'll be satisfied if he hears the words, and I quote them, "The armed conflict is over." Could you endorse that formulation?
Well, Dermot, let me say first of all that I'm very pleased that you kept the name of our party correct. Can I also say that your view with respect to those in Britain, your viewers must be disappointed and bewildered by the comments from Patrick Mayhew.
How insane is this? How fucking insane is this? Completely insane. Like, it's just so bizarre. It's so completely bizarre. I just looked it up. It was a whole thing. Why the BBC doesn't call Hamas militants terrorists? John Simpson. There has definitely been reporting that's called them terrorists. 1,000%. Government ministers, newspaper columnists. This after October 7th as well. 11th of October. Carried out probably atrocities in southern Israel are terrorists. The answer goes right back to the BBC's founding principle. Terrorism is a loaded word. Ha ha! They use it all the time. We regularly point out that the British and other governments have condemned Hamas as a terrorist organization, but that's their business. This is, okay, yeah, so they are literally like, what they're referring to here is their so-called journalistic practice, right? And what that means is, they will often say Hamas, a terrorist organization as deemed by the British government, but they don't need to say that by law, but they do it all the time. So if you're saying that, like, we regularly point out that the British and other governments have condemned Hamas as a terrorist organization, but that's their business, but they repeatedly mention that they are doing a thing. They are doing a manufacturing of consent, right? So it doesn't matter that they have these like guidelines or whatever. And also, I think that this is entirely changed after what was his name? John Sims stepped down. No, what's his name? I'm thinking of John Simpson now because of this article. Tim Davies. So yeah, I don't think that this doesn't mean anything. You know, what they're doing here is they're saying, you're going to hear us mention that Hamas are a designated terrorist organization a lot over the next 2 years. So what you need to know is that we definitely don't think that, and we're just going to do one article about that, and we're going to hope that everybody listens to it, but nobody will, and everybody will just read the articles where we say, Hamas, a terrorist organization, as prescribed by the UK government. You know? They refuse to say it's their own determination, so having a policy of not interviewing terrorists doesn't make sense if they don't officially call anyone terrorists. Yeah, but like, you know, it just doesn't fucking matter because it's the BBC is state propaganda, right? So it's just going to do whatever the fucking state wants it to. The BBC is completely fucking compromised in that regard. Let's carry on with this.
Of Peter Mandelson as US ambassador. But I guess the question now moves to Keir Starmer. Has he done enough to save his premiership? Did he play his last card in vain? We'll be trying to find out a little bit more with our next guest, the Skills Minister, Baroness Jackie Smith. Great to have you on the programme.
Good morning.
This is crazy. So she is the Labour minister who has been carted around, who's been saddled with the job, the desperate fucking job of going around and defending Keir Starmer on all the news shows this morning. Let's hear what she's got to say.
So, Jackie, Morgan McSweeney is gone. Should he have?
Well, I think Morgan himself explained why he felt that, having given the advice that he did, he wanted to take responsibility for that. And of course, I suspect, recognising, as I've seen a few times in my career, that when the advisor becomes the story, it's probably right that they move aside.
It's difficult to...
Okay, all right. You got it, Jackie.
...overstate the importance of Morgan McSweeney to the Starmerism project. I think that's fair to say. You know, he was absolutely at the heart of...
She doesn't know what to say to this. She's not been briefed. She's doing the politician 1,000-yard stare. This is crazy.
The election victory. He's been at Keir Starmer's side ever since. I mean, he is the Starmerism project. Can Keir Starmer survive without him?
Well, Morgan McSweeney certainly played an important role with Keir in, first of all, changing and recovering, I would say, the Labour Party to a position where it could win the general election in 2024 and helping to win that election and for the first 18 months in government. But it was Keir Starmer that led the party to win that election, to win a 5-year term to change the country.
That's a funny joke.
And it's Keir Starmer that will continue to lead that change.
You can't...
This is so crazy. It's so crazy.
You can't downplay his role, though.
Well, I think I just said that
he was really important.
I think I just said that I thought he played an important role, and I certainly, and I know others, are grateful to him, particularly for the change that he made in our party after a...
Yes, I loved it when they got rid of that disgusting jam man. That disgusting, evil jam man, Jeremy Crombly, who wanted to make things so much better for the British public. I personally, as the Minister for Schools and Education, could not allow that to happen.
Disastrous previous election result to enable us to be...
Disastrous previous election result. It wasn't a disastrous election result at all. It just simply wasn't. Like, this woman is an evil piece of shit. Just like all the other fucking Labour MPs, fucking no least the worst of them all, Keir Starmer himself. It's just so deeply fucking annoying that they're all there. Like, it's so good what Keir Starmer and Morgan McSweeney did for the fucking Labour Party. So glad that we got rid of all those loony lefties. Unelectable loony lefties. Why are they unelectable? I don't know. The journalists just say they are.
In the position where Keir Starmer can lead the change that this country needs.
Can I just ask you a little bit about how the decision was reached?
Wait, she's the Minister for Skills. Wait, what? How is that not just like a made-up job? I thought she was the Minister for Education. I thought she was the Minister for Schools and Education. She's the Minister for Skills and Education. Okay, whatever.
Because yesterday in the morning, Pat McFadden was sitting basically where you are, and
doing some more tiny head edits for stream intermission screen. I don't know if Carney meeting G is funnier if they both have tiny heads or if only Carney does. No, G's got to have a normal sized head. G's got to have a normal sized head because he's got a brain in it. But I think if Mark's Carney is the one that has the tiny head, yeah, that's the way.
He backed Morgan McSweeney just hours before he ended up going. I think we might better play what Pat McFadden said yesterday morning. Let's just listen.
I don't want to hear what Pat McFadden's got to say again. This guy's the most boring fucking turtle head I've ever fucking seen in my entire life. He could put you to sleep in 2 fucking minutes.
Go. So I guess what went on? Did the Prime Minister change his mind on Sunday, or did he just forget to tell the Minister on the morning round what was...
She's just going to say Morgan McSweeney resigned because he felt that he was doing bad for the party.
Going on?
No, I think it was Morgan that made the decision, and as I understand...
There you go. There you go.
Understand it, had been thinking about it certainly since the beginning.
But there's a communications issue there.
Well, no, look,
very odd,
come on, Sophie. People like me, people like Pat that come onto programmes like this are going to be supportive of people that we have worked closely with. But it was Morgan who thought about the position that he was in, and particularly, as I say, the extent to which he'd become the story, and decided that the best thing for the government that he had worked hard to ensure got into power was able to carry on doing the work for the country that is so important.
So are you saying, that Keir Starmer didn't want him to go? Did he want...
He has got mad Randall from Recess vibes, hasn't he? Like, he really just kind of looks like Randall from Recess. I just think it's his haircut. It's just his haircut. I've never really seen him with like the gamer, tech neck or whatever sort of thing. But like, he's got a notepad, he's got the hair, and he's, whizzing around in the background, probably like snitching on people for doing things wrong, blackmailing them and all this shit, He's the Randall from Recess guy when he grew up. That's basically it.
To keep Morgan McSweeney.
My understanding is that Morgan McSweeney made the decision, Keir accepted it, they agreed together that that was the right thing to do.
Because, that's my point, I guess, because this is the thing, it's not just that Keir Starmer, the briefing that we've had is that they jointly decided it was the right thing to do.
Well, that's what I think I just said. So now the priority.
It's not just the decision.
It is insane. No, you're right. It is insane that they keep emphasizing how crucial he supposedly was to them being elected. Yes, there's an entire scandal going on around. Like, no, it is that. It is so weird. It is so completely weird. They're like, Morgan McSweeney was so crucial in like getting the Labour Party to where it was. It's like, yeah, he's the protege of Peter Mandelson, who was deeply compromising UK government secrets to an elite group of paedophiles. Like, that's what you're saying. You're saying that, like, the guy who was the protege of the paedophile group's inside man was very, very important in getting the Labour Party to where it is. They're just saying it out loud. They're saying it out loud for everybody to hear. It's deeply fucking insane. Also, not just that, but, the guy that was in charge of the fucking paedophile club who had ties to Mossad, literally ties to Mossad, had a fucking IDF jumper that he wore.
That's my point.
Now
this is the one campaign thing we didn't want to happen.
Is for the Prime Minister, who has taken responsibility for the mistakes made in appointing Peter Mandelson.
How has he done that?
Put right what went wrong there.
She doesn't believe what she's saying at all.
In the country, and I think that's what he'll be focusing on this morning.
The problem is, sacking your closest advisor is a bit...
Well, I think we've both agreed he didn't sack his closest.
Come on, Jackie. Come on, Jackie.
Advisor, haven't we?
Okay, I'll rephrase. Coming to a joint decision with your closest advisor that the best thing that should happen is for them to go is playing your last card, right? It's getting rid of the human shield, the lightning rod. We've seen it with previous premierships as well. It's almost the beginning of the end.
Mule, you popping off on the algo. I'm loving it. I appreciate that. I think it is important to know that I've had 2 big raids today. from wonderful comrades Dave and Rob Rousseau. But I have noticed that even when I don't get raids, my average viewership is increasing, and it is really, really nice. So I do appreciate you, pointing that out. And it is very exciting. It's really good to see the community grow and shit like that. Also consider, all the work that I've put in to make my community grow by giving me money. Yeah. You can give me money. This is my full-time job. I actually forgot to mention this. I'm getting sanctioned by Universal Credit at the moment. So £13 a day they're cutting me off of until I have a meeting on the 25th. So that is from Friday to the 25th. So like 20 days I'm getting like £13 cut off. So I'm going to be losing a fair bit of money this month. So please consider donating. If you get me to the tip goal, along with my Patreon money and my sub money, I'm sure it'll be fine. But at the moment, things are getting a little hairy, so please consider subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. We're also really, really close to the midway goal of the... it's pretty bad, Val, because I missed that one fucking that one meeting. It fucking sucks. But anyway, we're pretty close to the midway goal of the month, which is really nice because we're not even halfway through the month yet. We're at the 9th. So that's really exciting. If we could get to 250 by the end of the week, that'd be crazy. But don't forget, chat, we got Cat Cam. He's gone into his second position. If you want to unlock Cat Cam for the rest of the stream, how much do we need? We got another dono earlier, didn't we? What was it? So that's 5, so that's 10, 16. So we just need another £9, chat. Just another £9. And you could be enjoying Melpert with all of us. Where is he? We could have him on the stream where he's just there. There he is. It's kind of just his bum at the minute, but he moves around. What are you doing? I think, is he kind of all pushed up against the back? You can't really see him, but you're gonna have a good time if we get that £9 donated. So think about it. First day on Twitch and third stream I've seen. Quality stuff all around. Hell yeah, let's go. And you came in with the Rob stream, right, comrade? Dexy? So yeah, you will have got the quality Rob stream. Absolutely incredible quality. Much better than any other streamer that I know. And then you've got my stream, which is the best quality on Twitch. You won't get any better than this. This is pretty much the zenith network. Proving that my stream is the zenith of quality by giving me money. Thank you so much for the £4.20. Don't suck too hard on the joint, comrades. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. Let's fucking go. I think that means that now we just need another £5. Another £5 to unlock the Cat Cam for the rest of the stream. Thank you so much, network. You legend. Rob was singing, was he? Was he singing? Right. Well, you see, the thing is with singing... Yeah, the thing is with singing is that it actually brings down the quality. So if Rob wouldn't have sung, he could have been... I'm just saying that, because I'm not going to cheapen my stream by doing that, right? Gabriel Elbone, thank you so much for subbing as well. I do appreciate the subs. I also do have a sub goal as well. Aside from the dono goal. We're not really at halfway there, but I'm sure we'll get there eventually. But thank you so much for subbing. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes. I am joking, by the way. I'm friends with Rob, just in case anyone is unsure that the ribbon that I'm giving him here about singing on stream, I'm sure it was very good. Okay. You got sent to him from Madeline Pendleton. Yeah, Madeline raids me as well regularly, so there you go. Huge dubs. Huge dubs all around.
And there's already signs that it's not enough. Clive Lewis... Did
you check out Ice Watch by Terminal Nation yet? I don't know what you're talking about.
He was not an aberration. He was the tip of the iceberg. It's not going to be...
I don't know what those words mean.
Hastening his demise.
No Prime Minister has a human shield. Every Prime Minister is exposed and responsible for.
This is so depraved. This is so completely depraved. Song. Oh, okay, yeah. Ice Watch. Terminal Nation. Well, you know, we can all listen to that together, can't we? If we get a hype train on the go and you all subscribe. That's how that works, right? If you gift some subs in the chat and if you subscribe. Gabriel's already done 1, so if you do like another 2 or some shit, a hype train might happen. I don't know. I found you through a Slav, an American, then a Canadian, just to return to a fellow Brit. Yeah, that's actually mad. So, like, Hugo, Madeline, Rob, and me. It's the holy quadrinity. It is crazy that she's the Minister for Skills, but has absolutely none. No, you're right. You're right, ma'am.
Decisions that they make in government. Okay. That's something that Keir Starmer has always taken seriously, and it's what he'll continue to work on.
Will he still be Prime Minister this time next year?
I very much hope so. I think the last thing that the country or the party could do with at the moment is a lengthy leadership campaign. Look,
what would you say on that? Just on that, what would you say to all your colleagues who are really helpfully briefing the press, saying that they actually warned Keir Starmer about Mandelson all along?
Well, as I have previously said when I've come on your programme, Sophie, at times like this, I think it would be better, given that we were elected to change the country, if people focused on doing that rather than on thinking about who the future leader may or may not be at some point or.
Right, but you're not changing the country either. So now what? So now what, man? What?
Another.
And how's that focus going?
There is a big job to be done.
How's that focus going? Is the party focused? Is the cabinet focused?
Yeah, well, I believe they are, and I believe that they should be.
Do you really?
Well,
they are changing the country by turbo fucking it. Yeah, true.
I've just said I think some of them should probably concentrate a bit more, and certainly they should get their advisors to concentrate a bit more on the change we're making to the country rather than the change that might happen to the leadership of the Labour Party at some point in the distant future.
She really has got the 1,000-yard stare, right? She's got the 1,000-yard stare for sure.
Prime Minister is and needs to be focused
you and
on
you and Peter Mandelson.
You got it, Soph.
Right?
Hell yeah.
Both served for Tony Blair, both served for Gordon Brown. Aisha Hazarika has been very strong, I thought, over the weekend, saying it's a shameful week for Labour. And the reason Labour's been so seduced by Peter Mandelson over all those years is because of what she describes as a male power structure. I mean, do you agree with her, what she's saying?
Well, yes, you're right.
Struggling with her, like, actual lived reality as a woman in the Labour Party and her total, I guess, allegiance to Keir Starmer here. I think this question has thrown her a little bit.
I served in the cabinet with Peter Mandelson between 2008 and 2009 when Gordon Brown brought him back into government. When I was focused on fighting terrorism and tackling crime and violence against women, and he appears to have been focused on downloading information and sending it to Jeffrey Epstein. I'm pretty... I was going to say a word that you shouldn't say on the telly. I'm pretty angry about that. More importantly, and this is where I think Aisha's right, at the heart of this issue is the rich and powerful men across the world who enabled and were complicit in the rape and abuse of young women. And if I know one thing about the Prime Minister, it's that he is absolutely determined to take action on that. When I first met him back in 2007, it was when he was Director of Public Prosecutions and I was working on, as Home Secretary, on how we tackle violence against women and girls. He was absolutely driving the Crown Prosecution Service.
This is the line. This is the fucking line. This is the line that they keep going with all the fucking time. All the fucking time. I was, during my time as top cop, violence against women and girls was my main priority. I changed this country. I made it safer for women and girls in this country.
Tackle that issue. And I know that it's what he will continue to do now.
I do want to give you...
Yes, literally, have them arrest Mandelson and Andrew, yeah. Well, you know, they're saying, oh yeah, we've reported them to the police, right? But of course, the Met Police are not just going to, like, get Peter Mandelson in handcuffs or fucking ex-Prince Andrew, because that would just be too close to what their job title is supposed to be, rather than what their job actually is, which is protecting the ruling class. I prosecuted a number of rapists, so checkmate feminists. Exactly. That's the kind of thing he's saying right now. That's the kind of thing that people are saying.
It's about apprenticeships. What is it?
So this is National Apprenticeship Week. It's a really important week in which we can both celebrate what apprenticeships mean to people, young and older, but we can also make clear that the opportunities that apprenticeships provide, particularly for young people, helps to give opportunities to young people that they haven't had enough of in this country. And we will improve both the information around apprenticeships, and we'll also pivot the system so that there are more opportunities for young people, and we can see that helping both young people to get on and also driving the growth and the opportunity we need to see in the economy as well.
So they've cack-handedly said that they're going to support Apprenticeship Week by, like, I don't know what are they saying that they're doing? I don't even know what she's saying.
And we can see that helping both young people to get on and also driving the growth and the opportunity we need to see in the economy as well.
Okay, Jackie Smith.
Wait, what? What is she doing? What is she actually saying?
Make clear that the opportunities that apprenticeships provide, particularly for young people, helps to give opportunities.
She's just promoting apprenticeships. That's all that's happening here. There's no policy that they've changed or anything like that. It's just like they've said you need to go out and defend Keir Starmer, and then when you've done that, talk about apprenticeships and how Labour wants to promote people getting apprenticeships so that the economy gets good. This is fucking dire, man. Absolutely fucking dire. They're going to give a bunch of consultants millions to say kids need to get off social media. Our children need to get off social media and into the streets. Into the streets of work, where they could be put into factories to make things for no money.
Young people that they haven't had enough of in this country. And we will improve both the
Neoliberals love to mention domestic violence only for it to cause fear in half the population while creating the material conditions for it to thrive in society, yes.
Young people. And we can see that helping both young people to get on and also driving the growth and the opportunity we need to see in the economy as well.
Okay, Jackie Smith. Thank you very much indeed, Jackie Smith.
What's your opinion on the idea of an under-16 social media ban? It's bad. I think it's bad. If you follow Helena, I have the same take as her, which is that, like, the way that you make social media safer for children is you regulate the companies that. I don't think that she said much about regulating companies, but, like, in my opinion, if you want to make social media safer for kids, you regulate the companies that run social media, you know, and you hold them to account. You prosecute them if they break the law, the operating laws in the country that they're operating in, that you run. She was talking about regulation as well. I was going to say, yeah. I imagine that she probably would. You can't just like in literally any scenario where a government bans stuff, people just find ways to do it anyway. It's completely unenforceable, yeah. Because if you're a kid that gets like a VPN, which is really easy to get a VPN nowadays, or if you're like your parents have got a fucking VPN, you can just get around it. It puts more kids in danger to have an under 16s ban, yeah. It's just like, it's just completely absurd. It's a completely unworkable, unenforceable policy that just isn't going to work. It's driving me mad that seeing even a lot of left people thinking it's a good idea. Those left-wing people basically think that kids are having the same experience that we're having on social media. So when you think about like adults on social media, you think about Twitter, you think about like Facebook, right? And it's like all this stuff is bad. Like you whenever you're on it, you don't get any good brain juice. It's all bad, right? And so we think that broadly kids are having that same experience. But they're not. Like, kids are having loads of fun with like TikTok and shit. And also, like, there's not like a huge thing to say that loads of kids are using social media anyway. There's like a growing amount of kids in the UK and in the Imperial Core more broadly that are just like, I don't go on social media because it's cringe. You know, like my next door but one neighbor, her kids were like talking the other day about like, I'm so glad that like my mum advised me, didn't force her, but advised her that like social media is bad vibes. Like, that's all she said. She just said, listen, you're going to do what you're going to do, but social media is bad vibes. Everyone just like argues on there. It's really bad energy, this, that, and the other. And she was just like, I'm so glad that my mum said that because I can see all the kids at school that are on social media having a shit time. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, that's great. That's dope. You don't, like, you know, you need to let kids make their own decisions about this stuff. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. It's about, we were talking about this on Red Planet last night about, you know, the difference between the family laws in Cuba and the family laws, like the non-existent family laws in the fucking UK, like the Child Protection Act, shit like that, and how really a lot of the stuff in there is just about controlling kids, you know? Do you think they'll slap IDs on VPN purchases, or do you think that that'll die on the vine? I think that people will find a way around that as well. The Cuba family laws are cool. Yeah. We've got like a great interview with Struggle 4, Marcus from Struggle 4. He does a lot of organizing for Cuba Solidarity in the USA. And we had him on Red Planet last night. Make sure you go and follow Red Planet. It's a commie roundtable discussion show where me, Sophie, and Tim talk about organizing, people who are organizing, asking people who have got an experience in organizing how they, you know, what advice they would give to people who want to get started in organizing. If you want to learn about organizing, check out Red Planet. Yeah, you know, we talk about building dual power. We talk about the empire falling apart. We talk about all that stuff. So go check that out. But yeah, the interview that we did with Marcus last night, he was talking quite broadly about the family law in Cuba. Tim was talking about the way in which like Maori people in Aotearoa will like often just like engage in Maori tradition of just like, yeah, we're just gonna like give basically like a family member, you know, a kid like that's like, you know, a family member because we raise each other's kids, we see each other's kids as our kids, you know, it's like the whole family's kind of kids kind of thing. But the state will just be like, nope, you can't do that. Now we're going to put you in a foster home, completely remove any of your indigenous identity, etc., all the kind of things. So yeah, it was a really good discussion. And it just kind of comes down to what Sophie said, which is like, you know, people don't want to give kids rights. Like, they just don't want kids to have rights, especially in the UK. Like, the way that we treat kids in the UK is just disgusting. The way that people talk about kids in the UK is disgusting. You know. So anyway,
more now on our top story. Sir Keir Starmer's fighting for his political future after losing his right-hand man, Morgan McSweeney.
Hey, something. What's up?
The Labour MP Natalie Fleet. A very good morning to you. Thanks so much for joining us.
Oh, she's back. She's figured out her lighting. It's crazy that it like, wait, hang on a minute. When was this broadcast? Does it have the time? It doesn't have the time on it, but wait, when was this? This was streamed live 15 hours ago. This was like last night. In the previous interview, she was like looking down at the camera like that. She would look like an old person with the flip phone. Oh, I don't know if I want to listen to this lady speak again, chat. I don't know. Let's just move on. Okay, so I think this is the upshot. We got a Diane Abbott interview to have a look at in a minute. We've also got ITV News talking about this. We might skip that. I want to. Sophie, I don't know if you're like looking at the screen right now, but you should for like a hot minute. We're gonna have a look at this in a minute. This is like a 4-minute video that his team have done on Keir Starmer's personal YouTube channel, Keir Starmer Unpacked. I don't ever want to see this phrase ever again. I don't ever want to say the words Keir Starmer unpacked. This is so mad, man. Yeah, we're going to have a look at this in a bit. Then we got question time. We might skip that because it's long. All right, I'll tell you what. Let's have a look at Anas Sarwar calling for Keir Starmer to resign. Let's see what he said in his speech.
As you can imagine, done a lot of thinking over the last few days. And
so for those of you who don't know, this is the Labour leader in Scotland. So, of course, Scottish elections happen separately, but also simultaneously when they're electing MPs for Parliament. But when they're electing Scottish members of Parliament, they happen differently, separately. And this is the Labour leader of the Scottish Labour Party, Anas Sarwar. And he is calling for Keir Starmer to resign, which is an interesting move. Because as we found out before, I can't remember who put it in the chat. I think it was Cunning Linguist. Anas Sarwar was good friends with Peter Mandelson and not shy about talking about it.
I am clear that I have to do what's right for my country, Scotland. This isn't easy, and it's not without pain, as I have a genuine friendship with Keir Starmer. But my first priority and my first loyalty is to my country, Scotland. And I am not willing to sacrifice Scotland's NHS, our schools, our communities, our towns, cities, villages and islands.
There's a link to the video in the chat, so
of an SNP government. That's why the distraction needs to end and the leadership in Downing Street has to change.
That's crazy. It's crazy that is he the first actual elected official of the Labour Party that is saying this? I think he is, isn't he?
It is so obvious that we desperately need change in Scotland. And in 3 months' time...
does Labour have a majority in Scotland? No. The SNP has the First Minister, so I think they govern in Holyrood. I'm pretty sure that's the case. Scottish chatters, you'll be able to tell me
the opportunity
if that's true or not.
Of a failing SNP government is one that is too important.
Failing SNP government, yeah, it's the SNP government in Holyrood, yeah.
To be missed. We cannot allow the failures at the heart of Downing Street to mean the failures continue here in Scotland.
Yeah, it's the largest party. Thanks,
because the election in May is not without consequence for the lives of Scots. We have an NHS crisis where too many Scots can't access the treatment they need and when they need it. We have a housing emergency with more than 10,000 Scottish children homeless right now. And we have too many young people not feeling safe at school or on our streets or missing out on the opportunities they deserve. And we have an SNP government that is addicted to secrecy and cover-ups with devastating consequences. That's why I have to be honest about failure wherever I see it. The situation in Downing Street is not good enough.
Yeah, that would be very good, so.
Too many mistakes. They promised they were going to be different, but too much has happened. Have there been good things? Of course there have.
Too much has happened. I got too much fucking shit on me.
Many of them, but no one knows them and no one can hear them because they're being drowned out. That's why it cannot continue. I am proud to have played my part in removing a Tory government that was doing so much damage.
You're awesome. Have a good stream. Thank you for being here. Appreciate that.
Having a Labour government matters. I am proud of my Scottish Labour MPs who did the hard work, persuaded our fellow Scots, ran a historic and successful campaign, and who have spent every day since fighting for Scotland's interests. I'm proud of these Scottish Labour ministers serving at every level of government, delivering for Scotland. I want them to stay in government because I said right at the start that my first priority and my first loyalty is to my country, Scotland. That's
right, so why don't you support independence?
Why they must continue to defend and protect Scotland's interests.
I love Scotland, and that's why Labour, Scottish Labour, just don't have any pro-Scottish policies.
Keir Starmer is a decent man.
No! You didn't have to say that. You didn't have to say that. Even when members of his fucking party are rebelling against him, they're way too polite about it. He's not a decent man. You have the opportunity to do the smartest thing ever. Like, I just don't understand it. Like, are they so allergic to any kind of possible left-wing ideas being at the forefront of Labour's manifesto that they just have to just be like, no, but Keir Starmer was really good, though. All of his policies are really, really good. He's just got to go because of the Epstein-Mandelson stuff. What do you mean, man? He's the most unpopular prime minister in UK history. You don't have to say he's a decent man. You can say that he's completely incompetent, spineless, and evil. Like, his fucking government have participated in a genocide. It's insane.
And it is no secret that I've always got on well with him, and he has dedicated his life to public service.
Imprisoned like 5,000 nanas.
I have also dedicated myself to public service, and I need to decide what I'm willing to accept and what I'm willing to tolerate. The people of this great country, Scotland, are crying out for competent government, for transparency, for honesty, and for delivery. They want to see politics that is open and accountable. They want to see leaders who put the national interest before themselves. That is the standard I will always apply. In 3 months, we have an election that must be about one thing and one thing only.
It will be about one thing and one thing only. It will be about independence, and Scottish people will vote overwhelmingly for it, I think. I just don't think. I don't think there's going to be one Labour seat in Scotland. There might be like one Labour seat. What's the constituency map look like? Scottish election results. Let's have a look. Map. Get me off this fucking clown car, yeah. Scottish Parliament. It's Scottish Parliament election results map. So 2021. Wait, was 2021 the last election? Labour don't even have any seats in Scotland. What? They don't even have. Is this real? They've got two Scottish MPs. Is that right? Oh, nah, there's no way, man. No, there's no way. You think that they'll get seats? Even if they don't win constituencies, they'll win list seats. Oh, right. Is that how it works? So you get regional seats. So because... Oh, I see. Right. So the SNP wins the constituency. So doesn't that just mean that they have the popular vote? Like they have the majority of the vote? And then the regional seats. It's a form of PR. Right. Okay. Proportional representation. I'm with you. We use an AMS system. What's AMS stand for? So, I see how it works. So, the Scottish National Party are the most popular party in Scotland in terms of proportional representation. But then the regional seats is like first past the post, essentially. So, these are the people who have seats in government. Additional member system. Right, okay. I did not know that. Very interesting. Yeah. Oh, it's the other way around. So the Scottish National Party have the most seats. It's a headache to explain. Okay, you don't have to do that. It's all right. I'm not asking you to do that. So the proportional representation. So the Scottish National Party are the least popular party. That's very interesting. I did not know that. Constituency seats are first past the post. Oh, okay, no, so I am... Okay. Constituency seats are first past the post. I get you. Okay. Interesting. List seats are weighted to give you fewer list seats the more constituency seats a party has. Okay. YouGov, Scott vote an opinion poll for the next election. Based Eleanor. So the SNP are going to win more seats in terms of like regional stuff. Okay, all right. I don't fully understand it. It evens it out against the constituency seats. Right, I'm with you. I'm more confused now, thanks. Yeah, I kind of know what you mean. I kind of know what you're saying. I'll figure it out. I'll do some learning on my own time. But I guess this is the this is the regional stuff. This is the regional result. No, this is that's the seats. So the SNP are going to have a majority in terms of seats from the regional result, but then the constituencies are going to remain broadly the same. Maybe Labour might win some constituencies. It's a confusing system rigged to make sure the SNP never gets a majority. I'm with you. Okay, but the SNP is still going to get the majority. What's the politics of the SNP? Centre-left, Blairite, pro-independence, but also pro-austerity in some cases. Holyrood have been convinced to do things like rent controls in Scotland, which is like pretty impressive stuff. Like Living Rent essentially lobbied to get rent controls in Scotland, and they got them to do it. It's very interesting stuff. The SNP are so popular the rigging isn't even working. That's mad. Yeah, they do have reactionaries. Yeah, you got to remember Alex Salmond was the first minister of the SNP for a long time. Anyway, there you go. Thanks for the mini explanation. So they'll have some seats in the parliament, but they're actually probably going to have less seats now. Maybe?
Scotland. That is my duty. That is my priority. That is my loyalty. And that is Scotland's choice. Thank you. I'll open up for some questions. I'll take Glenn Campbell from the BBC.
Katie Forbes is deputy leader, who is a member of an evangelical Christo-fascist church. Oh, hell yeah, that's so good. That's so dope.
Just spell out why you want change and why you think that will end what you call distraction. Wouldn't it just plunge your party and the country into further chaos as a new leader is sought?
I think the reality is, Glenn, that there are so many achievements of a UK Labour government, so many good things that are happening across our country. But if you ask people, they can't see them and they can't hear them because
Jono, say it, bozo.
A huge distraction. And I've had to think about my own priority, and my own priority, my first loyalty, is to Scotland. And Scotland needs to fundamentally take the opportunity for change here in Scotland in 3 months' time.
But who do you want to replace Keir Starmer? And in fact,
look, let me be
clear.
Contest, won't that cause months of chaos?
Let me be really clear.
Really clear.
I am not supporting or backing any alternative or any candidate. This is not about MPs versus MSPs. This is about what is right for Scotland. And it is for the UK Cabinet. It is for Downing Street. It is for the UK Labour.
Is he just saying this is what's right for Scotland? This is what's right for politics in Scotland because he knows that if Keir Starmer stays leader, they're going to lose the fucking seats that they have. Well, the SNP are going to have a majority in May. That's the only reason he's saying it. It's crazy. You have literally like Welsh Labour being like, we could be in the same position as Scottish Labour if Keir Starmer doesn't do something. And then you've got Scottish Labour being like, you gotta get out of office, man. Like, you gotta go. He is trying to save himself, obviously, yeah. Like, he's really destroying the union. It's so good. I genuinely can't tell you how good it is. It's the one thing It's the one thing that you can hand to Keir Starmer. He's successfully destroyed the United Kingdom. It's so good. No, he is Labour are gonna get Cumstead and Dumpstead in the May Council elections. Absolutely. If he hangs on after that, I will be so impressed. That will be like a feat. That will be a massive feat, because he will be not only the most unpopular prime minister, but the stupidest prime minister. Like the stupidest, most stubborn and unpopular prime minister in the history, probably, of the world.
Party to decide any process, any timeline, and what comes next.
Like he isn't like, you know, obviously like when people make the joke Keith Stalin and stuff, the only way that you could liken him to Stalin is by likening him to the imperial idea of Stalin, which is like an autocrat that held on to power desperately and, you know, sacrificed people in his fucking nation in order to stay in power. All of that is exaggerated and bollocks. But it's true about Keir Starmer. he is the embodiment of what like the liberals and capitalists say about Stalin. Like he is doing that. He also personally murdered 100 billion people. It's true. That's true about Keir Starmer as well.
STB.
Well, I mean, you know what? Yeah, he participated in a genocide. Not 100 billion people, obviously, but like, he participated in a genocide. Everything that they say about Stalin is true for Keir Starmer.
You told me on Thursday you thought that Keir Starmer would still be Prime Minister come the election in May.
He sent every nana in the UK to jail. That's literally not even rhetoric. That's not even conjecture. It's just true.
Well, what I said to you, Colin, was that yes, he could, but we needed answers. And I think, to be honest, the answers and the issues are much broader now. There have been too many incidences where the wrong judgment calls
jails have been turned into private textile factories, yeah.
And that is distracting from the vital work of government, and it's also just.
So what Sophie's referring to, Piccolo, is like all of the elderly people who went round holding signs that say, and this is a quote, Twitch, just so you know, this is a quote. They held signs that said that they supported Palestine action, right? After the prescription of Palestine action, and then they were charged with terrorism. They were arrested under the Terrorist Act for saying that they supported Palestine action, which is a direct action group that should have never been prescribed as a terrorist organization, because they don't use violence, you know, in order to sway people's political opinion. They literally are a direct action group that is taking action to prevent the UK from breaking international law by participating in a genocide, by allowing companies like Elbit Systems and all other kinds of fucking companies to just operate, you know? Morrigan bringing back my goat. Killing grannies and slapping fannies. Say what you like about Zoran Mamdani. I don't care if he's gonna be the mayor. We can't have Andrew Cuomo killing grannies and slapping fannies. Oh, bringing it back to Curtis Slewa. That's a nice memory. Let's get that clip up. Let's get that back up. Yeah.
Cuomo is a creep, slapping fannies and killing grannies. Andrew Cuomo is a creep, slapping fannies and killing grannies.
If you're wondering, chat, if you're new here and you're wondering why we have a Curtis Slewa emote, that's why. That's why. Oh my god.
Acting from the big choice that people in Scotland have to make in 3 months' time, and that.
Hey, Oxpecker, what's up?
It needs to change in Downing Street.
Slewa reminded me of Adam Weston, Family Guy. Yeah, he's like a New York version of that. Yeah, just saying the most insane stuff.
Yes, I spoke to the Prime Minister earlier today, and I think it's safe to say that he and I disagree.
Slewa accidentally created the most badass hip-hop album name ever.
Anna Sarwar, one of your own Scottish Labour MPs is reacting to what you're saying here, calling it idiotic, immature, incoherent. and self-defeating. It's playing right into your opponent's hands, according to that senior figure. Have you done this to blame the Prime Minister if you fail to become First Minister in...
This journalist, oh my God, this is so good. Oh my God.
Reacting to what you're saying here, calling it idiotic, immature, incoherent, and self-defeating.
So this is one of his own MPs in Scottish Labour. This is so good.
Anna Sarwar, one of your own Scottish Labour MPs, is reacting to what you're saying here, calling it idiotic, immature, incoherent, and self-defeating. It's playing right into your opponent's hands, according to that senior figure. Have you done this to blame the Prime Minister if you fail to become First Minister in May? If you don't mind, last year you called Peter Mandelson an old friend. Public knowledge that he had links with Jeffrey Epstein. How do we take you seriously on cleaning up politics?
Oh, this is great.
Scottish Labour MS.
This is brilliant. Labour is so done. They are so fucking done. Fuck you, every single one of you briefcase fucking wankers. Every single one of you fucking piece of shit neoliberal fascist scum that fucking ruined any possible chance of us having a decent fucking life in this fucking country in the last 5 fucking years. Suffer, feel the fucking humiliation. Holy fucking shit.
Is best friends with a convicted paedophile.
Well, let me first say that the approach of briefings I have always called out. And that's why I'm not taking the approach of briefing. I'm not taking the approach of talking to journalists in private. I'm being upfront and honest about my view and my first priority and my first loyalty being to Scotland. And that's why I'm doing what I believe is best.
Nonsense answer. Completely nonsense answer.
Scotland. And let me also be clear that Peter Mandelson is not someone or something I want to be associated with. I met him in his capacity as the ambassador ambassador to the US because that was the right thing to do in Scotland's interest. But
what? What do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah, I'm so glad he's being clear whilst also being massively vague. Completely vague. Get some syrup for that waffling, yeah. It's so weird.
Being appointed the ambassador, no. Should he be a member of the Labour Party?
Knowing the utter character of that stereotypical New York City sort of dirtbag heckler that Curtis Slewa embodies, I'm genuinely surprised that he didn't ever incorporate homo into some quote about Andrew Cuomo. Well, this is the thing that we discovered. This is another reason that we have the Slewa remote in this chat, is that he's like, not really, like, I don't know whether it is just because this is kind of what makes you a New Yorker. Like, I think it's really kind of quite hard to be as like hateful as that in New York. I'm not saying that it doesn't happen. I'm just saying that it's like kind of rare. I think that broadly speaking, people know that New York is the home of Stonewall. They know that there's a huge queer community in New York City, and they're like, well, nothing bad happened. So, you know, the gays aren't that bad. And also, like, he's not like, I know that the Guardian Angels went around and harassed black people on the subway and shit. That's like a material harm that they did to black people in New York City. But like, he doesn't really talk about race. He doesn't really talk about migration. He was less Islamophobic than Cuomo, proving that Cuomo isn't a real New Yorker. That's exactly what it is. That was the maddest thing. I won't have Slewa slander that man's head as the main source of antibiotics on the planet. Yes, it is. Correct. You could start a sourdough starter on that guy's head. It's so odd. It's so odd that he was he had very interesting takes on various different things. He's obviously a reactionary, and he's obviously a member of the Republican Party. And he obviously had like a gang that was literally set up. He set up a gang to rival the Black Panthers, which is a total fucking psyop. I feel like it's just more likely that I think it's just kind of more likely that he was a psyop. I know that sounds a bit crazy to say that, but I think he's a bit of a psyop. He was the Vegeta candidate in the New York City mayoral election. Yeah, he came in at the end to be like, you know, Zoran Mamdani's Goku, Andrew Cuomo is Frieza, And Curtis Sliwa is Vegeta, and he's like, you think I could let you have all the fun, Kakarot? You know? Slapping fannies and killing grannies. No one else could say it like him. No one else will ever do it like him. He's the best to ever do it. He's my favourite psyop.
Should he have a seat in the House of Lords? He shouldn't, and it's right now that he is investigated by the police. Peter Smith from ITV.
Who else did you speak to about delivering this speech today? Who knew that this was coming?
Look, I've obviously spoken to those in my own team.
The end of the of Labour and the end of the Conservatives is so beneficial to Scotland. And yeah, it's crazy because the Labour Party and the Conservatives represent Westminster, right?
I have had many conversations with many figures across the UK Labour family, both in government and out. And I've been really honest with them about my view, the situation we're in, how I believe this is intolerable.
I just think he had pretty good PR, Dr. Maggot, is what I'm saying. I think that even though he is like that kind of wise guy New Yorker or whatever, I think that he even like knew. Oh, he's got like a woke wife, right? Like, we found out he had a woke wife. He's got like a woke vegan wife who's like 30 years younger than him or some shit. And it might be that he might have like workshopped some stuff with her. You know what I mean? He might have been like, hey, what do you make of Cuomo the homo? And she would have gone, not woke, darling. Not woke. That's not a good idea, darling. The woke wife explains so much, yeah. He has 20 cats, yeah. He does, I know.
I'm going to do what I think is right for my country, Scotland. I could have chose to stay quiet, to keep the head below the parapet, and just carry on as if everything was fine.
You know.
3 months. But my first loyalty and my first priority is to Scotland.
His wife was an anti-Zionist before October the 7th. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. I didn't even know that.
And Scotland so desperately needs a different kind of government in Scotland. I mean, you think about some of the things I've been speaking about in the last few weeks. We have had the most intolerable cover-up at the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital, where lives were lost, families were lied to, staff were gaslit. Do we really want to sacrifice Scotland's NHS to a third decade of the SNP? We have children that are feeling unsafe in the classroom or on the streets because of knife crime or the challenge of mobile phones and social media. Do we want a government that's going to stand up on those issues and fight young people's corner? Do we want to...
You mean those made-up issues? Young people on social media is a made-up issue. And I assume knife crime in Scotland is also an exaggerated issue like it is here in the UK.
Sacrifice another
in the UK, in England.
To SNP government? No. I'm not willing to sacrifice Scotland and Scotland's services and Scotland's towns, cities, villages and islands to a third decade of SNP government. So I am going to do what's right by my country, Scotland.
Cuomo ran his dad's campaign back in the day and had the ad say vote for Cuomo, not the homo. There you go. So yeah, it was always going to be Andrew Cuomo who said that kind of shit and not Sliwa. And what's crazy about that is that during the debates, or like during all the other stuff about the New York City race and shit, Sliwa was saying shit like, now Mario Cuomo, that was a man. Andy Cuomo, he is just the most despicable piece of shit you ever seen. Mario Cuomo, he was a mayor. It's so mad.
Expect others to also come forward and repeat your message.
Well, I've spoken to many figures both in and out of the cabinet. It is for them to decide their own view and what they choose to do or not do. I'm making my own decision based upon my own view, being my own man. And I'm going to put... not at all.
The SNP is one of the pro-independence parties in Scotland. The other pro-independence party... well, there are two pro-independence parties now because your party have voted to be a party of independence, when they run candidates in Scotland. I don't know if they're going to run candidates in the May elections. I don't know if they'll have time for that to select candidates and stuff. But the Scottish Greens are also pro-independence. So, you know.
Others to do their own decisions and make their own minds up about what they feel is tolerable. This isn't good enough. It needs to change, and I'm going to do what's right by my country, Scotland. Catherine from Channel 4.
Is your position anyone is better than...
I don't trust your party. Well, you've got Dan, you've got nothing to not trust at the minute, man. Like, they've not even selected candidates, dude. I would give them a bit to get their shit sorted. You know what I mean? Before casting judgment, to be honest.
And secondly, are you comfortable being the public face that pulls the trigger on a Prime Minister when some of your colleagues, including the Welsh First Minister, already appears to be rolling back on this?
Well, first of all...
SNP, Scott Greens, Alba and Scottish Socialist Party, the Indie Rainbow. Having Alba in there is crazy, aren't they TERFs? Dan, is the Alba Party not like full of TERFs? Like, what the fuck?
Country Scotland. This is not a...
I don't think they're in any rainbow.
Coordination. I'm not speaking to others about what they do or don't do. That is for other people to decide. Ultimately, it's for those in number 10, those around the cabinet table, and those in the UK Labour Party to decide what happens next, the process, the timeline, or who comes next. That's not a matter for me.
Yeah, exactly, Gabriel. Yeah.
I'm concentrating on is making sure that we change the government here in Scotland.
Alba are TERFs, but they are independence pushers. I just think that trans rights is just like a red line for me, man. You know what I mean? Alba are founded on being TERFs, split from the SNP explicitly because they're pro-trans rights. Yeah.
Remove John Swinney and the SNP from office so we can take a different approach here in Scotland.
If this was wrong, would you resign if Keir Starmer doesn't step down?
I am standing to be Scotland's First Minister.
Yeah, you can't really just be like, yeah, they're TERFs, but especially when they're like, it's like what Val is saying as well. You know what I mean? You don't support them. Oh, okay. You did include them in like what you called the Indie Rainbow, which was just a bit concerning.
I could choose.
Doesn't sound like a rainbow. Sounds like a rainbow with a big smear of shit on it. If you mention Alba, you know what I mean.
Choose to brief in private. That's
hey, Blues Rose Moon. How's Blue Rose Moon? How you doing? Are people even listening or taking input from kids about social media? No, they aren't. Of course they aren't. None of that. None of this stuff about social media, kid safety, or anything like that. None of it comes from kids. It all comes from nonsense fucking politicians who are just like, oh, we've heard all this stuff about Grok, so what can we do to protect kids? Let's ban them from social media, right? But what they're failing to understand is that, like, Grok lets you create child porn, right? The existence of child porn makes kids unsafe. That's just it. They're missing the issue by fucking decades, like total decades, you know? So it's just this absolute insanity of like, well, you know, we don't want to stop people from using Twitter because everyone would think that we're fascists. And it's just like, you know, you just got to ban Twitter, man. It's pretty simple. Twitter's just not good for anyone, not just for under 16s. Just like get rid of it, man. You know what I mean? Like, it just would not. I don't think there's anyone who's sitting there who, like, if Twitter got banned, would be like, oh no, I really need to get on Twitter, you know?
Which I'm doing.
It would be a little stressful because it would just kind of be like, oh, well, you know, there's a lot of good journalists on Twitter that I try and follow in order to get, like, decent scoops, especially independent journalists and stuff. You can get the majority of them on Substack and Blue Sky now, though. Do you know what I mean? And I think that, like, decentralizing that stuff, you know, especially when, you know, Twitter is just becoming like a town square that is surrounded by swastika tapestries, you know? It's just like, oh, it's the town square, but it's just full of people who are, like, pretending to be, like, white American fascists who, like, live in India, or it's full of, like, Hasbro bots that are just 50 people, one person operating 50 different accounts, and then times that by like fucking 1,000. And then times that by however many fucking like centers that they have, call centers or whatever it is, like bot farms that they have doing that shit. And it's just like, it's just such a completely unnecessary platform at this point.
Right. I'm doing what I believe is my first priority and first loyalty to my country, Scotland.
Yeah, I got you, Dan.
My own man making my own decisions. It's for other people to decide their own view. I'll take Paul from the Daily Record.
You've always had a good relationship with the Prime Minister, so how did he respond when you told him what you're going to do today? And is it possible for you to win the election?
That's like 80% of the internet at this point. Yeah, that's true as well.
There is probably no one in Scottish politics that's had a better relationship with Keir Starmer or a closer friendship with Keir Starmer than I have.
Why would you be doing it? None of this makes sense. This is the most cack-handed, ill-thought-out, demanding of a leader of a party to step down speech that I've ever seen. He's just like, Keir Starmer's great. He's really, really good. I've been friends with him for a long time. He's got to go. Love Keir Starmer. Top lad. Really, really good stuff. Gotta go. He's got to resign. Sarwar is a stupid fella. I'm learning this. I knew that he was stupid. I'd heard some like stupid shit about him previously, and I was like, this guy sounds bad. Labour in Scotland don't really seem like a starter to me anyway. Yeah, he's like, but this, he's trying to walk a tightrope, but he's just like falling on his fucking crotch. The rope is just going right up his middle. Love Starmer, hate Starmer. He's got to go. Simple as, yeah. It's just mad stuff.
He is someone that I have campaigned alongside, worked alongside for the last 5 years in my role as leader. Someone that I campaigned ferociously for to make sure we could get rid of a Tory government, and someone who I have supported in the last 18 months. So does this cause me personal hurt and pain? Of course it does. This man is someone that I regard as a friend and who I have a certain level of loyalty to. But my first priority and my first loyalty has to be to my country, Scotland.
He's talking to the Labour high-ups, yeah.
In terms of the election on the 7th of May, the two candidates for first...
He's trying to appeal to who he thinks is going to be his leader, like Angela Rayner or whoever. But again, like, I think that makes sense, Soph, because what he's doing there... Yeah, he wants them to know he'll be loyal to him, but this is a line. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. You're right. Yeah, that's spot on. He is just trying to think, oh, is it going to be Angela Rayner? Well, Angela Rayner is really, really close with Keir Starmer. She's a sycophant for him, so I need to make it appear that, like, I like him still and he's a good guy, yeah.
For me and John Swinney. And that's the choice people have.
And also, I'm not going to chat shit about you if I have to make you resign as well. if I call for you to resign as well.
First Minister that's going to put Scotland first, Scotland's towns, cities and villages first, and Scotland's NHS and public services first. That's the platform I'll be standing on, and that's what I hope to persuade people of over the next 3 months. Mark from the Sun. Oh, sorry, Mark, didn't see you there.
Going back to what you just said about your knowledge of Peter Mandelson. You described him in that tweet as your old friend, so it's not like you just met him on that one occasion as an ambassador. So how long have you known Peter Mandelson? How long have you known about his links to Jeffrey Epstein? And why didn't you demur when you were asked to meet him on the steps? And to go back to the other question, if Keir Starmer stays, will you go?
So I have known Peter since around 2021. I obviously spoke to him in Washington when I was there to defend and protect Scotland's interests, partly through Tartan Week, partly through the negotiations at the US-UK trade deal and all the importance that has for our country. I didn't appoint him US ambassador, he was appointed.
How much to get to the boy? Melpert Cam. What do we got? 16, 20. It's like £4.40. £4.40 we need to unlock Cat Cam for the day. It's a doable mini goal. Completely doable mini goal, chat.
US ambassador, and it was right.
And he's still there.
Those conversations with him to protect Scotland's interests. But is that someone that I want to be associated with? No. He has betrayed this country. He has betrayed the party he was once a member of, and he has betrayed the public in terms of his actions and his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. And to the other point you make, it is now for others to decide.
Hey, Bubble, does that title say what I think it says? What title?
Thanks for the money.
Krill, thank you so much.
Summoned our boy.
Yes, Krill, thank you so much. Thank you so much for another fucking dono today. Thank you so much for the £6.66. Subbing off Twitch, supporting the stream, and that also means... It also means that we have unlocked Cat Cam. There he is. There he is. It's just his bum. But, you know, that is how it goes. I think I can get like a better angle if I do this. Hang on. No, I can't. No, I absolutely can't. Not how that works. Okay. Well, it's just kind of going to be like that, you know? It's just kind of going to be like that. And then he might move around in a minute. Uh-oh. He fucked off. I can't believe it. What are you doing? What are you doing? Where are you going? He just left. He does always do this. He will come back. He will be back. He will be back. He will be back. Right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We've unlocked Cat Cam. It's all great stuff. Hey, Superlifter. What's up? Hey, Sweetbeat as well. Welcome in, Sweetbeat. Everybody, please go follow Sweetbeat. She is a great streamer. Cult of the Lamb. Hell yeah. Yeah. He's like, yep, that's my work done for the day. Yeah. He knew what he was here to do. I feel like in 5 years, people will remember the G-Visit and the Epstein files the other way around. Like, Starmer got cancelled and moved to China like Nick Land. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. No, Starmer has not resigned, but he is pretty much politically done. I mean, obviously, like, Starmer resign has got question marks. It's got more question marks than exclamation marks in my title bubble. So hopefully people are seeing it as like an uncertainty and we don't know. Actually, the Cat Cam is just, it's better because he's decided he's going to be there. That's really good. Thank you, Melpert, for being a good sport. You're a really good sport, bud. He's back. Okay. Do that for you. There you go. All right. He's in a co-hosting mood today. Yeah, he needs a little microphone. I will actually probably get a microphone for him so you can hear him purr when he purrs. That would be good. Get that man a treat. No. Don't. If I've not needed to summon him, I'm just going to... Hopefully, he will just make it his place that he likes to be, and he is kind of like using it as his place that he likes to be at the minute. So I don't need to encourage him to do it, you know.
The Prime Minister,
he is cleaning his face.
I'm going to spend all my time concentrating on removing John Swinney, changing the government here in Scotland, and making sure we deliver the new direction.
Is the Labour Party basically Starmerites now? Sorry, I missed that. Baldwin. Yeah, essentially after Corbyn. Litty Bros says, after Corbyn, they basically said never again, meaning stuff like deselections, block shortlists, message discipline, and the rest quietly escorted out by compliance. You can still be soft left, and there's a few, but you have to whisper and face the wall. That's exactly it. Litty Bros is absolutely spot on.
Scotland needs. Thank you all so much.
People decide he should stay.
Well, that's for them to decide. I'm only answerable to one group of people. That's the people of Scotland. That's who I serve. That's who I stand for. That's who I'm campaigning for. And that's the people I want to deliver for. I only have one relationship and one loyalty that matters most to me, and that's to Scotland. Thank you.
Wow, no applause or anything, or no demands for other questions there. Let's see what we got next. This was the breaking news. It was about 2 hours ago now that Starmer has decided that he's not going to resign. He's going to go down with the ship. Let's have a little look.
Yes, we've had a bit of intelligence about what the Prime Minister had to say. The other interesting fact, I think, is he took 44 questions. 44. No wonder the meeting went on so long. Anyway, I can tell you that, according to Number 10 sources, he started by saying that he took full responsibility for the Mandelson appointment. That decision was wrong, he said. He paid tribute to Morgan McSweeney, 25...
He really is going to do that, isn't he, LHS? Yeah, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy that he is just going to... He's going to hold on to the May council elections. If he, if he's holding on after this, it's only 2 weeks until the Manchester, Gorton and Denton by-election result. And if he does that, Tom is he's literally just licking his fucking privates at them. Hide that. Labour are going to lose the by-election. That is just a given fact. It's either going to be Reform or the Greens who are going to win. Hopefully the Greens. It's looking like the Greens are going to be the favourite to win. So fingers crossed it is the Greens. If it's the Greens, that'll set the tone for the rest of the country, and hope will hopefully be restored, and people who just want like a better world, right? Who are like, I don't really want to vote Reform, but I don't think there's any other option. Conservative and Labour are shit. I'm just going to vote for Reform because whatever, who cares? So hopefully that'll happen. But it is crazy if they lose the by-election. If he stays on after that, they are going to lose the by-election. It's either going to be Green or Reform. And if he stays on after that, it's just absolutely mad. He's just not...
Old chum.
I just don't understand it. It is genuinely reputational suicide. Like, there is nothing good about this plan whatsoever. He's become more cute now. I'm going to press play on this, and then I'm going to run and get some food. I'll be back in a tick.
His service to the Labour Party. He paid tribute to the work he did for the party. We wouldn't be here without him today. That's something he said before. He said it in Prime Minister's questions last week. He's talking about change and far beyond who sits where in number 10. Now, a bit of an admission here. He said relations with the Parliamentary Labour Party have not been open or inclusive enough. Turning in on ourselves is turning in on the country. He said he'd fought to change the Crown Prosecution Service when he was DPP. He fought to change the Labour Party. And he said he wasn't prepared to walk away from his mandate or the country. And he talked passionately, that's something that Lucy Powell said, I think, about having the most working class cabinet behind him. He finished by talking about the fight against reform and politics against grievance. As long as I have breath in my body, I'll be in this fight. And he did also refer to Anas Sarwar's brutal attack today. He said he talked about recognising concerns about things that have not gone right. Anas has shared his thoughts today. Well, I think he's done more than shared his thoughts. I mean, he's launched an absolute missile at the Prime Minister's leadership, which has rocked the Labour Party. It's forced cabinet ministers to declare their loyalty to the Prime Minister. And clearly, I guess the government will be pleased that they will probably feel that this meeting went well. As far as we know, there were no really hostile questions, although we might learn about some in the next few minutes, I suppose. And I can tell you that as well as all the Labour grandees, all the cabinet, the two would-be candidates for the Labour leadership, if Sir Keir does go, Wes Streeting and Angela Rayner, were in the room. Wes Streeting arrived a bit late. Angela Rayner arrived after the Prime Minister as well, resplendent in a pink trouser suit, looking cheerful, smiling, saying hello to people. The Prime Minister, I can tell you, arrived with a face like thunder, didn't speak to anyone in the corridor, and he slipped out of the meeting, avoided any questions, whilst cabinet ministers who were spilling out of the room were chatting to journalists in the corridor.
Deserves the truth.
What's this? Ghislaine Maxwell refuses to answer questions in Congress. Okay, this is unrelated. We'll have a look at this. So who had the face like thunder chat? Hey, good night, Gabriel. Thanks for being here. Two burritos in this economy? How did you know I had two burritos? They're two fajitas, actually, but they do have rice in, so I think that does make him a burrito. A burrito. Kid starver? That's so... That's so crazy. All right, what we got next? Here we go. Good Morning Britain. With Diane fucking Abbott. Let's go. I'm so excited to see what Diane Abbott's got to say. I'm hoping she's smug as hell. Let's see what she's saying. I was going to say, do they think that Diane Abbott is still in the Labour Party? Like, she's an independent advisor now. Independent MP. Is Ed Balls saving his co-host? Was his co-host so ready to do some Diane Abbott racism that she was just like, don't you think that this is a ridiculous, you're in this party. I don't know, like, it just sounded like she was really, like, ready to go. Like, look at the way that she's looking. It's insane. Did you cover the fake letter that Reform put out pretending to be some old nan angry at tanky Labour? Yeah, not yet. I'm going to try and cover that today. The way that things are going, I don't even think I'm going to cover the Iran news because we're just still on fucking... I can't believe that I've done a full stream on Starmer resigning. Potentially resigning and then finding out that he's not resigning? I don't know. So, yeah. I usually try and fold it 6 or 7 times, fail, the pitter rips in pieces. Put it over a handful of lettuce and pretend I was planning on making a salad bowl. Yeah, that's true. Madness. That's just completely true. Like, she's smiling now because she knows that literally what she is talking about right now, well, what she was talking about that Ed Balls is referring to is happening right now. They're following the McSweeney-Mandelson PR tagline. The only reason that they are, like, grilling Diane Abbott on this fucking question in this way is because she is black. It's so insane. Okay, he saved it. I was thinking, like, are you joking me, man? I was about to say that Diane Abbott literally has had it so bad. She for those of you that don't know, chat, for those of you that don't know the UK politics history, Diane Abbott was the first black female MP in this country. And she was an activist. She was an organizer. She did anti-apartheid stuff back in the day. I'm pretty sure she was doing like UK Black Panther stuff. You know, she's a legend. She's a fucking legend. She's been the MP for Hackney for like 20 years or something. Yeah, she does look 20 years younger than when Keith was fucking her over. Yeah, she really does. She really does. She would love to say Jeremy Corbyn, and they would love her to say Jeremy Corbyn, and so she's not gonna say Jeremy Corbyn. That's the reality of it. Like, she's been on this fucking road a long time, you know? Is there a reason that her and Corbyn stayed independent and not joined Greens or another party? Well, Corbyn has joined another party. He's started your party with with Zara Sultana and a bunch of other independent MPs. It's a low bar, but it probably excludes the mass majority of MPs. Yes, correct. Is Corbyn a good pick? I mean, No. Like, I always thought about Corbs that he was just not strong enough. He just wasn't strong enough. And I think that, like, if we're talking about, can we have like, Zach Polanski is stronger and more able to fight back against the media than Jeremy Corbyn. And he's not even that, like, strongly spoken, right? He's actually got, like, a really soft tone. And I think that a lot of what he says, if it ever has any vitriol or any hate in it, you know, righteous hate, by the way, because I don't think he's a hateful person. I think that even he, like, you know, I think he has, like, a bit of a lisp and it kind of softens it. And it's like, it's quite an interesting scenario, right? So I think that even Zach Polanski is, like, a much stronger speaker in terms of, like, media and stuff like that. I think he would probably be able to hold his own at the dispatch box in the Commons, particularly if it was Reform who were opposite him in the majority opposition. But yeah, I can't imagine her saying Zach Polanski. And I don't know why Diane Abbott hasn't chosen another party. She's a really smart lady. She's probably thinking, I'm going to wait and see which way the tide goes. I'm going to wait and see what your party does. I'm going to wait and see what the Green Party does. I'm going to wait and see what the Labour Party does. I think that she's waiting to see. She understands that this is an era of political turmoil, and she is going, let's see what happens. You know? It's an interesting guy. He has spoken down to trans people, which I don't like, but I would hope that he's learned from that. And of course, the reason that he was, I don't know, man, enabled to do that is because his party is deathly transphobic. But he has spoken out against Keir Starmer. He did a pretty interesting tweet the other day. And I don't know, man. It's kind of difficult because it's like, he does just strike me as like an Angela Rayner kind of person. Sauron's left eyebrow. Hello. I know Clive firsthand. A nasty piece of work. Yes, spill. Spill. But personally, I don't think that Clive Lewis, I don't think he represents anything good in the Labour Party. I think anyone who's still in the Labour Party, even Richard Bergen, even Nadia Whittome, even John McDonnell, Clive Lewis, all these, like, you know, the left-wingers, so-called left-wingers, they don't seem to have any fucking principles, right? Which is like, well, what's the point in being a left-winger if you don't have fucking principles? It's kind of like what we're about. That's why you're left-wing. If you don't have principles, you just become a fucking fascist. Do you know what I mean? Because it's profitable in this world. It's just so insane. Like, what's the point even in them even being there? You know what I mean? Anyway, I just kind of think he's like that. He's never in his constituency. Just before he got married, he made a pass at my sister-in-law at a party. Yeah, it depends how old your sister... Was your sister-in-law like a kid at the time? I think that's the... It sounds like a personal reason that you don't like him. And also it depends on the way that he came onto your sister-in-law. If he came onto your sister-in-law in, like, an insane way, then that's different. But if he just, like, was like, I've always fancied you and I'm about to get married, that's whatever. People cheat. It's not great. I don't think it means that you can't be a politician. I think a seasoned Westminster, like, she's been there. Look at this face. This is the face of a woman who is like, I was right to leave that party. I was in the correct form of the Labour government, you know? 2019, worst ever defeat. 2024, huge majority. Let's compare vote numbers. And also the fact that in the 2019 election, they were already... It is an emote face, actually. You're right. It actually is an emote face to honour the Queen. The real Queen. The true Queen. Fuck Lizzie. Fuck, what's her face, Camilla. You know? It's also the fact that Peter Mandelson was also meddling in the Labour Party in 2019 as well to fucking totally undermine Corbyn. You know, it's completely ridiculous. It's completely fucking ridiculous. It was already happening. The coup was already fucking journalists covering for other fucking journalists. Can't even really call them fucking journalists, to be honest. I only asked because Clive said that Starver should step down, and he did try to become leader in an election. He could do media. There just isn't that much left in UK Labour. Ribeiro Addy also leaps to mind a bit. McConnell too, but the field is dry as fuck. The problem is that the MPs who are in the Labour Party now, like the leader is not elected by the members anymore, right? If the leader was elected by the members, if they hadn't have changed that like core fact of the Labour Party, then someone like Bel Ribeiro Addy or Richard Burgon or Rebecca Long Bailey would be in with a chance of winning a leadership election. Because it's just the MPs that vote now. They're fucked because all the MPs are like horrific piece of shit bastards. Yeah, remind us who changed it again? Obviously it was Keir Starmer. Who fucking like, you know? Wait, Ed Balls changed it? Wait, what? Are you just saying Ed Balls? Ed Balls did. No, Ed Balls didn't do that. It was Keir Starmer. Wasn't it? He changed it after he got in. He won on a fucking election of the fucking of the members, and then he was like, yeah, nah. You're just saying his name. Okay, yeah, I thought so. I was gonna say, like, was he even in the Labour Party? Anyway, whatever. Where was I with that? Fuck it, whatever. Kate Garraway. Are we going to watch this? Starmer fights for survival after Top 8 quits? It's just going to be the same stuff, really. Same stuff, same interviews. We got this one interview with this one lady here. Maybe this is worth having a look at. Oh no, is it her? Oh, it's Baroness What's-Her-Face again. Okay, well, we're not watching that. We're not fucking watching that. Let's watch Keir Starmer unpack.
This week, I've been the first British Prime Minister to visit China for 8 years. This is a historic. Right, let's go.
Dude, there's nothing that anyone can do to make this guy look cool. There's just simply nothing.
All ready to go? Yes. Morning, everybody. I'm absolutely delighted to have you all with us for this historic trip. Right, let's go.
Yeah, this is real.
An excellent delegation on board, and we're going to...
This is likely the kind of thing that the director of comms that has just stepped down today said should happen. What if he wore cool shades like Macron? Would that make him look cool? It just make him look more like a cop, right? If this guy with his head looking the way that it does put on aviators, it would just be like, yes, he loves being a cop.
Unlock opportunities for our country. Enjoy the rest of the flight. I'll be bringing the plane in from here. Thank you.
Can you imagine if fucking Keir Starmer was on the plane that you were going to visit? You were going to visit China. Like, can you imagine how many communists are on that plane? How many British communists are like, finally, we're going to go and see China, you know? We've applied for the visa. It's cheap to go. You just got to pay the visa fee, you know? We're going to go see, like loads of my commie mates were going China last year. Like Hassan went, Hugo went. They're not my friends. Well, Hugo's my friend, but like even some of my friends in real life went to China, and like a bunch of communists that I know from like organizing, they went to China. And it's like, you just know that there's going to be a bunch of British tankies on that fucking flight, and they're like, fucking Keir Starmer's on this fucking plane, mate. Do you know what I mean? He probably would say something like that, Dexy, yeah. I hear that in China they eat dogs. What about noncing them? Just fucking great stuff.
This week I've been the first British Prime Minister to visit China for 8 years. We started off in Beijing.
I don't like this content.
Bilateral meetings with President Xi and Premier Li. Thank you very much for hosting us.
Yeah, we got to make it happen, LHS, for sure.
These were very important bilaterals where we're able to...
You can't, like, the videography of this is sending me so west. It's sending me so west. No, you're absolutely fine, LHS. That's not intense at all. Like, don't worry about it, you know? I'd have channeled Samuel L. Jackson on that flight. Hearing Keith's voice, I'd be like, I've had it with these motherfucking snakes on this motherfucking plane. Yeah, exactly. I can't deal with the videography that's happening right now. As a videographer, as someone who made his money before lockdown, doing videography, like creating videos, but like, you know, thinking about cinematography, thinking about pacing, thinking about how editing looks, the style of editing, the style of shots and shit like that. It's like, this has got really intense, hecky editing, zooms, like mad fucking flash zooms and shit like that. Weird pans. It's got like, you know, overlaid effects, like titles behind him and shit like that. It just doesn't fit with the vibe. It's like, this is political propaganda that you're doing, and like, you're trying to make it like a fucking, like, I don't know, man. It's like it's heavily graded as well. Like, the grading is crazy.
Out what we want to achieve. I said that we wanted to build a consistent, long-term...
They've graded it like a movie.
...with China. China's the second biggest economy.
I don't like him being this close. You're not an influencer, bro. He's just like not an influencer. They've tried to make him an influencer. This shit would work with someone like, I don't know... I don't fucking know. I Show Speed, right? If Speed wanted to do, like, you know, he went and did the Africa tour, and if he wanted to do like a high grade, highly produced version of that, it would fit for someone like him. You know what I mean? Threads of Solidarity. Thank you so much for gifting a sub. LHS. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes, comrade. Let's go. He has got a funny shaped head. Yeah. His breath will smell like Trump's ass.
World, there are great opportunities here, and we have to take those opportunities.
Like, you know, like this sped up shot. It's crazy. Like, this is the kind of thing that you put in like a music video.
Opportunities
like this,
and we have to take those opportunities.
It just doesn't work. It just really doesn't work.
Always active in our national interest.
It's completely
our common interest to find positive ways to work together. Thank you so much.
I would describe this style of editing as hypocritical. That's how I would describe it. This person thought they were making like a dance music video, and it's just like, it's not that. It's a really boring diplomatic visit to China. It's like the Biden run, yeah.
And now I'm visiting the Forbidden City. Very good meeting with President Xi, where we agreed to strengthen our relationship, and we made some really good...
How many takes do you think this took, chat?
For whiskey, on visa-free travel to China. Whatever's going on in the world, the most important thing to the vast majority of people is the cost of living. So opening up access to business, opportunities, seizing those opportunities, which then gets reflected in better businesses.
10,000 takes, at least 7.
Reductions at home.
Some poor intern spent hours on this edit.
In Beijing today and tomorrow morning then went to Shanghai with exactly the same intention, which is to open up those opportunities.
I think that the reality of it is that they poured a bunch of money into it, like the Democrats in America. I think that's the reality of it, to be honest. Think any of them actually have him and G in the same frame? Yeah. There was one before. It's like a promo blip for a BBC show that plays between shows. That is like what they've edited. Like, yeah. It's an incredible strategy, to be honest. US alignment locked in, EU relationship in tatters, Britain a fucking husk. But yeah, polite visit will surely rebalance global power. Starmer being like, if I nod respectively enough, maybe geopolitics will stop. Yeah. It's so weird. Yeah, it's a news round special, yeah.
With that done, it was time to set off for Shanghai. This is where we really got to talk about another great British export, which is our culture.
That's a good one. That's a good one. What you on about?
Ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, the Right Honourable Keir Starmer.
We've got about 80 of the best businesses and cultural organisations in Britain, and they're all here in this room.
What cultural organisations? What do you mean, man?
That is the bananas right there.
What the fuck is this? What the fuck are you talking about? What are you on about? What are you on about? I didn't see any of this nonsense from the fucking news report. He's Royal Society. It's the Royal Shakespeare Company. He's Matilda's dad. It's a production of Matilda. He's playing Matilda's dad. If you've watched the movie, the Danny DeVito character. Okay. What the fuck is going on?
How do I look, Prime Minister?
With students.
Then we would like to show you some of our lantern designs.
Oh, please, yes.
But it's just... Oh, God. Oh, this is so rehearsed. It's so insane.
With students.
Then we would like to show you some of our lantern designs.
Oh, please, yes.
Oh, please, yes.
This is Larry the cat. The brilliant Rosamund Pike, who's out here touring with the National Theatre.
Nice to see you.
And we've been flying the flag for some brilliant British exports, like table tennis.
Special for you.
Okay, apparently it is British. I'm just learning that table tennis is British. He does know that, like, in East Asia, like, they do it all the time. What do you mean, man? He's like, we're exporting table tennis. No, dude, they've been doing this for years. What do you mean? What are you on about? What are you talking about? Whiff waff? Is that what it was? No, that's not what it was called. What you on about? Whiff waff? Ping pong, whiff waff, or table tennis?
The Beijing Olympics may have been characterised by spectacle and efficiency, but with Boris Johnson as London's mayor when the city hosts the Games in 4 years' time, we can certainly expect humour. Last night at a party to mark the handover of the Olympic flag, he laid claim to Britain's sporting inventiveness. Here's a taste of what's to come.
Virtually every single one of our international sports were either invented or codified by the British. And they were.
This man is responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people.
I say this respectfully to our Chinese hosts who have excelled so magnificently at ping pong. Ping pong was invented on the dining tables of England, ladies and gentlemen, in the 19th century. It was called whiff waff.
This is, Boris Johnson, yeah. The whole thing about Boris Johnson is that you could get like a really decent insight into English aristocratic life, right? He thinks it's totally normal to just say something like this. He's like, yeah, man, ping pong used to be called whiff waff. Me and my blubby used to go booming in the blender. It's like a secret code that the posh people speak. It's not. No one says shit like this in normal life in Britain. It's just he just says stuff that is from his life specifically because he's a rich cunt. And he just expects people to just be like, yeah, that's fine. It's like, yeah, it used to be called whiff waff. You could say anything, bro. You could say it used to be called poo poo. You could say it used to be called winkle binkle. What do you mean, man? What you on about? I hate that cunt.
Brompton, snooker, and jellycats.
Well, my daughter, she's had a design and the Chinese
has changed. The opportunities are opening up, and that's the great prize of engagement. Thank you very much. Shake, shake.
Ping pong was called whiff waff or whiff waff with an H in its early days in Victorian England, along with other names like gossamer. It evolved from a parlour game played with champagne corks and books. Yeah, exactly. Champagne corks. Posh people. Posh people. Fucking nonsense.
So wrapping up now and heading home. Really good bilaterals, good wins for British businesses with halving the tariffs on whiskey, visa-free travel, new agreement on services, and real big opportunities. So that's it. Great trip. Now heading home.
He's so awkward. He's so totally, completely awkward. The vibes of we used to be important being said quietly into a microphone that isn't even fucking plugged in are too real. Yeah. That's why football will remain the game of the people. Yeah, exactly. Dead easy. Football. Garage. Car hole. Just absolute fucking madness. Yeah, we're not going to be watching Question Time. We definitely don't have time for that. We could probably whip through a little bit of extra British political stuff. I'll get the good stuff out of the way first. So some breaking news last night. This is from the Aftershock. Pretty good account. Another reason that Twitter is not so bad. I don't think these guys are on Blue Sky. Breaking direct action group dismantle target Amatech in Wokingham. Amatech are a key supplier of parts for Israeli weapons firm Elbit Systems and for Israel's F-35 jets. So I don't think much happens in this video, but it is more examples of direct action, which I disavow. It's illegal and wrong, but it is just something that people are going to do as the state refuses to do anything about the genocide that it is participating in. And people decide to take matters into their own hands. Let's take a little look. Damn, that's crazy. It's so illegal and wrong. Hi, Admiral Papa Fresh, what's up? Wokingham, yeah, more like Wokingham. So that's some interesting stuff. I guess there'll be more news coming out about that in the week. Hopefully I'll be reporting on that on Red Planet, or we'll be reporting on that on Red Planet this week coming up. We got Zara Sultana here responding to the news about Prince and Princess of Wales making their first statement on the Epstein revelations, saying they are deeply concerned. So the Prince and Princess of Wales is Prince William and his wife Kate, or Catherine of whatever. I don't even fucking know. It's Will and Kate. They're just deeply concerned about the Epstein revelations. They're deeply concerned. Yeah. So Zara Sultana here, always with the correct take. Abolish the monarchy. That's right. What else we got? A couple extra little bits. We got a Zach Polanski article. Might read that in a sec. Ah, here we go. Here's the reform stuff about Gorton and Denton. So let's take a little look at this. This is absolute mad shit. From Turn Left Media, apparently someone in Gorton and Denton got in touch with journalists to say that reform of bin sending letters from a local pensioner with no Reform Party branding on the letter. So if you look at this, this is clearly just written on a computer, pretending to be, you know, some local person handwriting a letter. Let's read it, yeah? It's not Comic Sans, no. It's somewhere in between Papyrus and Comic Sans. Hey banker, what's up? Dear neighbour, forgive me for writing to you, but with the Gorton and Denton by-election on Thursday, 26th of February, I feel I have no choice. My name is Patricia. I'm a local pensioner, 74 years old. I worked hard, paid my taxes, brought up my family here, and always believed that if you did the right thing, the country would look after you. Lately, that belief has been shaken. Every month, I worry about my energy bills. Prices in the shops keep rising. My pension doesn't stretch far enough. I previously voted Labour because Keir Starmer told us things would change for the better. They haven't. The truth is that Britain no longer feels like the country I grew up in. Simple things like doctor's appointments or the buses don't work. This isn't true for Manchester. That's so crazy. That's so fucking crazy, man. You can't say this about Manchester. The buses don't work. The buses are really fucking good here. The buses are really good. I don't think anyone would believe this. That's so crazy. The system feels broken and no one in charge seems able to fix it. Keir Starmer's Labour government doesn't care about Gorton and Denton. This is true. The tax rises have cost pensioners like me an extra £160 that we can't afford. I remember how our last Labour MP, a government minister, wished that a local pensioner who asked about a bin collection would drop dead. In the Gorton and Denton by-election, I understand why some neighbours who have had enough of Keir Starmer are thinking of voting Green. But I do not believe the Greens have answers to our problems. They have extreme policies like legalising drugs and letting men use women's changing rooms. What good would that do people like us? So normal. So normal. You guys have wildly efficient trams too. We've got good trams. Unfortunately, they don't go in the constituency of Gorton and Denton, which is a bit of an issue. But the buses are really, really good. Also, hi Threads, I hope you're doing good. For me, this by-election comes down to a simple choice. More broken promises from Keir Starmer or real change. That's why I'll be voting for Reform UK's candidate, Matthew Goodwin, using his full name, who grew up in Manchester. Wrong! He didn't! That's just a lie! Our area deserves somebody who will stand up for local people. I do not want Keir Starmer to be our Prime Minister anymore. Voting for Reform is the best way to kick him out. After all, you don't need to do anything. You don't need to do anything to kick him out. Extreme and changing rooms in the same sentence is fucking ridiculous. Yeah, it's crazy. It's absolutely mad. After a lifetime of voting loyally, I feel I have no choice but to vote for Reform UK on Thursday 26th. Please think about doing the same. Yours sincerely, concerned neighbour Patricia Clegg. So apparently, Reform have broken electoral law by doing this, by not having any Reform Party branding on the letter, and it's not a, you know, it is just not a letter that fucking a random person has made. So this is from Callum Taylor, a contributor who called up Harding's Print Solutions, which is the name of the company that was on the envelope, right? Let's have a look and see what this phone call sounds like, chat. What do you reckon it's gonna say? What do you reckon it's gonna say?
Good afternoon, Harding's.
Hi there. I'm just wondering if I could speak with Patricia Clegg, please.
Patricia?
Please.
Oh, we don't have a Patricia here, I'm afraid.
Oh, right, okay. It's just I've received a letter that's got your address on the front claiming to be from a Patricia Clegg.
Right. Okay. No. What's the contents of the letter? Can you tell us? Or?
Yeah, it's relating to the by-election in Gorton and Denton.
Oh, the Reform Party, is it? Yeah, so we're literally, we're the printers, so we mail out on behalf of the Reform Party.
There you go. There you go. That's that. I'm checking the reviews right now of the company that printed these, and some of the reviews go back months ago saying that they were getting these letters, yet it's only in the news cycle now. Yeah, absolutely fucking mad. It's absolutely fucking mad. That's so sloppy is crazy. It's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. What is happening? Thread says, my brother lives in Manchester and I love the city. Considered moving there before moving up to Glasgow. Hell yeah, you know it. 0161 Manny on the map in a big way with this fucking by-election.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, that's
so
what we do is we print the letter and we send it out on their behalf.
Okay, so is that
That's just, he even repeated it. It wasn't even a slip up. He was literally just like, yep, we print the letter and we send it out on their behalf.
is that official election literature then that's been sent out? Is that what you do for them?
It's official literature.
So I recognize the voice of this guy. He's a really, really cool TikToker. I've followed this guy for a long time and I've met him. He does a bunch of stuff in Manchester.
It's created by the Reform Party and sent out by the Reform Party. And it's sent to people on the electoral register.
Okay, it's addressed, it's signed from Patricia Clegg, that was all, so I just wanted to...
Right, yeah, I'm not familiar with the content, so you'd have to, yeah, any queries on the content need to be directed to the Reform Party, because we're not responsible for the content, obviously.
Wonderful, not a problem, thank you very much then, really appreciate it.
Okay.
Thanks, take care, bye-bye.
That is absolutely fucking mad. That is absolutely fucking mad, dude. What the fuck? Oh my god. I can't believe that they would be that brazen. That's so wild. Apparently, this is a clip of a Reform councillor quitting the party live on TV. Chat, is this real?
You were deputy leader of this council until August. Did you know it was this bad?
I think if you go into politics with your eyes open and you do your research, you understand that there are issues at most councils, and unfortunately most councils are massively underfunded by central government, have been for many years. And my take on this, Elizabeth, is, I mean, I walked in here today as a Reform county councillor. I won't be leaving this studio as a Reform county councillor. I've had several issues with the running of the council from a political perspective and from an officer perspective. Council tax is one of those issues. I think we could have made decisions sooner, and I think leaving it this late in the day to make cuts and to expect people who are already very not doing so well, you know, it's tough times out there today, to expect them to pay more council tax, I just don't think I can support that.
So you are quitting Reform UK?
As from today, I will be an independent councillor, county councillor. There are several other policy decisions that have been made.
It is just crazy that, like, Tories defect to Reform because they know that their party is dying. And then when people become Reform politicians, they resign because they know that the party that they work for has lied to them many, 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 many times over, right? Like, this guy, you know, if he's willing to just, like, go on live TV, well, not live TV, but, like, go on TV and be like, yeah, I used to be a Reform councillor, but I'm announcing here that I'm resigning. I'm just going to be an independent councillor now. Yeah, it turns out that, like, Westminster actually doesn't fund the councils enough, and I don't know, I was told it was about immigrants or some shit. So I guess I'm not Reform anymore because all they talk about is lies, and it's just like, what the fuck, bro? This is mad.
I don't stand by.
That is absolutely fucking mad. So that's this guy. I don't know who he is. What was his name? David Taylor from Worcestershire County Council. Absolutely mad. Respect to him for doing it, though. You know what I mean? And again, it just solidifies what we've been talking about when it comes to Reform, in that, like, a lot of people either joined Reform because they were like, there's no hope for the Tories or Labour in in the current, I don't know, electoral sphere of stuff. I'm going to join Reform because they're like a new party and they seem to be doing all right. And then they figure out how Reform councils operate. And they're just like, yeah, we're just doing Tory shit. We're going to ask people to pay more council tax. This guy's like, yeah, that sucks. I'm not going to do that. You know? I was promised that there would be lynchings. I mean, you've got to remember, there's going to be people who definitely joined for that. Those guys will still be in the party, 1,000%, because they know that lynchings will come. Yeah, after all the like extra austerity that they do, if they get Reform into Parliament, there will be lynchings. I don't think this guy ever joined for that reason. I think that he like, you know, he might have just joined because he was like, yeah, just fuck the main two parties or whatever. That's how most Reform voters kind of look at Reform. They're like, yeah, this is a protest vote. And of course, you know, the rhetoric about immigration and shit, they're just not going to care about that because every other fucking political party has spoken about that. The Labour are talking about it. Conservatives are talking about it, you know? And maybe when they find out that the Greens are like not anti-immigration, they'll be like, yeah, sweet. Let's vote for them. Spooky Wildling says, it's crazy that anyone even considered trusting Nigel Farage again. People are not that like tapped into politics. That's the sad reality. I think a lot of people, even like people who join Nigel Farage's party, they aren't as tapped into politics as they think they are, and they're not as tapped into like what people like Nigel Farage get up to. They just hear about him and they go, yeah, he sounds like my kind of guy. Sounds like my cup of tea. You know? So as a council, a town, a city, a county, yeah, that's right, yeah. Central government funds the councils. Do they collect their own taxes? Yeah, so you pay council tax. That's for things like bins, police, fire, all that kind of stuff. And then you pay things as part of your taxes, general taxes on earnings. So income tax, which goes to Westminster. And then you also have national insurance contributions, which go to things like the NHS and your pension. He drove around a bus covered in lies and then denied the bus ever existed. Yeah, people, you know, that's the thing. People like us remember that stuff because we're more tapped into it. There have been people who've been politically checked out in this country for like a long time. And things are getting so bad, the contradictions are getting so clear of capitalism at this moment in time that it is just like, now they're only thinking about, shit, I should vote in the next election. Next election, who am I going to vote for? Well, I've never liked the Tories or Labour, they're both the same. Loads of people in the UK say that, right? And so I'm just gonna fucking, you know, vote for this next party or whatever. And the fact that Nigel Farage is part of it probably doesn't come into it. They're probably just like, oh yeah, well, this is a third option that I didn't know existed. You know, and then of course you've got the section of the populace that are just racist, and they're like, yes, I want to deport everybody. Drinking a pint performatively for TV whilst prattling on about how brown people are bad is all it takes to win some voters. Who'd have thunk it? Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say, wasn't it Boris on the bus? I don't think Boris Johnson was doing the 50,000, what was it, £50,000 a month to the EU, let's fund our NHS instead. I think that was Boris Johnson, yeah. And I think most people have even forgotten that. So there you go, some interesting stuff there. Really enjoyed this interview. Another Zach Polanski article. What else do we got here? Some interesting stuff. Listen, maybe we'll cover this stuff tomorrow. How about that? I was just going through that stuff and I was like, oh, I'm tired as fuck actually. I've been streaming for 6 hours. 350 million for the NHS. Yeah, that's right. It wasn't £50,000 a month. This is what I mean. I don't even remember it. Okay, right. So, chat, we're going to go for a raid. Please stay with me while we go for a raid. We are going to take you over to another cool left-wing streamer. Hey Val, hope you had a good stream and that y'all will have a good day. Thank you very much. Stay with me now. We're gonna go raid someone. Who do we got? Let's have a look. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate you. I'm just looking at someone to raid. Maybe I'll take you to a gaming stream. How about that, chat? Would you enjoy that? Let's go and raid the amazing Beard Princess, who might not be actually streaming a game. It looks like they're doing like a just chatting thing. But let's go raid. Copy and paste the raid message. Don't forget to follow me on YouTube. I got 2 YouTube channels. Don't forget to follow the VOD channel. I got a VOD channel for all the past streams. And don't forget to follow me on the socials. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for all the support. Thank you so much for all the subs, for the raids, for the follows, for the donos. Really appreciate the donos today. And thank you for lurking. Thank you for being here in the chat. And if you've been watching on the VOD channel, please leave me a comment. Let me know what you think. Don't forget to like and subscribe as well. I'll be back tomorrow. Same mule time, same mule place. Stay excellent to each other. Mwah. Peace, 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 peace. Good night, good night, good night, good night, good night.